My fiance's hobbies are ruining our relationship, so I demanded he tone them down. And also, thank you, Purple Trader, for already donating, what was it? $250 freaking dollars?
That's 30 more minutes right off the bat.
Tuesday. Let's start it off right. Let's start it off with another 30 minutes, I suppose.
250 very silly dollars.
Very silly dollars. This is going to be very long. That's true. More than likely. But before I begin, I have to mention that I truly do love this man. The obligatory little before. I know that I want to marry him without a doubt. I am thankful for most advice, I really am. But if your primary advice is for me to give up on him, I will not be reading any of it. Because I do know that we will work through this somehow, even if it's tough right now. By the way, this comes from Mega Janos. And if you want to submit your own stories, go to r/OKStorytime subreddit. So, I always thought that women who complain that their partners spend too much time with video games or the likes were a bit controlling. I am pretty introverted and very inwards person overall, so my personal space and alone time is important for me to function. As such, I never in a billion years thought I could be in that situation myself. But I guess heck is frozen over because here I am. And I can finally say, I'm sorry, babes, I get it now. I, 32 female, and my fiancé, 30 male, have been living together for a bit over a year now. I proposed to him just a week before our second anniversary, and about half a year later, he moved in with me in my apartment. This is my first time living with a romantic partner, so I knew that it would be difficult to adjust. I just never imagined, this.
I
was
just never imagined that he'd be playing Diablo 4
all
for 17 hours a day.
After many years of essentially being perpetually burnt out, I reached a point where I saw no other way but to quit my job, albeit temporarily. I have had this job for my entire adult life since my last year of school even. But after my fiancé moved in and we quickly realized that my horrid schedule made it impossible to even enjoy a life together, I always worked late and he always worked early, I finally cracked. I won't get too dark and dampen the mood, but for some context, I was compulsively thinking about self-harm, and I had been in that mindset in the past, but now I couldn't stand struggling like this in what should be the happiest days of my life. So one night, I signed my letter of resignation before I'd even had the chance to tell him how I felt. Funnily, on April 1st, but definitely not a joke.
Wow,
That's coming up.
You resigned without even the conversation first?
Yeah.
That seems like a little backwards to me.
With a partner.
Yeah, like it's before you quit your job that's
helping,
solid.
yeah.
Like maybe, I don't know.
I mean, I would have hoped that you were having those conversations about how you'd been feeling in this job before. It seems like, you'd had some, but yeah, usually you should, especially if you're living together, shared finances and stuff.
Yeah.
I was always, what?
I was going to say, also, can we just give a shout out to Dakota? One day late wearing green.
It's true.
This is what I should have worn yesterday.
You even have more green on your shirt.
Yeah.
I know.
Exactly. That's
Dang,
crazy.
man.
You got the memo. Just a little late.
Yeah.
So proud of you. You wore it.
Nothing I do is good enough around here.
I was always welcome back to work when I had recovered enough, and while I do work a tiny bit there now, it took me 6 months to reach that point where I could handle coming back at all. I really was worse off than I had even realized. Now, I understand that he could have felt upset with me for this, as it seemed a bit sudden from the outside looking in, and we'd been hoping to save to buy a house sometime soon, yet he never said anything bad about it, really. As the summer started, I was now truly unemployed for the first time in my life. At first, things went well at home. Whether I slept all day or actually did some chores, he was always as sweet as ever with me when he got home from work. I personally felt awful as a past workaholic who now couldn't even bring myself to leave bed until 5 p.m. on some days, whilst also bringing no money in. But it was a necessary evil. However, he began to gradually change his demeanor. Now, I blame a lot of this on us simply getting more comfortable with living together. We are both horrible procrastinators who easily fall into absolute apathy about chores. This wasn't news to anyone. But at first, we tried so much harder to be better for each other's sakes. Love makes you fight for others when you couldn't fight for yourself, my friends. But after a while, it felt like I had to do whatever needed to be done myself, or else no one would. He stopped texting to check if we needed groceries on his way home from work, stopped helping with the dishes or taking the trash out, things he'd been amazing with before, much better than I was. He still cooked most of the time because I tend to feel stressed about cooking for him since he's the pickier eater of the two of us. But most other things I took the biggest load of. And I tried to tell myself that it was only fair given my situation, so I often disregarded my own burnout. We were supposed to go on a trip that summer, my birthday present to him. And all I asked of him to help me with was to give me dates for it so it didn't clash with anything. Summer came and went. He never gave me any reply other than I don't know. But at the same time, he had all the time in the world for other things, like making his home brewed beer, going fishing, playing on the computer, binge watching old shows. And the fishing trips were a whole other can of worms, pun intended.
It's the worm queen.
Toruriku.
You got it.
Toruriku.
There
There
we
you
go.
go.
Toriko.
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 Toruriku.
Say that 10 times fast.
Toruriku.
Toriko.
There we go. He is quiet quitting the relationship.
It sounds like it.
Yes.
I mean, it's kind of loud, to be honest. But
Yeah, he's like, she's like, do you want to do stuff together? He's like, nah, I don't know.
He's like, you mean like go fishing
I
with
don't
my
know.
friends?
He would leave as soon as he was out of bed, showered, and dressed, meet up with some coworkers to go fishing, then not be home until around 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Some days he was literally gone for a full 12 hours. Only once did he bring fish home to cook. The other times he let the other guys take what they caught. He'd also text on his way home to ask what I wanted for dinner, as if I hadn't already sorted my own food out by then. Yeah. I was like, what time does he get him at? 8, like 10 p.m. is...
8
Pretty-
to 10.
pretty
That's a late dinner.
This would often be happening multiple days each week during his whole vacation. And even when he got back to work, it didn't ease up. In fact, one week he told me they may go again after work on Friday. He then texted me on Friday to say that he got off early. I thought we'd then have some time together before he left, but no. How foolish of me. He spent that time hurrying home to shower and change so he could quickly leave again. Then on Saturday, he says to me that he was thinking of fishing again and turned it around as, I thought I should give you some alone time, as if I had anything but alone time lately. They had to cancel, so what do? Go fishing Sunday instead. Awesome. When summer ended without our trip booked, without ever being invited to go fishing with them, without even going swimming, I breathed a sigh of relief. At least the fishing was over. But I was sorely mistaken in thinking that our lives could go back to normal. Really quick pause. What's your take on this sitch right now?
Why is your husband being distant?
Well, I
Why?
feel like not. I think that it seems like OP was going through a really hard time, quits job, and then is kind of going through this like depression of not being able to go out, not being able to do things, sleeping a lot longer. And then instead of communicating with OP about this, he just kind of started distancing himself.
I'm just like, maybe I'll just leave.
He's like,
you
I don't know how to
alone."
deal with this, so I'm just going to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is not okay.
I don't want to make this just about the job but I feel like I would be upset if my partner that I was married to just like quit their job without consulting
Yeah.
me for 1 second.
No, I think that like OP has done a lot of things here that would warrant being upset and being angry over, but I think it's just like neither of them are communicating with each other
Yeah.
about it. Because
Guys, we need to
yeah.
communicate.
like it's really hard watching your partner be in this very, you know, depressive state and not knowing what to do. But instead, like they're just not talking to each other about it.
Yeah. Emma says burnout is real, and
Yeah.
he is checked out of the relationship.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'm very adamant about you don't want to morph your relationship into one being, one person, one mindset. Like
Yeah.
you need to be your own separate people, but you do need to communicate here.
Yeah.
I agree. You do your own hobbies. I think having your own alone time and doing your own thing, great. But this is not the way to do it.
You know, and Allie Ray says, are they married? I missed that. They are engaged. I don't know how long. It seems like it's been about a year since they've got engaged. But it is really also frustrating when a partner is gone is constantly going on trips and stuff. That's super frustrating.
They've been living
That's
together
like
for
go
about
with me.
Yeah, and like never being invited.
Yeah. That's the boys' time, honey.
Yeah,
No.
Super frustrating.
Yeah, no, it's very
Wife.
frustrating.
You have a
Again, his beer brewing is also is also a great big priority. Bottles and accessories for it take up our home, and I constantly trip over his boxes of stuff. He sometimes makes something that only I would like, which is sweet, but I never asked him to. Yet he will ask for my help with bottling and such, and often makes it seem like this hobby is for both of us. Then there's the gaming. At the moment, he can spend a whole day off from work at his computer, either gaming and on and off talking to a friend in common or just watching videos on YouTube, often about his other hobbies. He even stays up late at night at any opportunity he gets, even though he knows that he will sleep poorly on Sunday and be cranky about work on Monday, and he always works early. Even when he comes home from work, this is where you'll find him, often not even asking if I have any dinner planned out until it's already about time to get cooking. He spends so much time in that chair now that my pet tortoise, who has her enclosure next to his desk, keeps checking there to see if he's home or not, then proceeds to be upset that he is not in his spot while he works. Now I am starting to work again, slowly, but it stresses me out to imagine working full-time and still trying to keep our household functioning, let alone imagining us with a house of our own or a child. He wants me to work, so it's not like we have an arrangement where I'm meant to handle all of this. I'm just slowly turning into his mother, it feels like. Like how I have to keep teaching him how recycling his trash works at the age of 30. How does this man not know how to recycle?
A lot of people don't know how to recycle.
That's crazy. Come on. But we finally reached the
America.
part where I admit my fault. I am far from free of them, but my dear friends. I grew up in a household with a lot of conflict and fighting. And him and I have, to this day, never had a real fight before.
Yeah.
That tracks.
'Cause
You
it-
guys don't communicate.
It takes communication to have
You
a
guys
fight.
feels like
Uh,
really quickly pausing. Actually, I'm going to read this next line. So anytime I get upset and riled up, I find myself pushing it down before I explode on him.
No, that's not what
Stop.
you're supposed to do.
I mean, don't scream at him, but like, why? Both of them are just upset at each other and will never say anything.
Yeah. And that's the recipe to a perfect relationship.
Yeah.
Is
You guys are breaking
keep
up just really
everything
slowly.
bottled up. Just bottle it up,
Yeah.
all right, and then brew it in your garage with your fiance, and call it
It's going to ferment into a breakup.
Mount Vesuvius brew.
love that.
'Cause
That
it's-
sounds so healthy, guys.
At some point, it will go Pompeii on you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, OP was saying, oh, I don't want to break up with him. I need advice to communicate. Talk to your partner. Use your words. Put your big girl pants on and
Has OP even
have a conversation.
asked? Like, is there?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I don't think anyone's asked anything.
Yeah, no one's asking or saying.
Yeah, I don't know
or
what you were going
telling
to finish
anything.
that, what the question you were going to say was, but if
No,
it's
like, has OP
asked,
asked anything?
nope.
No.
No ask.
Okay.
No.
No ask
Nothing's
and no
been
tell.
asked. I keep meaning to bring things up in a calm manner as soon as there's a better time for it when I'm less upset, but I keep being distracted by just how much I love him, as well as frightened over the fact that I don't even know what our fighting dynamic might look like.
What?
What, like UFC or like boxing or
Like,
Muay
I don't
Thai?
even know what our
Smash.
style is.
Or, I'm sorry, Muay Thai.
I might be into
Muay Thai.
might be into judo. Who's to say?
Yeah.
But you might be into more full episodes of stories just like this. Just go to Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or iHeartRadio and search a book as Storytime.
That's right. That's all you got to do.
There is just a teeny tiny bit left of this story. And it doesn't seem like we're going to get any communication in this.
Well, that would be my only
Yeah.
advice. would
Yeah,
be,
my advice is
Y'all need to
communicate.
start talking about the things that you don't want to talk about.
Yeah. I feel like OP, you're operating from, oh, well, I'm burnt out and I'm, was going through a really hard time. And so I had to quit my job. I had to do this. But it seems like your partner is also going through maybe maybe not equally, but like also a hard time. Like he's staying up late watching, videos and not going to sleep later and later. He's spending time away from you in the home. It seems like he's going through something and you haven't asked him what's going on.
Yeah, because everything's just perfect.
Yeah.
Don't need to talk.
This is what OP looks like. It's like, oh my god, he goes fishing, he ignores me, but
he's
oh
like,
God,
oh, I love
love
him
him
so much. So I'm
That's
not going to
good.
ask him why he's sad.
For all the people listening, Keon is currently wearing heart-shaped glasses, which is informing OP's perspective on her fiance.
We were doing some visual humor.
Yeah.
Deirdre Statham says, my husband and I have never had a fight in 18 years, but we actually communicate. Shrug. Yeah. They don't. They're not. They're having one long silent fight.
One thing that OP just said that really stood out too.
Yeah.
Nick saying is OP's afraid of the argument they're gonna have.
Yeah.
It's healthy to have not like arguments all the time, but that's part of relationships.
Yeah.
You
it's
can't just
healthy
be
to
like
have,
cordial on everything.
you're gonna have disagreements.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're yelling at each other.
No, exactly. And OP, is this like OP's first relationship? Because
I don't know.
it seems like it.
Yeah. It's interesting because OP
Could be.
OP also was
Could
the
be.
one who proposed, so it seemed like they felt that they were ready, but also it seems like they're not necessarily at that point in their relationship. Especially if OP was so stressed in their job.
That's crazy because they've been living together for about a year, a little bit over a year now.
Yeah. Teacher Yo says, sounds like boyfriend is going through his own version of avoidance and depression. Exactly. And it seems like OP's kind of operating in her headspace of like, well, I'm going through this. So
the best thing if you're in that scenario is one, of course, communicate with your partner, but just let them know like, hey, take as much time as you want. I'm here for you whenever you want to talk, rather than not necessarily attacking them, but like kind of like poking the bear. Like, oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you're angry now. I'm going to leave you alone. Yeah.
It's going to them and saying, I've noticed a change in our relationship and I've noticed a change in you. And I just want to have a chat about that.
Just asking a question of, are you okay? Or is everything okay? Could go miles.
Checking in.
Check in. It also feels so awkward to be the person who brings something up, not the first time it happens, but the 20th. An ex of mine once berated me for that very reason, as he said I made him feel bad about allowing him to do something, then admitting to him later on that it made me uncomfortable.
Okay, so there's trauma there. There's like a trauma for OP.
Yeah, but I kind of understand why your ex would be mad about that. If you said you were okay with something and then if you knew that you weren't okay and said that you were okay.
We literally had a story yesterday where someone was like, yeah, I basically don't ever say how I really feel about something until the very last second, and then everyone gets upset. I don't understand.
That's like, that's on you. If you're not saying how you feel, you can't, you can't get upset at your partner if they do the thing that you said was fine when you didn't think it was fine. Just tell them how you feel. So would I be the a-hole if I told him that he lets his hobbies control too much of his life? Or should I simply find better ways to encourage him to also do other things in his spare time? I don't think either of those are the answer. I think both of those are not the roots of this conversation at all.
The roots of the fruits are communication.
Yeah, I think you need to talk about how you guys are going to communicate effectively in your relationship before you even think about getting married.
Yeah, and probably get another job.
Yeah. Well, it seems like OP has started working again at that job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which is why they were saying they were worried that the same kind of chore stuff was going to continue while they started ramping up their work schedule. Yikes. But that's the end of that story. So we're going to jump into the next one. But first, we got some donos to read. It exited out.
Wow.
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 Yeah, we got some wheel spins to do.
Yeah, we're spinning
those wheels. Kaimi Kalani, thank you for this being a member for 6 months. Hello, okay, story time. I just wanted to say that you guys are awesome. I'm listening to you guys while setting up my first ever D&D campaign session. Woo!
Shout out to the room.
Are you a DM? Is that what you're implying to me right now?
We
That's
are
very exciting.
looking for a DM.
Yeah, dude. I keep adding more people I found 2 other people who are very serious about joining, my improv friends.
Mm-hmm.
But I still don't have a DM.
I know a couple good DMs.
Got a good campaign concept. It only takes 1 session.
Frank the Pug, thank you for the $10. Sorry, I've just been lurking lately. Everyone, things in my life went freaking nuts and my mental health spiraled. I'm so sorry.
No.
I'm on the slow mend, but wanted to let everyone know I'm still here. I will make it through. You will.
Yes, you will.
And we'll birth a crap ton of pug puppies for y'all when I'm in a good spot.
Frank,
Nice.
Just you
we love
being
you.
here is
Yeah, you being
amazing.
here.
Thank you
You
so
don't
much.
have
We
to
love you,
give
you're part of
birth
this community.
to anyone.
Yeah,
Hopefully everything's okay, but
Give
we're here if
birth
you want to talk.
to your health.
Give birth.
What?
I said
Give
that.
birth to
Um,
healthy
Let's
you.
go ahead and spin that wheel. I do have
Spin
a
that
couple donuts that were before
wheel.
the stream.
Spin the wheel.
Who wants to spin it?
Where is it?
I got
it is.
I got
It's right
it.
there. He's right freaking
While
there.
While he's getting that, Fia, you want to get everyone here?
Yes, can you make them bigger?
Yes, I may.
Thank you.
That good?
Yes. Charlie Louise, thank you. Welcome to the nights. Amy, welcome to, should I say all of the names and then
Yeah.
welcome to the nights?
Yes,
Or
knight them all.
Okay.
Yes.
Ready? Do we not have a sword? All right, I'll knight you with a magnifying glass.
no.
Oh no! I'll knight you with a sword. Aha,
Ah,
thank
that's
you.
Sword.
Be careful, it's very
Ah,
sharp.
I cut my hand!
No,
I'm
you
fine.
are immune.
Charlie Louise, I dub you a knight of my army. Amy, I dub you a knight of my army. Rebecca, knight of my army.
Knight of my army.
Isabella Hamilton Green,
Knight
Knight of my army.
of my army.
Frog Soupy, knight of my army. Jan Sild, thank you for knighting someone into my army by gifting one OKOP Storytime membership.
Is
that all of
them?
Everything else.
So
should be
many
good.
knights for my
Nice.
army.
So many knights in the
We
army.
will attack the pigeons.
Are they Arabian Nights?
Are you ready?
Arabian Nights. Dakota.
This is for, again, Purple Trader for the 250
Purple
right off the bat.
Trader. Woo!
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be like,
Woo!
there we go.
Whoa, look at that puppy
Wow.
spin.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, and there's another one in there.
Uh-oh.
Holy moly, what a spin.
Holy
1.5?
moly. 1.5.
That is on.
And
And
we
then
just
go
got
ahead and spin it.
Face.
Spin it one more time for purple.
spin some more.
Damn.
Squiggy Girl, thank you for the 1 gifted memberships. Steffi, thank you for being a member 1 month. Just want to say thank you for being the awesome people you are. You've helped me through some tough times. Thank you for
Aw,
joining us. It's
Of
so
course,
sweet.
thank you.
And what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, 2 times for 1 minute.
All right.
Time for
It's going
1
live
minute.
after.
Thank you,
And
Steffi, for that message.
Thank
That's
you.
very
That was
nice.
very
You got-
sweet.
I think we
Lucy
got-
Smith, thank you for
Oh,
being a member
shoot.
for 12 months.
That's a whole year. You've got a bow
Whole
and arrow
year.
now. Wow.
I can't believe it's been a year now as a member. You guys helped me stay sane during my mental health struggles, sleep, and university. I love you guys, and we
Love you.
love you.
Yes, we
We
do.
love you.
Thank you for joining
Love
us.
I'm going to get that 2x ready.
We
for-
love you.
Do you want the 12 months one?
You know what? The 12 months. Well, I was planning some kind of 12-month ticket
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah, no,
but
you're
it
not.
it didn't work out.
That's
So
a
now they
bummer.
will just be
in the
enmeshed
ball.
into the ball
In the ball.
that continues to grow every stream.
All right. Are
I've
you ready
decided
for
no
the-
glue.
Oh,
I've just figured out a better way to tape it now.
tape. Big old tape ball.
It
We
feels
ready
so
for the
nice,
next story?
Like, hold this.
Yeah, I've already held it. It's
I
got
know,
heft.
but like hold it on camera.
It's got heft to it.
Yeah.
But let's get into this hefty story. Also, Susan
Mm.
Chernaskas, thank you for the
It's like a water
5
polo ball.
gifted memberships. Woo!
Wah, 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 wah.
Woo!
Bing,
All right, let's
bing,
get to
bee,
this
bee,
next story.
bong. Bee, 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 bong.
1 second. Texting her back.
No worries.
Ba, 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 ba.
No worries.
Ba, 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 boo-loo-doo. Ba, 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 ba. Do you know what song that was?
Nope. I was trying to think of it.
It's the Land Down Under song. Australia.
Yeah, I'm familiar. What song?
I would hope you were.
Where?
I come from the land down
Oh,
under,
yeah.
You
You
where the
did it
women
weirdly,
glow
though.
and the men thunder.
Yeah, okay. I'm
Did you
familiar
show him
now.
the ball?
Yeah,
we
that is
saw
a
the
ball.
ball.
Made entirely. There's nothing in the middle of it.
There ain't nothing in
It's
the middle of
just
that. It's just you guys.
Dono slips.
Mm-hmm.
I think we got one more donation. And then we'll go ahead and sorry.
Miss Jaber, thank you for being a member for 12 months.
Oh my gosh.
You're an archer now.
Whoa.
It's
Legolas.
awesome to see how much OK Storytime has grown, and I
Legolas.
can't wait to see what the future holds for you guys. How many 1-year members are there?
I don't
Well,
know.
we just had one.
See, that's
I don't
why I feel like there's a way for us to track the 1-year members that beyond just the slips, and we
Yeah.
can do something like that way.
Yeah,
Um,
we'll look into it, but we're also going to
But-
look into this next story.
Have I tried Mod Podge?
Oh, yeah.
Building material?
Like, it's like a type of glue.
No, I have. Not for the ball. Okay, are we ready?
Yeah.
My fiance is extremely frugal, and I'm calling off our engagement because of it.
Yeah. Get out of that relationship if you won't spend the big bucks.
Yeah. Frugal? More like
Frugon.
yeah, there we go. There we go.
Tag team.
Boo. Boo. That was brutal.
I, 31 female, struggle with my fiance, 32 male's frugalness, and I'm not sure if I want to marry him anymore after a 3-year relationship.
Dang.
This is a throwaway because my fiance knows about my regular account. By the way, this comes from user Expensive Pangolin 60. And if you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So, I met my fiance 3 years ago. He came out of an abusive marriage just 2 years before we met. One of her abuses was financial. She bled him dry. Made him buy expensive jewelry only to give it away or break it after an argument. Designer shoes, clothes, the big house, the nice cars, trips to the Caribbean, you name it. She made him pay for it.
Consider it mocked.
Yeah. She also took him to the cleaners in the divorce. For everyone wondering what that is, there's a line from the Pirates of the Caribbean movie where the Commodore character goes, someone goes like, mark my words. And he goes, consider it mocked. And
Okay,
it
that makes
fully
sense now.
informs his character
Yeah.
as just a smarmy piece of crap.
Yeah.
And we've been quoting it ever since a trip we took when we watched that movie.
You got a whole Google Docs of quotes.
Just had to provide the context for
Thank
that
you,
one.
I appreciate it.
And now consider it mocked. However, my fiance is very well off. He makes far more than 6 figures, almost 7.
Dang.
On top
Mr.
of that,
Richie Rich over here.
Rich money bingus bag.
Little money bags over here.
Hey,
Wow.
Speaking of money bags, 2x for 1 minute. It's going up.
Ooh.
Hey.
2x for 1 minute going up right now. On top of that, he inherited a few million from his grandfather, and his parents gifted him and his siblings a few cool millions. What?
Ooh.
That's a lot of money. So yes, the financial abuse was bad, but he does not suffer financially.
Kimberly Fine says, so he's financially abused. Now we're crap talking the poor man. He's not poor. He's still very rich.
Yeah, no, he's
They've
a millionaire.
he's still a millionaire.
He's a millionaire.
It does not excuse any of the stuff that his wife did, to be clear.
And not at all.
Yeah.
He's just
He's
still a
just
millionaire.
still a millionaire. That's context for this
wow.
story. Cloud Wizard, thank you for the 100 freaking buckaroonies. Gonna go to coach 6-year-olds. Wish me luck.
Okay.
Good luck,
Good
Cloud
luck.
Wizard.
But also, that's another 30 minutes.
I would
Go coach the
suggest using fun
6-year-olds.
as the carrot.
Yeah. Say
What?
kick a
You know,
ball.
the carrot on the stick, you know?
Oh, carrot on.
Yeah.
Chicken on a stick.
All right, let's keep going.
Shrimp on a stick. So yes, the financial abuse was bad, but he doesn't suffer financially. He has more money than he will ever need. So last year, I moved into his house. I do not pay rent, but I split the bills and I buy food. I pay for my own clothes and jewelry. I have a good job and I can take care of myself. However, things have been taking a turn for the worse and I feel miserable. His house was empty when I moved in. He had hand-me-down furniture, maybe 3 forks and 2 knives. It's just a guy. He wouldn't put on the heating, so the house felt cold and moldy. He has no curtains, no decorations, and Awkward Turtle just gifted 20 memberships to the stream.
Ooh. And everyone who just
classic
got
turtle
one of
moment.
those, go say thank you. Put
Yes.
some turtles in the chat.
Everyone say thank you.
Oh.
He has no curtains, no decorations. His ex took everything not bolted down, and he was too cheap to replace it. Just imagine $1 million house like that.
I'm kind of, really quick pause, I'm kind of shocked that he didn't have a prenup in the original marriage if he was that wealthy. Because I feel like that is a very common thing that we see in these types of stories where someone's like super wealthy. I feel like they
Yeah.
always get prenups.
I mean, maybe they were married
yeah.
before the money came in.
Possibly,
or maybe
yeah.
they did have one and she just like took all the furniture and he didn't care.
Yeah, he was like,
He's
well,
just
I
like,
don't want that.
whatever.
I'm not going to use that. I
She's
only use
leaving.
3 forks.
I only need 3 utensils and a
Oof.
lawn chair.
Yeah, dang.
I am grateful that I can live in his house. It's something I could never afford myself, but I don't want to live in squalor. So I bought some kitchen supplies and some furniture. But at some point I realized I was dipping into my savings all the time, and he did nothing. I looked into curtains, but those things are expensive. His house has so many windows, it's crazy. I didn't want to pay for this anymore. So I told him I needed a fund to furnish his house. He blew up at me that I was just with him for his money. I pointed out all the money I spent on his house, the gifts and the trips, because he pays for nothing ever, because he wants to be sure I'm not here for the money. The fact is, if we break up, I have nothing. The house is not mine. If I spend all my savings on his house, I'll be left with absolutely nothing. He wants a prenup, and I'm fine with that, but I can't help but feel used. Next to that, I am jealous of his ex-wife. I feel like she got treated, and now I'm neglected. He proposed to his ex on a cruise with a $10,000 white gold diamond ring. I got the rhodium-plated Swarovski stuff that might cost like $100.
Dang.
I mean, look, I think spending a lot of money on an engagement ring is silly. And the engagement ring
it's not
is
about
not the wedding ring.
It's not about
Okay.
What?
No, yeah. No, what Dakota said. Like, I agreed. I was like, oh, it's not the wedding ring. It's just an engagement ring.
Okay. I don't think that you have to spend, like everyone in the world has to spend I don't think there is any certain amount that you have to spend on an engagement ring, but I do think that you should take time and there should be thought put into it, because engagement rings for many people are very significant, and it's not like, it might not be the wedding ring, but it is something that you wear for usually the remainder of the marriage. Like my mom, obviously, she still wears her engagement ring because
Why?
You always wear
Instead of the wedding ring?
You wear both.
You wear both?
What? I've never seen that.
Am I crazy? Yeah, you wear both.
First, you're like, these babies
Mike,
are
what the
breastfeeding for too long. And now you're like, everybody wears double
No,
rings.
because there's the engagement ring and the wedding bands.
I don't know. I've never heard that.
Man,
know.
I'm confused about things.
The engagement
We're
ring
learning.
We're
all learning.
Thank you. Okay.
I don't
Allie
know.
Ray, I'm right. Dakota says you have it wrong. The wedding ring is just a band. The engagement ring is the diamond. Thank you. Okay, I was about to be like, what? Usually you wear both together. It's a gold band that you get, you exchange, and then the wedding ring is the one with the diamond on it.
Okay.
Well, I
You
can tell
continue
you
to
who
wear
won't
the
be
engagement-
wearing
yeah.
both.
The engagement ring is you wear for the
wife.
extent of the marriage.
I'm getting a $10 ring from Temu.
See, that's messed up.
And,
You're not going to get married if you do that.
And I'm going to make the wedding ring the cool one.
Guys, we don't know because we don't get married.
Okay,
We
that's
haven't gotten
crazy.
married yet.
I'm gonna freestyle on
Really
the
quick,
rings.
I
Dakota's
understand
gonna
why
give you a
OP would be pretty upset about being given a ring that cheap, and maybe it doesn't seem like it had that much thought put into it when this person has the funds to spend, not saying they should get a 10,000 ring as well, but like to spend time and thought into it. I get how that would be frustrating. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what rhodium plated Swarovski.
Sounds like just like
If it looks nice, I don't care.
You
Honestly,
don't
you don't.
care.
Right?
You don't care.
Yeah.
If your partner cares, then you should also care.
Yeah.
That's what's
No,
up.
I'm just kidding.
And if you don't want a partner
I think
like
she's
that,
also
then you have
just
to look
like
for that.
not taking, like, just trying to glaze over the fact that he was financially abused. It's like that's clearly where all of this behavior is coming from.
Absolutely, but he needs to go to
Like,
therapy.
Yeah,
I don't
has
think
there been
that's-
any conversation about
I think
this?
he absolutely was, wronged and everything, but he can't put that on OP. He needs to go to therapy and work through that before bringing that into a relationship. I don't think they can get married until that has been addressed. Because how are you going to split funds if he's not willing to pay for anything?
Well, let's find out.
Yeah.
Let's find out. The proposal was at a picnic in the park that I organized and paid for the groceries for and slaved in the kitchen for. I almost said no out of pure disappointment. However, I'm afraid to bring it up and to be called a gold digger. I don't want to be funding a millionaire's lifestyle. He loves everything as long as I pay for it. As soon as he has to pay, it's frivolous and unnecessary. I can live like a poor person by myself. At least the fact that there are literal millions lying around doesn't hang over me to bum me out, and I would just be paying for my own lifestyle. Would I be the a-hole for calling off a wedding purely for financial reasons? Because I love this man, but I imagine our cheap wedding in contrast to his ex's extravaganza. Will our future kids be able to have some luxuries, or only if I pay for it? What if I ever become a stay-at-home mom? Will I have to beg to put the heating on? Edited to answer questions I see a lot. I know the abuse is not made up. His family and friends told me separate stories of what they witnessed. Not only did it confirm it, it showed me she was way more terrible than I thought. Like stealing heirloom jewelry of his grandma with Alzheimer's right after she was widowed.
Wow. He's cat.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Pretending she was gifted these things, even though everyone knew grandma hated her guts. I didn't realize or see he is doing the same to me as she was to him, and he is subconsciously punishing me for what was done to him. I'm not trying to force a lifestyle on him where he was previously happy in. He told me prior to moving in that he left his house like this because he was depressed after his wife took everything, even the curtains, and that it makes him sad and he wants a cozy home. He just didn't know where to start. His house is paid off thanks to Granddad. He isn't actually spending much on utilities either. The house is very well insulated and has solar panels. It's weird to see how cheap being rich really is. Well, when you inherit everything, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking for designer furniture. IKEA all the way. And I have refurbished secondhand furniture myself. I'm actually pretty thrifty. Actually, I'm pretty thrifty. I see where my jealousy over the ex's lifestyle might have triggered some people, but let me explain. A $10,000 ring is insane and stupid to me. I don't want that because I would fear losing it every day. I don't need an over-the-top wedding. However, it almost feels like for her, he did put in the effort, and he wanted to give her what made her happy. Put in effort and thought into it. With me, it almost feels like he wants to prove how little he can give me. He talked about how he would see the wedding, and it is cheaper than my actually financially struggling cousin's wedding. I can't help but feel he wants to demonstrate how cheap he can treat me. And I already feel embarrassed about the family that would have to be on, And I already feel embarrassed about the family that would have been to both. Okay, I'm sorry. One more time. And I already feel embarrassed about the family that would have been to both. And I will feel like the discount wife. I don't like to say it, but it feels like he gets off on this to some extent. We're almost talking washing paper plates at this moment. Somehow I doubt that, but I'm like 50-50 on that because that's a crazy level. I washing paper plates. That's like,
I mean, yeah, perhaps an exaggeration. We don't know. But I think that if he has a giant house and it is basically empty, like she had to supply everything, I just don't think that they can get married. That doesn't mean they have to break up, but I think he absolutely has to go to therapy.
Yeah. I mean, for sure.
Like, I don't think that's pretty functioning.
Clear.
Yeah. Because he's definitely taking it out on her.
Stop buying the furniture in the house. Stop buying things for this house. That's not your house.
I think you just say like, hey, I bought a lot of furniture. If we want to go half on this, I'm fine with that. But right now, this is my furniture. And if I move out, this would be my furniture because I paid for it.
Yeah.
Like just be clear, like if he's going to act like,
he's going to get so grumpy about it.
Yeah.
Too.
Like if he's going to act like this, just say, okay, well, this is my stuff.
If that's why we're going to do it. And be like, I don't want to split the cost of IKEA furniture.
Yeah. No, definitely needs to go to therapy.
So, yes, I did discuss selling the mansion I really don't need and moving to a more modest house, especially knowing this is a house his ex picked. He doesn't want to do that. He loves this house. But I feel really intimidated living in a house I could never afford, and there's so many large windows. Yeesh.
What's up with that?
I mean,
there's so many large windows.
Well, yeah, imagine just like everyone can just like stare into your
Well, it depends
house.
on where they are, because if they're in kind of a more, because I feel like a lot of really wealthy houses, sometimes they're kind of enclosed or they're
like in the woods.
Well, not necessarily in the woods, but they sometimes have like large walls and a lot of hedges and stuff. So
yeah, I don't think I'd want the window house.
It's like the house from Saltburn, like the castle. Pretty much.
I would just feel too exposed.
Mm-hmm.
I have not talked to him yet, but a pause on the marriage and counseling is a must.
Good. I'm glad you realized this.
Smart. I already am looking for individual counseling because I realized I might indeed be too much of a people pleaser, allowing him to control me with the ghost of his ex. I'm also going to separate for a while. I'm looking to rent something for a few months so I can get some space. Thank you all for your insights. And there are some notable comments here. Before we get into them, I just want to say, like, I think moving out and separating, like, will make it very clear. It's like you're not.
Yeah,
like
you're not trying to
take my money. It's like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not. I'm moving out and I'm leaving, actually.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's super clear that you guys aren't ready, especially him, aren't ready to live together or share any sort of financial, things. So I think if you want to continue this relationship, moving out is a good idea.
Indeed. Let's get to the comments. Senior Day says, not the a-hole. I understand you've had some trauma in your past, and I'm sorry you went through that, but I can't allow you to mistreat me because of it. It burns me up inside that you gave her everything, but I have to beg for the bare minimum. I deserve to feel cherished by my partner as I have cherished you. That was a quote that I think the commenter suggested OP say. And OP says, oomph, that hit me right in the feels. And there's an update. If OP said that, what do you think's going to happen?
He's going to give her all her money. Or all his money.
He's going to sneeze.
He's going to sneeze. Bless you, by the way. He's like, here's money. I love you.
I think he might just be like, get out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like
out.
right now he's not in a mindset where he's going to listen to anybody.
Yeah.
Until he goes to therapy. Use all that money and go to therapy, sir.
Yeah, use a little bit of that money. You'll have some left.
He'll be upset. He's like, I can't spend that money.
He's like, I can't spend it.
Update. Okay. I hope this update makes sense because I'm very confused and not really doing that well at the moment. Reddit, you changed my life. Thank you so much for all your ideas and insights. Honestly, I don't think I would have had the courage to do what I did without you guys. I went to therapy, took the day off just to get my racing mind to calm down, and therapy has confirmed things that you guys suspected. I am a people pleaser. I wanted to save him, and I have internalized the idea that any effort and every penny I want him to spend on me makes me a gold digger. I will have weekly sessions to work on me. I realized I would have never taken this treatment from any of my other exes. Even though I made more than them, the idea I had to prove myself worthy to be with a millionaire and not be there for the money got into my head pretty early. I called one of his siblings that I'm pretty close with and just told her everything. She was not surprised, but just sad about how unhappy he was making me. She told me that from the day we started, he had this idea that I was out of his league. He struggled to understand why I wanted to be with him, and he probably just thought it must be my money. She told me she already talked to him in the past to treat me better, and she was furious about the proposal. This information confused me a little. I was a little hurt she never discussed any of this before, but she thought it was none of her business. She also explained how she and her husband organized their finances. He also doesn't have as much as her, and I took the opportunity to pack a bag. I haven't found a place yet, but I'm going to stay with my parents. I made up my mind that I will at least want 6 months apart to get myself in order. And I made sure my stuff was in the car because honestly, I had no idea how the conversation would go. So, into the most difficult part, the talk. I waited for him to come home. He was pretty late, but I didn't want to sleep another night on this. Pretending I was fine while I was contemplating all of this just ate me up. I had written down what I wanted to say. I've never been so scared before. I didn't want to hurt him, and I didn't know how he would react, and I took some advice from here. And I opened with the fact that I was moving out and that I wanted to pause our engagement. He was very quiet and just sat down. I told him that he really hurt me by calling me a gold digger and that I'm done walking on eggshells and feeling guilty for just wanting basic things. I told him I was unhappy and felt neglected. I also told him that after 3 years of me showing up for him, he still doesn't think I'm here for him. And that is not going to happen. He was just quiet. He didn't say anything. I told him that the constant comparison to his ex was unhealthy and unfair. Punishing me for her sins was abusive. I told him comparing her to me all the time has triggered me into comparing myself to her and starting to feel like she was worth more than me. One of the things about her was mostly ungratefulness. He would do nice things for her, but it was never enough. And the thing is, he doesn't do nice things for me. And I have to be grateful for the pleasure of picking up the bill. I told him he was not ready for marriage and that I dreaded having kids with him and living like this. That I didn't trust that he would take care of me if I would become a stay-at-home mom. And at that point, I just called him an abusive, I called him abusive and a user. I was getting pretty angry saying all this out loud and lost my composure and the script a little bit. He remained quiet with almost no emotion on his face. I stayed quiet, but nothing came out, so I decided that I would just leave. Only when I got up to go, he said, "Please don't go." He asked me if I was pausing the wedding or calling it off. He wanted to know if it was over or if he still had a shot. I told him I wanted out of this house, and I honestly don't want to live in his ex's palace of sadness anymore. I needed him to go to therapy, and especially financial therapy. I needed a separation, and I told him I was open to couples counseling if he went into individual counseling. He begged me not to do the separation, but honestly, I really, really wanted it. I just told him to think about it, and I left him. He was finally showing some emotions, and he was crying at this point. He sent me a very long text somewhere in the AM and told me he was a wreck and couldn't sleep. He made all kinds of promises. He would go into therapy and sell his house, buy a smaller one, and make sure I'm taken care of whatever happens. He said he would help me decorate and would make a home. He again asked me to please come home, but to me, it doesn't feel like home there anyway. And by the way, it'll feel like home when you listen to full episodes of stories like this. All you got to do is go to iHeartRadio or Apple Podcasts or Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts and search OK Storytime.
Do it.
And yeah, I think we're almost at
I think that was a good conversation.
Solid conversation. Yeah. He woke up to the reality that you're being neglected and it was his fault. And then he said, wait, no.
And he can make all sorts of promises, but if they don't have follow through, then they don't mean anything.
And give him some time.
Yeah.
Because it's like you can make promises day one. And then it's like in a week, if he's just like, yeah, screw you.
Yeah.
I don't need you. Then it's like, yeah, all right.
I also think the second that you call your partner a gold digger, it's like, why are you still in a relationship with that person then? Like on his part, I'm saying, if he truly like, thought you were a gold digger, why would you stay in the relationship?
It's clearly like he's just trying to like.
Yeah. He's lashing out like a little cat.
Get you. Okay. Let's finish this story. I feel very empty and tired. I've been sleeping most of the day, and I feel guilty, but also a little bit relieved, if that makes sense. I don't know if I actually want back if he does all that. I don't know. I'm a little unsteady right now. I need some time to process. I'll go back for the kitchen supplies and my TV, and I won't take anything else of the furniture. This for the exact same reason. This is the exact reason why I was unwilling to buy everything. His house is so huge, so the couch is huge, and I can't take it.
I was about to say, I was like, you gotta take all of your furniture, but it's like, oh, it's
too
just
big.
One of those giant, like,
I don't think,
sectionals.
That was a mistake right from the jump. Should not have bought any furniture for the house. You'd be like, you realize your house is empty, right?
Yeah.
Don't you want furniture for your house that I'm staying in?
Yeah.
Anyway, but that's the end of that story.
Strange. Man. But, I think that I think OP's correct in moving out, regardless of whether or not she wants to end that relationship. First step is just taking some time apart.
Solid call, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But that is all I think.
But there are some donations.
On to the next one.
Janina Johansson, thank you for the $30. Amy, thank you for the $5. How do I make pre-up money? Have no interest in getting married, but I want to be in the prenup money. Have no interest in getting married, but I want to be in the we need to sign up prenup tax bracket. Don't we all want to know? Man,
what can I say that's not technically illegal?
Don't say it then. If you have to say that as a technicality, do not say
Okay, here we go.
Nope, don't say it.
You develop a space program.
Oh.
You go to the moon and you harvest all of the helium-3 isotopes on the moon, and then you become the sole proprietor of all of the fuel for nuclear fusion reactors.
All right.
Okay, there you go. Awkward Turtle, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships again. Lick Your
Wilson.
Face, thank you for the $10. Happy Tuesday. Love you guys. Over and out.
Over and out.
Yeah.
Woo!
Thank you.
And Squeak
Don't
Girl,
lick
thank
my
you again
face,
for the one gifted
though.
membership.
Please don't lick my face.
And that's all the donations, but we do have a wheel spin.
2.
We
Two
do.
wheel spins.
Two
Yeah.
of them.
Oh, boy.
Count them.
Cloud Wizards up
boy.
first.
Fine.
Sorry.
Who's spinning it?
Me with the sword.
Chop your toes off.
Chop my toe
I
off
chopped-
with the
I chopped it off.
sword. Remove bailiff.
Jellaba just called you out for
Bailiff.
that's the premise of Falling Skies.
Man.
That's the premise of Falling Skies.
I don't know what
I've
that is.
literally never watched Falling Skies.
I don't know what that is, but I
We
do
have a
know
package
that
for tomorrow?
Purple Trader, thank you for the $10. Y'all got a package coming for y'all tomorrow.
What?
Ominous.
Thanks, Purple Trader.
What are you sending?
Or what? Yeah,
is
what
it?
are you sending? Maybe I shouldn't say thank you.
What is it?
Is
it a Oh, that little was a long purple spin. man?
Wow, what a spin.
What a spin,
What a
man.
spin.
What a spin.
Oh!
50
members.
members.
What a spin
And who is
indeed.
that from?
Cloud Wizard.
Cloud Wizard. Everyone say thank you, Cloud Wizard, if you just got one of the, or if you get one of those memberships.
Cloud Wizard is coaching 6-year-olds right now. So
Oh, Cloud
wish them
Wizard
luck.
is gone.
Cloud
Coaching
Wizard's gone.
But we
6-year-olds.
wish you equal amounts of luck regardless. Mr.
Yes.
Wizard.
Guess
Or
what?
Mrs. Wizard, I'm not sure.
50 memberships.
Or just Wizard. Ooh.
Oh.
Jamie says they have a gift
Ah,
from me.
This is
Why?
for Aqua
Why?
Turtle.
Amazing.
That's for Aqua Turtle.
Why? Why did
Aqua
you do that?
Turtle. Aqua Turtle. Aqua Turtle.
1.25.
1.25 for 5 minutes. And that is all of the donation spins for now. And everyone who just got one of those gifted memberships, say thank you, Cloud Wizard.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you, Cloud Wizard.
Thank you, Cloud Wizard.
1.25 is
Wizard of the
Whoa,
Clouds.
1.25. But let's get into this next story.
New
Double check.
footrest. The one that I made doesn't
I know.
work
I need
anymore. It's
one that's like
deflated.
puts my foot like
I told Riley he needs to
45 degrees.
45.
45 degrees?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
you know what
45
we
degrees.
need? We need the armchairs in Shy's house, Keon.
Which one?
You know, like
I
the
wanna-
really,
Wait, is it you house or-
I want a
luxurious ones.
I
no,
just want to
the,
be in like a little like
the
nest.
60s style.
Oh, we should get you like a
Whatever
Oh.
those are.
Oh, I like those. We should
like a
we-
conversation pit.
yeah,
Oh my
but they're
goodness.
also like really expensive.
Yeah,
But they're
let's just
extremely
ball
comfortable.
out
We should
and
get
get a
like an
little
egg.
Yeah.
like an egg chair.
Dude, honestly, like I
Yeah.
feel like the next step for my
Should we get you a hanging
my
chair?
bootiest maximus,
Oh, dude, I wouldn't stop spinning though.
my glutes and my back are in pain.
We need to get one of those little like cushion
from sitting
things
here
for your
for
butt.
7 hours.
Yeah, that's why I always put the pillow behind me so that my posture's better.
Look at all those-
Anyway,
Look at all those gifted memberships. That's kind of
woo!
crazy.
Look at all those new worms. Look at all those worms.
Just young worms.
You're not part of the worm army quite yet, but you are part of the worm citizenship. Is that right? Because you're not
What
a
is
knight yet.
What is this, Catan?
Yeah, you're not a
Kind of
knight
is.
yet in my army,
Ooh.
but you are
Ah.
a citizen of my kingdom.
So
One
Wow.
last
the
don't know.
chairs are $546 from Walmart before tax.
Okay.
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 One last don't know.
Kaylee, thank you for the $20. The car I just bought used has a coolant leak somewhere and is overheating. Oh no. I have to go tomorrow to see where it's coming from. The radiator is brand new and I'm worried it's the head gasket. $1. A 1 to 3K fix.
Oh no.
That is awful. I don't know how cars work, but I hope that everything's okay.
30 more minutes.
And Purple Trader, thank you for getting us to a 30 more minutes with that
Another
20
30
bucks.
minutes.
Woo.
Give us another 30
Toki
minutes.
says we are worm peasants. You're not peasants. Everyone's equal in my kingdom. Some are just less equal.
Peasants.
But let's get into this next story.
Last-
What?
Jessica Whitley, thank you for being a member for 3 months.
Oh, I thought you meant last story. I
So
was like,
happy to
what?
see y'all live. Here we are in the flesh.
No.
In the flesh, in the
Mela
blood.
6815 says, I guess I'm nothing in Sophia's kingdom. No. Okay. You're. I guess you're a peasant.
You're like the bucket that the peasants carry.
Yeah, everyone's part. You
You're
guys
a
are.
tool.
You guys are
A
the
useful
water.
tool.
No, don't say that.
Like
That's
a tool we wouldn't be able to live without.
No.
You guys
Not in
are-
the
no,
sense of
I
like
have a
calling
better
somebody
one. I
a
have a
tool
better
or like
one.
as a
You
person.
are
guys,
not that.
You guys are the.
This is a joke.
No, you
Not
guys are the
listen to him.
water that flows through my kingdom.
Ah, yes.
Mhm,
You're
The water that we all need to survive.
the babbling aquifer
Mhm.
of our Roman Empire.
And when you become a member, wait, no, okay. I guess everyone's a citizen of my
Look,
kingdom.
everybody's Roman concrete, okay? Everybody's Roman concrete, which they
I'm
just
changing
figured
it up.
out how to
I'm
make
changing it up.
again.
Everyone's a
You're
citizen.
being carried.
You start off as a
I'm
citizen,
being carried.
and then when you become a member, you're not a knight, so maybe you're like
Squire.
squire.
here's
You're squire
here's
when
what-
you become a member,
here's what
and then you
we
become a
should say.
knight.
Here's what we should say.
I like my
For
version.
pure equality, right?
Yeah.
You were on it with the water.
No.
You're all
You were on it with the water.
No, everyone's a
All
citizen.
of you, everyone here right now is the water,
Everyone's a
and
citizen.
we are the Roman aquifer.
What?
And
I'm
without
not
the
in Rome.
water flowing through us, we would have no purpose.
My worm kingdom is not Rome.
I'm just saying because
It's
the
not
aquifers,
Rome.
they had such good aquifers.
They did, but my
Okay,
worm
we're
kingdom is
separate
all the
aquifers
best
that are still.
stuff from all
The
of.
point
right.
being is one cannot exist without the
Yeah.
other.
Anyway, you guys
No,
are all
you are-
citizens.
you are-
That's
So-
the point.
You are not what? No. You're just.
That's what do you mean? No.
You're just citizens, and then you become squires, and then
Yeah,
you become knights.
I like that one.
Rome-
You're
you know-
citizens to squires to knights.
Yes.
That's the pipeline,
told.
and then you become archers.
Cool. I guess
told.
we're cool with Roman racism. Fine.
Get
Whatever.
ratioed.
They're
You
no,
got
they're
ratioed.
No,
all-
it's not racism. It's
Whoa.
classism.
They're all citizens.
Classism.
They're all citizens,
Just
and then
read
I
this-
make them fight my wars.
One last don't
There's
know.
no
and then
citizens
classism.
don't
They're
fight
all
the
citizens.
wars.
Yeah,
Do you know about the war?
they don't have
Do you-
citizens. Don't
do
have
you
to fight
mess
the
with the
wars
war?
unless they want to fight the wars against the pigeons.
Dude, if Riley's watching this, he's literally kicking
Okay,
himself
sorry.
right now.
My fiance, ready?
Yeah.
My fiance wants to exclude my daughter from our wedding, but I refuse to budge.
Why, is your daughter really that cool?
Does your daughter really need to be there? I'm just kidding. I, 45 male, have a daughter, Polly, from a previous relationship. I divorced my ex-wife on good terms, and we share 50-50 custody of Polly. She is now 11. After I divorced my ex-wife, I met my now fiance, Sharon. Sharon and my daughter got along very well. That's great. After 5 years in my relationship with Sharon, I proposed. By the way, this comes from Who Even Is That 5? And if you want to submit your own stories, go to r/OKStorytime subreddit. Who even is that? So,
Who is that?
Sharon was super excited and wanted to start planning right away. She looked at venues and started asking her friends to be her bridesmaids. She then told me she wanted her niece to be a flower girl, which I had no problem with, but I said I also wanted Polly to be a flower girl. Sharon looked at me funny and then said that she didn't think that Polly would fit the part. What's up?
The part
what
of
does that mean?
Flower Girl where it's a little girl who throws flowers.
What does that mean? What are you saying
Who
about
do you
that?
want? The Madonna? Like, what do you?
I got angry and told Sharon that my daughter would be in our wedding. Sharon started to become upset and said that the girls in the wedding were up to her. And Polly wouldn't be one of them.
Why would that
Up
be
to
up to
her.
you?
Oh, we're up to her.
Yeah.
I don't know
What
why
did
that
you?
meant.
What was in your head? Like, what were you thinking that meant?
Like
you
they were
couldn't-
tall.
Like, all the girls have to be as tall as me,
Up to
and
her.
your little baby girl can't be as tall as you. Bro.
No. They said that the girls in the wedding were up to her and Polly wouldn't be one of them. I told Sharon that if Polly was in the wedding, then there might not be a wedding. Stand on business. I stormed out and took Polly to get ice cream. Polly knows we are getting married and told me she thinks she will look pretty in whatever dress Sharon decides she would wear. Oh, this broke my heart, and I decided to text Sharon. I told her I would be staying at a friend's to think this over. My mother-in-law texted me saying I am overreacting and that my daughter doesn't have to be in my wedding. And I was an a-hole for saying that I would cancel.
Ugh, along came Polly.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I have to really quickly just say this out loud so it stopped bothering just me. But every time I hear you guys say Polly, I think of DJ Pauly D.
Interesting. I think
I
of Polly
hear
Pocket.
Pauly, like Paulie.
What are we?
Pauly.
What are we in?
And I'm
Jersey?
seeing, no, I saw a video with him recently, and now I'm cursed with this, and you all have to be too. Thank you. We can continue.
So did I take it too far saying I will cancel? Am I overreacting or just being a good dad? And there are some relevant comments and an update, but what are your thoughts? Because I got a couple.
I mean, to be clear, this is a daughter of someone who's getting married.
Yes.
Yeah, you have ultimate, you get to choose. What do you mean? This other woman being like,
I get to choose.
No,
It's
she's the person he's getting married to.
wait, I thought that was a mother.
The mother-in-law.
Look, I had a long morning and my brain is not
you
kicking
didn't come
in
here
yet.
till 2.
I woke up. You want to hear? I woke up 7 a.m. migraine,
after
baby.
this
That's all
that
it was.
sucks.
Yes. So
But okay.
I had no medicine. I had to go drive to the store to get it.
Oh.
Yeah, it sucked. It was a bad.
I'll
day.
explain for everyone who just got here and for Dakota. OP is marrying this woman, Shannon, I believe her name is. Shannon is like, I don't want your daughter, OP's daughter, Polly, to be in my wedding. And OP's like, she's got to be in the wedding. And Shannon's like, well, I don't want her to be. And OP's like, well, then there might not be a wedding.
And Shannon's the wife.
Shannon's the fiance.
Yes.
And then Shannon's mom is like, this is stupid. You should just kick your daughter out of the wedding. And that's where we are.
So my take on this now that I'm
what's your
fully
new take?
informed is if you're literally spatting and being like, well, then I guess there won't be a wedding right before your wedding.
You probably
not
aren't
ready to get married to that
for a
person.
wedding.
Just a thought.
Yeah.
Just a thought. Y'all probably are not sturdy enough to get married in the first place.
Agreed. Yeah. Man, oh man. I also just think that you should talk to her and ask her why she doesn't want Paul. Like, we should have a little bit more of a conversation.
Yeah, it's also just like weird that she doesn't want your kid to like
be like, what do you mean by that?
be the flower girl in y'all's wedding. That doesn't. She got beef with Pauly D.
She got beef with a 10-year-old? Weird of you. But there are some comments. Did you propose alternatives to the flower girl position? OP says, I said I wanted her in the wedding in some shape or form. I wanted her to be part of the day and not sitting with the guests while we walked down the aisle. Fiancé said it would be best if she just sat with my parents. Many have suggested a junior bridesmaid, but my fiancé still declines. Why does it have to be a junior bridesmaid? Why can't you just be a bridesmaid?
Is that
it's like a squire to the bridesmaids?
Don't say that to Dakota. Is this just water?
Stop it. That was a good comparison. I would stand on that forever.
No, wait, she's the water boy to the bridesmaids. Some juice.
You guys, what would be actually really cute is if you invent a fictional new position, like
but why
for her
can't
to
she be the flower girl?
She should be like the pew checker. So it's like if you're in the church, it's like, all right, before the wedding, before everyone shows up, I need you to check every row and make sure the seats are okay.
That's so messed up.
Super.
She's an usher.
It's messed up.
She's an usher.
I feel like she'd be like, okay, you tell her this is really important. And she'd be like, okay. And she'd do it, be like, they're all good. You'd be like, high five, Polly.
I think you're kind of
that I know how to manipulate children into being
a 10-year-old's
happy.
Intelligence.
Oh, she's 10.
She's 10.
See, I was thinking 5.
She's 10.
Bro,
That's a 10-year-old. She's going to be like, you're giving me a pew checker?
You might be able to get away with it with a 10-year-old, but probably not.
Probably.
Right.
If she's a dumb 10-year-old.
Be patient with me, everybody.
I did tell my fiance she will be in the wedding, and if that means she has to be a groomsman, then so be it. Fiance blew up saying she's not a boy, and my side's only for boys. She denied my request to have a father-daughter dance with Polly, so this is why I'm rethinking the whole wedding. She just kind of hates your daughter. Sharon and I are going to talk tonight, and hopefully she will give me a full reason. And then another commenter says, has Polly ever said anything about Sharon treating her poorly? OP says, Polly has never voiced any concerns about Sharon treating her badly. I have never seen anything happen between them, so this was very out of the blue. Surprisingly, Sharon has never had an issue with Polly until wedding talk. The two have always been super close, so her reaction shocked me for sure. I would have never popped the question if Polly wasn't comfortable. I totally understand where you guys are coming from. I do think it's crazy that I haven't seen any signs. I've talked to Polly and told her to tell me if anything has ever happened. Polly can't recall a single time Sharon was mean to her. And then another person says, could race, weight, or disability be a factor in this? And Opie says, yes, I made this post late last night, and I'm just now reaching all the comments. My daughter is not disabled. She's on the average weight scale for an 11-year-old, and all of us in the situation are white. And now she's 11.
She's become 11
she's even
now.
smarter. OP clarifies that his fiance is 39 years old. And there is an update But what are your thoughts now that you've maybe grasped what's going on in
It's just so weird
story?
that you'd be like, no, future husband, my future daughter-in-law is not allowed to participate in the wedding
That's weird.
because of like vibes.
Her vibe is off.
Because the vibes would be off. It's like, dude, it's
Yeah.
my daughter.
and she's not tall enough to.
what a
She's
what
up
a
to. She comes up to
doofus.
here.
Person's being a real doofus. Okay,
Mhm. It's true. Doofus.
and I don't know if you want to get married to a doofus.
No, I wouldn't. But there is an update, and I want to get married to this update. Talked to her mom this morning because I wanted Polly to start with her until this was figured out. Her mom said she hopes it goes well and told me I could stay with her and Polly if need be. She said Polly always comes home with nothing negative to say, so we aren't sure where this came from. OP has voted not the a-hole, and here's the big boy update.
Oh boy,
Strap in.
Oh big boy.
Thank you, everyone, for all the kind words. To answer a few questions, my daughter is not disabled, chubby, or having an awkward phase. Braces classes. I did ask if Polly could be a groomsman. Sharon immediately shot me down. Sharon is 39. She's the same race as my daughter. This is her first marriage. I tried to answer as many comments as possible. I came home to talk to Sharon today. When I pulled in our driveway, my mother-in-law was sitting there in her car. I got out and went inside, trying to avoid talking to mother-in-law. Sharon was sitting at the kitchen table, and I joined her. She sat in silence, so I asked the first question. Why does Polly not fit the part? And why don't you want her in the wedding at all? Her answer full-on shocked me. What do you think it is?
She's gonna be like, because I think she's a reptilian.
Whoa.
That's your answer?
That's gonna be what she says.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, your daughter.
That's your answer?
I
Uh-huh,
saw her
sure.
second layer of eyelids one night, and it's never been the same since. Your
She
daughter's
was-
I will
reptilian.
bet you all of my money right now that that's not happening.
What?
Oh, you think?
You're gonna bet
you
all your
think,
money?
Keon?
How could
Really?
you be so close-minded?
How are you
Do
gonna
you
put
want
me
to
on
know
blast
what?
like that?
You want to know what I think?
Yeah, let me tell you what you
Yeah.
think.
I think that one night, stepmom goes into Polly's room to, give her a little kiss goodnight, tuck her in. Polly's in the corner, head full turned, crawling on the walls.
Demon.
Mhm.
Demon possession.
Yeah, and she's like, sorry, I don't think she...
All right.
But she's looking out for Polly still because she's like, I don't think she can come into the church.
Chat, she's trying to. I'm just trying to make sure she doesn't burst in flames.
Yeah, she's like, I love her. She's chill, but
Chat, poll, demon or reptilian?
Yeah.
Uh,
take your pick. Mela says Sharon actually hates the daughter and wanted OP for convenience. Dang, that's another guess.
I don't know.
But let's find out. She quietly said, I was hoping that after the wedding, you could become a holiday visit only dad.
What?
What?
Wait.
As in-
what?
She thought that OP could just stop seeing his daughter after they got married and just see her on like Christmas.
Yeah. So you're not getting married to this woman. That's a. You just with no pre-talking, no discussion or conversation about that whatsoever. You're just gonna throw that out and be
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
You guys aren't getting married. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, no, dude! I demand that you don't get married.
I didn't want her in the wedding so she wouldn't be in the photos around the house since she wasn't going to be around much. I kept my cool, calmly took her hand.
Well,
And pulled the ring off.
wait, whoa.
No, give it.
Yes, it's mine. It's my precious ring.
Her eyes started to tear up. She said we shouldn't end the marriage over this and that she can change. I told her the damage was already
What do you
done.
mean she can change? You need to change into the person you were 10 minutes ago before we had this conversation, and I knew that was what you thought.
We can change partners.
Yeah.
I told her I wanted her things moved out by next week and that she could come get them when my daughter wasn't home. The house is in my name and I paid for it. I was allowing her to get her furniture that she paid for. She stormed out and mother-in-law came knocking on the door saying I was being unreasonable. I couldn't imagine only seeing my daughter 3 or 4 times a year. The fact that Sharon wanted me to give up part of my custody blew me away. I'm sitting on my couch just in shock. Our honeymoon was supposed to be in Hawaii. Looks like me and Polly will be going instead. Little father-daughter bonding. I will update again if anything happens. And there are some relevant comments and an update. So let's get into these relevant comments.
Let's go.
See how relevant they really are.
Let's get relevant.
People are once again skeptical that there was no bad behavior by Sharon toward Polly in the past. Opie says, I have truly never noticed a thing. Polly has never had anything negative about Sharon and asked her mom earlier today when she will get to see her again. Ouch. Oh. But there is an update. Yeah, you got to break up, man.
There's no route back from this unless
No.
you're like, all right, no, I'll abandon my child for
unless you're willing to leave your child, which would be insane. There is no
you. She's
way
like, yeah,
forward.
she likes her mom. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, nope. Hello, everyone. Thank you for all the kind comments and suggestions for Hawaii. We did that a few days ago, and Polly is already having a ton of fun. Lovely. If you have any cool suggestions, please drop them in the comments. As for my ex-fiancé, she has tried to reach out to me wanting to work everything out, saying she only did it because her mom wanted pure grandchildren.
Get out of
What?
here. What? Wow.
God, it gets worse.
So that entire family's crazy. Nice.
Pure.
I wanted them to be my children.
I still do not care if she really loved my daughter and if she wouldn't have acted on her mother's wishes. Sharon has called my workplace to try and get in touch with me. She has even shown up a few times to try and talk to me, and I've told my supervisor to just ask her to leave. She has gone as far as messaging my ex-wife a few times, wanting to know why her calls won't go through to me. When she caught wind that we were in Hawaii, she was pissed. I'm still close with her brother, and he told me that her and her mom were going to try and get plane tickets. Yoicks. If that's the case, I will likely file a restraining order.
Attaboy.
Polly has asked, what happened to Sharon? And I told her that we come as a package deal, and Sharon only wanted me, and I couldn't leave her.
Dang.
Ow.
Dude, what do you mean, ow?
That's such an ouch thing to hear as an 11-year-old.
Oh, really? See, now to me, I'd be like, oh, dude, my dad likes me so much.
Yeah, I mean, like from the perspective of thinking about your relationship with your dad, it's nice, but also she probably liked Sharon and is now hearing that Sharon didn't like her.
In my head canon, she didn't. So that's
She
that's
freaking
how I'm going
hated
to move
Sharon.
forward that
She
way. I'm
was
going to be like,
cordial with.
she was
yeah.
a stinky lady,
In my
daddy. I
mind,
didn't like her.
Polly never liked Sharon.
Yeah.
Polly understood, but I think she was a little heartbroken. Your head canon's not.
Okay. Way to go. Hey, thanks, OP, for ruining my head canon.
Thanks, OP. I know this update is small, but it's all I have for those asking. And relevant comments. Did your former future brother-in-law have any light to shed on Sharon and his mom's behavior? OP says her and her brother are not very close and grew up in different homes as my ex-mother-in-law and father-in-law are divorced. Her brother and dad are pretty awesome, though. We went and had drinks a few days after the storm of Sharon and her mom. And there is, I think, a final update. But I want to hear what some of your guys' relevant comments. Kimberly Fine says, don't tell the kid that play the bad guy till she's older. I think maybe saying like, don't tell the kid about Sharon's, thoughts until
I
she's
don't
older.
know about that.
I think it.
Was that a joke?
I don't know.
She does like to joke.
Teacher Yo says, long term, I would love hearing that. Her dad chose her over a woman. Short term, it might hurt. That's kind of my thought. I think right now, Polly's probably going to be pretty upset, but I think in the long term,
She
knowing
might
that
think
it's going to strengthen.
It's her fault kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think it's up to the dad to or OP to be really clear going forward, just constantly reaffirming his daughter and saying like, you did nothing wrong. Sharon was not right for me, and it was never going to work out.
Yeah.
You have nothing to apologize for. But there is Harriet Spaghetti says, bad move, Dad. That kid is going to have a complex now. And Alyssa Roxanne says he should not have been that blatant about it. An 11-year-old could easily start thinking that she ruined the possibility for her dad to have a happy relationship. Yeah, I think there's a line between telling the full truth and kind of explaining it in a way that still makes her, feel okay. But
I'd be
She's
like
a little bit older, maybe, but since
Yeah.
she's 11, 10, 11,
it's probably going to
It's
be
too
really
early.
hard. Yeah, I think it's just going forward, he needs to be on the
that
ball.
blatant is too early.
But there is an
Yeah,
update.
I don't know.
Let's see if Polly is emotionally scarred. I realized I forgot to do an update. Polly and I had an epic time in Hawaii, and she's already talking about wanting to go back. Turns out when my ex-fiance and her mom tried to buy tickets, the airlines were sold out. What a bummer for them. Instead, they decided to leave piles of letters at my door.
Instead,
What are you, Hogwarts?
Instead, they decided to swim to Hawaii.
Took them a while. They're still swimming.
Yes, they're in the middle right now.
There were maybe 50 envelopes full of pages about how I needed to take Sharon back. Were they all handwritten or were they typed?
Are they made with newspaper clippings?
She's like, I can't tell you who this is, but you should take your ex-fiance back. Sharon.
Yeah.
It's not Sharon, though.
And lose Polly. Good.
Polly.
I honestly didn't read them and discarded most of them. So far, I've coincidentally run into Sharon at grocery stores and gas stations and not paid any attention to her. She attempted to show up at my daughter's meet the teacher night, but since she didn't have a kid, she wasn't allowed in. But you guys are allowed to listen and watch full episodes of stories just like this. Just go to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or iHeartRadio and search Poke Storytime. And you'll hear Dakota dancing. It'll be kind of silent. You can kind of hear it.
Can you hear this? Oh, now you can hear it. Dang it, the bird. I keep messing up the bird.
Stop.
It won't stay up.
Stop.
I taped it. Anyone else notice the bird that I had taped up here that was hanging?
What bird?
Pigeon?
It looked nice.
What bird? There is a little bit left to this story. Crystal Strong says, I've never kept anything from my children. I know from my own experiences that if you keep the truth from them, it hurts them so much.
My take on this is 11 years old is old enough to know the truth, and you just make it clear that it's Sharon's fault and not Polly's.
I think
Sharon decided, I guess she wanted me to abandon you, and I wasn't going to do that. That is not your fault. Sharon's fault, because she's a moron. And that's it. And leave it at that.
Yeah.
I think that's enough.
I think so. But let's finish this story off. From what I have heard through her brother and dad, she already has a new boyfriend. That's wild.
Wow.
That's wild. Yikes. And just wants to get back at me now. As for me, I put a restraining order on Sharon. I did see comments asking if I was going to attempt to date again. Let's just say I took my ex-wife with me to Hawaii.
Whoa.
And we decided to try again. Polly parent trapped you.
No?
Yes.
Where's the twin?
Oh, well.
Hawaii.
She
Hawaii's the
twinlessly-
twin.
Yeah.
If anything, that's even more impressive. She did it without
She
the
did it
twin.
without
She did
a
it with
twin.
an island.
She parent trapped you solo. She's too powerful.
Maybe it was just the water of Hawaii.
Dude. Oh my God. How did that happen? I want more. I want more to that story.
Does it say? Isn't there more?
All in all, I'd say I don't expect to be hearing from Sharon or her mother again. And my ex-wife has now moved back in with my daughter and I?
Wait.
What?
Wow.
Didn't you? Dude, you got to take that like 50 times slower. 50 times slower. You're
I don't know.
moving
You've already
back
done
in.
it once.
You're moving back in with your ex-wife
Yeah.
right after you ended
This is
your wedding?
This seems like a Hallmark movie. I'm not gonna
You
lie.
just called it. This is parent trap.
It's exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, of course you're moving back
Dude.
in with your
And you know what?
ex-wife
To be-
that you had this kid with.
I already can see the ending where they're like all happy family, all of them are three hugging, and they're playing Hawaiian roller coaster ride at the end.
Yeah,
there.
and there's like
they're-
one
and they're doing a
Hawaiian
helicopter
guy.
shot, and it's zooming out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know exactly what's going on with the
Or-
sunset.
Or it turns into that
Aloha.
Scooby-Doo movie where they're
What?
surfing. And there's
Scooby
like
Surfer?
Yeah, and there's like monsters and stuff.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
What?
Was that a dream? that you
No,
had?
this is like a famous Scooby-Doo movie.
The
No.
monsters?
If it's
Yeah, where
not
they're
zombie,
surfing.
live
if it's
action
not
one?
Zombie
No.
Island or Cyber Chase, it ain't it.
Zombie Island is the only Scooby-Doo movie for me.
Isn't it Zombie Island?
Shout out to the Hex Girls.
That was literally
Anyway.
what I just thought about.
But that's the end of that story. So we're gonna get into the next one. But here you go.
Shout out to
We got some donations to read.
Oh my god. Wait, that was the end of the
That was the end of that story.
yeah, and the end of the episode.
And the end of the episode.
Do we do the sign off?
No, we
Not on
don't.
Tuesday.
Dang
It's
it.
Tuesday, man.
I told you. You gotta give me a break today.
It's Aloha Scooby Doo, but that's not even the top five.
Aloha
And
Scooby-Doo.
I
Thank
couldn't
you,
even just,
Randy.
go back to bed after
That's like
my
a
migraine. I
big
had to
one.
do
Forget about
a
the
bunch
Area
of stuff.
51
Dang.
too. The Area
I had to
51
do
one
a
was really
bunch
good
of
too.
stuff today.
The alien
I woke
one?
up and went to Biggles. The alien one's pretty great.
It was
Where?
pretty great.
To
Like
Biggles?
the hippie.
The Biggles.
What is-
the Biggles place?
Oh, I thought you said Biggles. I was like, what is
Well, you
Biggles?
thought wrong, Buster.
Who
Billy
are you
Claire-
fraternizing with at Biggles?
No one.
I know, but
Biggles
still.
isn't a place. Billy Claire, thank you for the $3. Why did she swim to Hawaii? Her relationship sunk. Oh,
Wow.
oh, dude. I don't know if you
Wow.
remember already, but you're knighted.
Ka-shing, ka-shing.
Ching, ching.
Yeah,
Okay.
the relationship song.
That was
Dude,
brilliant,
that's
man. Little Bell
so
Blue,
good.
thank you for the $8. Are you guys going to do another game live? Because you should do Split Fiction. It looks good. It looks good
I showed that to Dakota.
for everyone to watch you play.
Yes.
Dude, that's
I'm
the one
so
that I
down.
was talking about.
Oh, really?
I've
You
seen the
talking about
playthrough.
Oh, I want to play it. So
Yeah.
You showed me that? I have no memory
So
of
it's by the
this.
same people who did It Takes
Takes
Two, which
Two.
is another great one that we could play.
this is they have so many Easter eggs where like it's
Yeah.
literally they're like in.
I was watching
so many worlds.
Jacksepticeye's playthrough of it.
I want to play it.
I didn't
Actually,
finish it because I wanted to play it.
And guess what? You only need one person to get the game
Perfect.
because it's a split screen
That,
game.
I was actually thinking about that for Friday because I saw it and I was
Me
like, that'd be a
too.
great one.
I told Dakota
Okay,
about it.
let's do that.
Also,
That's-
there's a couple other games. I've been watching a
doing.
lot of Jacksepticeye and I keep getting ideas for games because they look fun.
Amazing.
Little Bell Blue, we read that one, but thank you again. Little Bell Blue, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Jessica Whitley, thank you for being a member for 3 months. So happy to see y'all live. And us, thanks for the 50 gifted memberships.
Hey, thank you, us.
But I think that was from Cloud
Was
Wizard.
it- Yes.
But
The
do we
Wizards
have
of the
any
Cloud?
spins? Or are
Wizards
we
of the
good?
Coast.
No, we are good.
Yeah.
We are good.
I am a big Jacksepticeye
You wanna
man.
say? We have kind of like a little guest here. Do you want to say hi?
Hello.
Yeah, you can say
Say
hi.
hi.
You say hi.
Come here and say the chair.
Say hello.
hi.
Say
We
who-
have a friend. We brought a friend to work. Yes.
Am I speaking?
Yeah, you speak.
Hi.
Don't say any bad things. Just say
No,
hello.
hi.
Just say it to the
Hello.
camera. Say who you are.
Oh, I'm Nick. Hi, I'm their friend.
What's
Give us a
the
fun fact?
percentage amount of thirst that the chat is about to get for Nick
Oh,
right
yeah,
now?
Get out of here, dude. Nah,
Um,
no.
He's about to come in.
What do you do?
Oh, I'm a musician.
He's a musician.
I'm a drummer.
He's a drummer.
Yeah,
Mhm.
That's it.
that's it.
Okay.
That's all.
All right, get how much? All right.
Yeah, he's he's a pretty cool guy, all around cool guy. All around cool guy, Nick.
Ooh, yeah, Nick.
Oh, see, look.
Immediate. Yeah.
Bro, they're about to go crazy. All right.
Stella goes, "Hello, potential new husband."
No. He's just here to say hello. Oh, but everyone's saying hi, Nick.
Oh.
Dude, I appreciate Kit T saying Zombie Island.
Zombie
I
Island.
know, I saw that one.
Yes. Yes.
Amy Herring, thank you for the $5. I need some good vibes for my kiln to arrive today. They are an hour and a half late.
Hold on.
Send me good vibes, please.
Did I see that? Did you see that?
May your
What?
kiln be what? What does it say?
Good vibed.
Getting some of your local rat thing.
What is that?
Rat handing?
What?
That's what it says. Probably rat handling.
Why are you handling rats?
That's from.
Are they?
Kono.
Sometimes you gotta handle rats to take care of business.
Well, is
Sophia.
it like, are you handling just rats in the wild, or do you have pet rats?
There's a stick that goes with those rats. You stick.
Oh
Rat.
no. Kono, thank you for being a member for 3
Nick's
months.
Colombian, yeah.
You forgot you were. It's like, yeah, I am.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Wait.
Kono says, alive, yippee! It's been hard to make it ever since I moved to the other side of the world. Greetings from, we read this one, your local rat handling Colombian, or rat handing.
We know.
Do you hand
we
out
need
rats?
to know what you
Give us
meant.
more information.
Tell us more, Kono. Tell us
Jackie,
about
thank
your
you for the
rats.
$5. My
Just
boyfriend
Spanish,
informed me that
just-
Max 2 off a huge chunk of Scooby-Doo movie. Wait, what?
Max
My boyfriend informed me
That
Max-
the streaming service.
that Max took off a huge chunk of Scooby-Doo movies this week. As a Scooby-Doo girl, I am heartbroken.
Well, it's all right. You
No.
only
Max, what are you
need
doing?
2 of them.
I need 3.
You need the live
talking
action,
about? It's a great
the
one.
I need
first
bo-
one.
I need both live actions.
No, just the
I need
first
Zombie
one.
Island and I need Cyber Chase.
You just need the first one in Zombie
We're
Island.
good.
Mhm.
I don't
Let
even
us
think
know
I've
if we
seen
can
Cyber
thirst.
Chase.
Nick has a girlfriend, but you can thirst. Oh, so we fine with it. She'll be like, yes.
Where do you get into this next story, though?
Can we get this one?
We are.
We didn't get that one, though. Kaylee, thank you for the $10. It may be the thermostat. My temperature gauge was fluctuating from high to somewhat normal, and apparently a faulty thermostat can cause coolant to leak.
Oh.
Hopefully it's that or the hoses. I hope that your car trouble gets better.
Yes, may your car trouble
Never troubled you.
be cured.
Squeaky Girl, thank you for the 1 gifted membership.
Yes, that's right.
Woo.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Let's freaking
Yes.
get
What are
into
you,
this
M.
next
Bison?
story.
Did you shut up, dude? You didn't just hit me with an M. Bison reference
Yeah.
right before I have to lock in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were
a
you eating
threat.
just friends?
What? That's a threat?
That's a threat.
Give me
Don't take
that.
my knife, sword.
Don't take my knife sword.
All right.
Is this just the just friends one?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
do it.
Dang it. I keep missing the tee up. That's 3. That's 3 tee ups I've missed. I thought we were just friends. He thought we were dating.
Ooh, mixed signals. Maybe.
Mixing them up. There
Mix
I
those
am.
signals
I'm
up.
mixing those signals up.
What is that? That's jambalaya.
That's signal goulash.
Ooh.
Signal gruel. I know it probably sounds bad, but hear me out. Last year, I had to move in with my parents because I was having a hard time finding a new place to rent after a really bad breakup. My parents and I don't get along great for a lot of reasons, and it made everything a lot worse. So, to get out of that, what? That was a crazy way to end that sentence. My parents and I don't get along great for a lot of reasons, and it made everything else a lot worse. So, to get out of that.
I think.
What does that mean?
No, continue on to the next page.
What does that mean?
Continue to the next sentence. So, to get out of that place to rent, I think it was just separated by accident.
By the way, this story comes from user Throwaway Dating Friend. And if you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit.
So, to get out of that place,
Take a deep breath.
Oh, God, I'm not going to make it, guys.
Hmm.
I eventually decided to apply for some jobs in other places. At the time, I really didn't want to, since I'd lived in that city my whole life and I liked my job, but I just couldn't stay with my parents anymore. I found a job pretty quickly because this hotel was reopening after changing owners, and they weren't finding staff easily, so I ended up moving here in October. In the beginning, I wasn't socializing much because it's really hard to find friends here when everyone already knows everyone. My country and region are doing well. No confirmed. This is during the vid.
Mm.
And that definitely didn't help with making friends. I've also been pretty busy because I decided to buy a house. It just kind of happened because my boss knew the previous owners and it was super cheap since it needed a lot of work. But it definitely made this move feel very permanent. Yeah, you bought a house.
That's a big deal.
Then, in May, this guy, Eric, with a K, and I got stuck in the social distancing queue outside of the pharmacy together and started talking.
Ooh, what
Yeah.
kind of talking?
Ooh, just a little
Flirting?
yapping. Just a little gabbing. A
Mm.
little goofing.
Little bantering.
I told him I was new, and he invited me to a barbecue with his friends. Not gonna lie, I'm not great with new people, but they made me feel welcome, and we're all very nice. After that, we just kept hanging out, mostly me and Eric, which I thought was because he was quite careful during... What? But okay. After that, we just kept hanging out, mostly me and Eric, which I thought was because he was quite careful during these times and only saw his big group of friends outside. Plus, we were the only two who weren't in a relationship or had kids, so it made sense in my head that we were alone a lot.
Oh, he's just a little oblivious.
Oh, yeah, that's what the O in OP stands for.
Oh, oblivious.
Oblivious.
Person.
I'd cook him dinner and lunch.
Ooh.
I'm a chef. All right, Jon Favreau.
Wait, so you're
Jeremy
you're
Allen
hanging
White.
out alone a bunch. You're cooking him dinner.
We're just friends.
Just buds.
We're just friends.
Just
Hey,
buds.
friends can do that. Come
Friends
on.
can do that,
Yeah,
but when
friends
you
can
when
do
you
that.
started off,
Friends can do that.
Friends can do that.
Also
I do that all the time
relationships
with
can do
Dakota.
Oh.
yeah, but you guys are in a relationship.
I thought we were more than friends, Keon.
You guys are married.
Ugh. We need to talk.
You need to read.
Shut up. Shut up. I'd cook him lunch and dinner. I'm a chef, and he'd show me great hiking places and help out a lot with the renovations on the house. I also started telling him about the breakup and stuff, and even though I feel like I've moved on, it was still nice that he was so understanding. Like, I always thought it sounded so cheesy when people talked about knowing, like, a week into a friendship or relationship that it was gonna be different. But that's the only way I can describe what it's felt like. I promise now that I'm writing it down so it's obvious. But I honestly didn't think much of it since I'd never dated a guy before. Then, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, he called and asked if I wanted to have dinner on my next night off, and also said, just you and me. He seemed kind of weird and formal, but I assumed it was something else going on and just said yes, to which he responded, it's a date then. And I assumed he meant that as a jokey line because I have friends who have done that in the past. Aww.
OP.
Aww.
OP.
Aww.
How much
Now
clearer than
Now Kith
how
right
much
now.
clearer
You're
can
a
he
silly
be?
goose.
He
Yeah.
just told you it
You're a
was a
silly
date.
goose, OP.
Oh boy.
You're a silly little goose.
I just want
Oh
him to-
boy.
This is like a Sims thing. I just want him to kiss.
Kid.
Yeah.
But I don't
Kiss,
think OP
kiss,
wants to kiss
kiss,
back.
kiss.
We don't know that just yet.
No,
Maybe.
based
I
on the
don't
title.
know. We'll see.
Okay, so jokes aside, he picked this restaurant in another town that was relatively fancy that I'd never been to. I drove him home afterwards and he told me goodnight and that he'd had a great time. Usually we're not that formal with each other, but we weren't really acting that different during dinner, so again, I didn't think much of it. Then over the next week or so, he started sending hearts in texts and would call me some pet names here and there, which is the first thing that stood out to me a lot. You were dating this guy for weeks before you realized y'all were dating?
Oh no. He's like, hey cutie. What's up, sweetie?
And she's like,
And she's
that's
like,
so friendly.
He's being a little more friendly than
It's
usual.
being a little touchy, but I kind of like it.
I guess we're just best friends now.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we're like besties.
Maybe I
besties.
should
Ow.
like best friends can kiss each other on the lips, right?
Yeah.
Smooch your bros. Anyway. earlier this week, he grabbed my hand
Whoa.
while we were
See?
out during his lunch break, and that's when it finally clicked.
Sophia's loving this.
It really caught me by surprise,
Oh.
and I didn't know how to react, so I tried to play it cool and go along with it.
Okay. I've done this.
You've done this?
Yeah,
Wait, what have you done?
I have done this.
No, immediate okay story time. Explain yourself now. Explain yourself now.
No, but I was on a date.
Okay.
I was on a date and I wasn't interested. I realized on this date that I really wasn't interested in this person.
Oh wait, I think I know
you
this
know,
story.
You do know. And we were watching a movie and they just like grabbed my hand and I didn't know what to do, so I just didn't move cuz I want to like I'm just sitting as far away as possible from this person.
Just went full Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I was like and they grab my hand. Wait, I need your hand. And they start oh, we can't see it. Oh, there we go. And they just start give me your hand. And they just start doing like this. And
Ugh.
my hand is like limp. It was terrible.
And I imagine you're like,
Yeah. So you know what? I get it,
You're
OP.
like, I have sweaty hands. Please.
I get it, OP.
please stop doing that.
All right, you keep going.
Okay. It really caught me by surprise. I didn't know how to react, so I tried to play it cool and go along with it. Then yesterday, he texted and asked if we were still on for our movie night on Sunday. And I just said, yeah, of course.
Okay, but I wouldn't keep it up. You
gotta
can't keep it up.
Stop being cool.
You gotta say like, hey, it seems like we're,
We're dating?
we're dating.
We're dating? Are we
It seems
dating?
like we're dating.
We're dating? Communication. So now I'm starting to panic a bit. I grew up pretty conservative, and I guess I didn't question my spicy proclivities a lot, even when I got to university, and a lot of other people were. I've always been awkward when it comes to that stuff, and I never really made the first move with any of the girls I've dated. But I've been thinking about it for the last few days, and I've realized I really, really like him, and all of the stuff he's done never made me uncomfortable. Quite the opposite, actually.
Oh,
He...
oh, that's great. Oh, yeah, that's cute.
Mm.
I'm getting excited.
Mm.
Sophia's really into this.
He's cute. Definitely what I would have said is my type, but like a guy version. And it feels different than any friendship I've ever had.
Wait, what
I love
gender is
this.
OP?
I don't know.
Just because of the like, oh, he's cute, but definitely a guy version. So now I'm wondering if OP is a man, and that's why this is kind of been going over OP's head.
I don't see
Like, didn't realize that he was into men?
any descriptors.
Do we know what gender OP is?
What gender OP is do 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 do
They're
do
both
do
male.
do.
Okay, wait, I didn't hear that part, or we didn't read that part.
It wasn't even involved.
It wasn't even involved. That makes a lot more sense because now it's like OP's like, I'm not into guys. We're just two pals palling around. And this guy's like, and then OP's like, wow, that's nice. I guess if I were into men, he'd be my type, but I'm not into men. Oh, wow. I guess I'd like to kiss him if I were into men. Huh.
Yeah.
Funny.
I guess we'd be dating.
If I were into men. OP just hasn't come out to himself yet. I get it. This makes so much more sense.
Gay.
It was gay all along. All right. Keep going.
Sorry, it's just I just made both the guys crack up by saying that.
Oh, man.
It is what it is, guys. What? There's nothing funny about that.
Keep
Like,
going.
again, looking back, I definitely haven't been acting super platonic with him. And we've gotten close really fast. And if I'm being honest, he'd been a girl. And if I'm being honest, if he'd been a girl, I also would have assumed that's where this was going. I guess my issue is, should I tell him next time I see him that I didn't realize we were dating? Should I wait? Does he need to know? I don't want him to feel embarrassed that he assumed or think that I'm using him to figure myself out, but I also don't want to lie. I genuinely want to see where this goes since he makes me really happy. And there's an update.
OP.
Take it away. What should he do?
You go to him and you say, well, first you figure out, do I want to date this man? You say, you take a little moment and you say, I am interested in him. You know, do I want to see where it goes? And then you go to him and you say, hey, just wanted to talk to you about it because I feel like we haven't had a conversation about it. I really enjoyed spending time with you. And I've noticed that you've kind of, been doing more romantic things. I want to let you know I didn't realize that was happening, and that's on me. I am interested in seeing where this goes, if that's true. I'm interested in seeing where this goes, but I just want to let you know that, like, this is new for me or whatever. You
Yeah.
give them all of the rundown, like, I've never been in a relationship with a man or blah, 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 blah.
This is making me think of that one thing from What We Do in the Shadows, where he's like, "Gay is in, gay is hot. I want me some gay."
Is that what,
yeah.
gay is in, gay is hot, I want me some gay.
That's literally what's going on right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Well said all around, everybody. well said. Now, let's get into the update. So we had our dinner movie night yesterday, and I was very nervous, mostly because I was scared how
new?
Mostly because I was scared that how new it was to me was going to be a deal breaker. But Eric, with a K, came over, and I think he instantly realized I was acting weird. He didn't say anything while he was helping me cook, but then when we sat down to eat, he almost immediately asked what was up. So basically I said something like, I really like you and I want to see where this goes, but I want you to know it's very new to me and I'm not sure you're cool with that. And he asked, do that again? Exactly. And he asked what exactly was new to me. And I said I'd only dated girls before, which then led to a conversation where I couldn't avoid telling him that I didn't realize we were dating until that lunch. He actually got really quiet for a few seconds after that, and I was scared he was upset, but then he just laughed. Exactly, because it's funny. It's honest, it's funny.
It's
It's
because
funny.
it would be worse if it was like, I didn't realize we were dating and like I'm not interested in you. You're not saying that. You're saying I'm super interested in you. I just didn't realize we were dating.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's cute.
So
It's like,
it's good. It's good. Basically, he thought I'd been flirting with him for quite some time.
You probably were.
Probably, maybe, who knows? Looking back, I probably was, just not intentionally. And all of his friends had been saying, like, he seems so into you. It's really obvious. He's probably just too shy to make the first move. He even mentioned some other stuff I had done that I gotta admit definitely doesn't sound platonic when he retells it. So I can see why they thought that, and ultimately they were right, I guess. And during that lunch, he'd apparently thought I was reaching to grab his hand. So he reached out too.
Mhm.
Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have done it because he said he's never been good at making the first move physically. He said when he asked me to dinner, that was a huge deal, and his friends had tried to hype him up for a while. And that's probably why I didn't realize that he was asking me out, since he was super nervous. Anyway, We ended up talking a lot after dinner. He didn't come out publicly aside from a few close friends until a year or so ago. So he definitely understood that I don't have a lot of experience. He hasn't had a lot of relationships in general, at least not any proper or public ones, since he hadn't come out, and it's a pretty conservative area, so there aren't a lot of guys who were out of the closet here. He actually admitted that he'd even been nervous to talk to me that first time we met, since I looked kind of lumberjacky. His words, not mine, though the day we met, I think I hadn't shaved in a while, so I don't doubt it. I have a fun OK story time about that later.
What?
Yeah, don't worry. It's about the lumberjack. And he knows rumors travel fast, especially when someone doesn't really fit in around here. So I guess he was worried that I'd fit the small town conservative type, or have heard all the gossip. The whole it's a date thing, for example, would never happen between two guys who are just friends here. Wait, yeah, well, yeah, because that's a date.
Because you were on a date.
Right.
You
Yeah.
guys were on a date.
Yeah. Keon, if me and Keon go get something to eat, I go, hey, you want something to eat? He goes,
Yeah.
and then we go get something to eat. I don't go, it's a date.
Hey, you want to go get something to
And I'm like,
You wanna get
"It's a
some-
date."
some dinner?
What if it is the
Yeah. Well, that's why you would clarify.
Right.
Yeah, Carly's gonna have to find out the hard way.
It's another great time to promote clear communication.
Clear communication.
Okay.
Woot.
I've definitely noticed the culture, and it's something we've talked about too, since being out here isn't always easy. So we might try to keep it low key at first and mostly tell his friends and some of mine. I could probably ramble on about him and what we talked about for a long time, but to keep it short, it was a really nice talk, and we want to take it slow, but we also realize we've basically been half dating since May. So it felt weird not to make it official. So I guess I've got a boyfriend now. Thanks, guys. And there's another edit here, and there's plenty more stories, so I bet you there's another update.
I love this.
Yeah, this is like Sophia's
This is great.
this is your favorite story of
This is
the
great.
week, probably,
It's
so-
clearly the best story of the day.
Yeah.
Clearly.
We've got story left.
For like a hot second, I thought
So
we
this
read
could
the
all
story.
fall apart.
For a hot
Or
second,
did
we
get better.
definitely didn't because
we definitely
it's
didn't
great.
because there was a very similar story where it was very similar to this. Again, two guys, and one of them was like, "I'm not gay, but I love you and I appreciate you." But
Yeah,
like,
but this one is
this is the complete opposite.
I'm bi.
Yes.
That's great. Let's get into it.
Say it with me, guys. Never mind.
So what do we didn't even know what we were gonna say.
Edit. I really didn't expect this to get as much attention as it did, but I truly appreciate all the kind words, and I'm really happy you found some joy in this story that just started with me being oblivious and confused. I might actually have to show this to Eric because all the support is making me really emotional over here. We got another edit. I'm kind of shocked at the number of comments on here. I thought there were a lot just when I went to bed a few hours ago. It's overwhelming in a lot of different ways, to say the least. I only started using Reddit for renovation advice, and that usually gets me a few helpful comments. So I guess that's what I thought would happen here too. Thank you for all of your love, though. I'll try to respond to a few questions later when I'm not feeling so overwhelmed. Sorry, I can't answer you all. Edit 3, okay. Last update before I log out. Overwhelmed in a lot of different ways, and I think it's best for my anxiety to exit this now. I know it sounds silly since I posted on here asking for comments, but I'm just not good at getting attention. And I didn't expect more than a handful of helpful comments since that's what I usually get on my main accounts when I ask about renovations. Blah, 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 blah. I looked through some of the comments and messages, though, and I wanted to answer some of the main questions. I am not American, and no, English isn't my first language. The only reason I added that to my main post is because sometimes on my main account there would be phrases or names of tools I just don't understand or know the word for. I see now maybe that wasn't needed here, and I'm sorry if it confused any of you. I studied English for many years, but school English is very different from internet and everyday English. I know my grammar pretty well and basic vocabulary, but I couldn't do my job in English. Some people asked where I lived and how it could be so conservative. It's just a small town culture that I can't quite explain. Everyone knows everyone. False rumors spread easily. There are some people who are known to cause trouble who grew up here and think they own the place. On top of that, just the general attitude towards everything is very old-fashioned. It's not hard to avoid, but it's still worrying. And I don't use this subreddit. People have mentioned like 5 different posts that are apparently very similar, but based on how many people in the comments have also been in this situation, maybe it's just pretty common. I genuinely don't know what you want me to say, except I haven't read them, and I can't seem to find them either. I can only speak for myself, and you can choose to believe me or not. That's up to you. I got the advice I needed, and that's all that matters to me. I know this might sound very love story or movie-like, but in reality, it's just me realizing I like someone and wanting to start a relationship with him. My life isn't very exciting, and I prefer it that way, which is why I'm very happy. I made this a throwaway account so I can go back to my regular stuff. Ha ha. And by the way, you can go back to full episodes with stories like these. All you have to do is go to your podcast platform of choice, like iHeartRadio or Spotify or Apple Podcasts, wherever you listen. Just search OK Storytime, and you've got 1,200 plus hours of stories to listen to. So keep cracking. There's a little bit of story left. Sophia, do you have anything to add about this perfect story that you love so much?
It's so perfect. Yeah, I love. It's so cute. That's all.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else to add that's not exactly that. So
yeah,
let's crack on, shall
crack
we?
on.
While this is making me quite anxious, I don't regret posting it. Reading other people's stories has been very emotional, and I wish I could handle going through all of them, but I don't think that would be good for me right now. Just know I appreciate all the advice and love. I didn't want to bring this up because it seemed irrelevant, but after my last breakup, I was probably at my absolute lowest point, and I never expected that I would get to a place where I'm feeling this hopeful. At least, not this fast. So again, thank you so much, and maybe I'll update this in the future if something happens. But right now, I'm happy to leave it at this. And that is the end of that story.
Leave it at freaking perfection, man.
Just 2 boys in love.
2 boys in love.
Just 2 boys in love.
But we got some donations to read that I'll wipe my tears on.
Do it.
Brittany, I see you, Lynn. Thank you for being a member for 12 months.
What?
Woo!
The 12 months are just rolling
in, man. Yay.
Rolling.
Happy
Keep rolling,
OKST
rolling.
birthday to me. I get to go on Dakota's board. What an amazing year of growth for OKST. Keep up the great work.
I know I said that the current
Love
project is on there's gonna be a board.
There's
It's
gotta
gonna be
be a board.
something. It's just not gonna be the actual tickets.
Tanya Farensworth Jones, I knight you.
I knight thee.
A knight. Purple Trader, thank you for the $20. Hippo character falling to the ground in a dramatic way, bursting into tears with the words, epic fail in the background.
Is the hippo okay?
What happened to the hippo?
Is the
it's
hippo okay?
Trust
Is
me, I
the
saw
hippo
the animation.
okay?
Hippo is so okay.
Bursting into
Okay.
tears.
Yeah, bursting into tears.
Bursting into tears.
Like he just bursts into like a blob of water.
The Tomlin, thank you for being a member for 12 months. Look, I'm a baby that gestated as long as John. Seriously, though, it looks like I need my gallbladder removed. Oh my God. Happy
Oh.
thoughts, please.
Well,
Sending many
that was
happy
a
thoughts.
Wow.
roller
Well, the
coaster.
gallbladder is a useless organ.
Hello from Portugal.
Can you get rid of it?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
You don't need your gallbladder?
It's the gallbladder, I think, and the spleen.
I feel like all the things that we have maybe are needed, except for one kidney.
See?
I
You're
guess.
getting the hang of it.
Guess we have extras. Well,
I think
sending
those
good
are the
thoughts
2
to
that
you.
you don't
I hope
really need
everything's
the
fine.
most.
Kaylee, thank you for the $5. I need this new car to start my job Monday, and I'm tight on money. So good vibes, prayers, etc. Appreciated. Sending many good vibes and prayers to you.
Wait,
Whenever
why are
in the
you
chat,
donating
send-
to us? Just
Yeah, don't.
Save
yeah,
your money.
Don't, thank you very much for the
Thank
donation.
you.
But yes, please, just you guys watching is amazing.
Yeah.
We're all citizens.
Nobody
Of my
become
army.
destitute on our behalf, please.
We just love that you watch and you sit
Please.
we
here.
appreciate it and love you so much, but
yeah.
again, you don't
The
have to do it.
kingdom doesn't always need knights. It also just needs hardworking citizens like you.
Just needs one.
Hardworking worm citizens like you guys. But we've got another story to read.
Ah.
Yeehaw.
Wait. Dakota has an okay story time.
Oh, that's right. The fireman.
The
No, you said
fireman.
lumberjack.
I mean, the lumber.
Lumberjack.
Whatever.
There's
You got
two of them?
Same
Two of 'em?
thing. Different thing. I'm sorry. I'm just
Super
trying to pull up
different
the next
things.
story. Here, you take care of that.
All right.
Pull up the second story. So when I was in high school, by the way, this is literally like this mustache is like the first time in my life I've ever like grown out facial hair. So, and that is important in this context. So in high school, I had a crush on a girl who was older than me.
How much?
a couple years,
Okay.
and
Was she in high school?
she graduated. Yeah,
Oh.
she graduated, and I was like, all right. I was with my friend, who's also a girl. She's helped me game plan. She's like, all right, so this is how
Your
what are we gonna do?
girlfriend.
And it was called Operation Lumberjack, and I was gonna get super jacked and then grow facial hair, and that was gonna be how I was gonna pull my crush, and that didn't happen.
You're
Look
just
at you
sitting in
now.
front of the mirror like, grow.
There,
Grow.
It was just sort of like it'll happen now soon, right? It'll happen in
Like
the
it's
next
gotta
couple.
happen.
And it didn't happen for 10 years.
Dang, man.
And now I've got dad bod. And also
And a mustache.
not enough facial
And a
hair to be a
mustache.
lumberjack. Alex is the one with lumberjack facial hair. Like that's just a frame of reference.
Uh-huh. But you
Like-
could be a lumberjack
But like
with the
n-
mustache.
actually to be fair, okay, Alex is the one with the potential for lumberjack. He's got like the Greek like philosopher beard. But like if you like trim that back and it's just like this stuff,
Uh-huh.
that's the lumberjack.
You could be a lumberjack.
Like Nick's
too.
kind of
Don't let
rocking
your
the
dreams be
lumberjack a little
dreams.
bit, but it's not really. It's more, yeah. It needs to be more. There needs to be more,
It
yeah,
needs to be like wild.
Why is there,
yeah, exactly.
why is there a timer?
And
Lumberjack.
Why is there a timer?
why is there?
That was
It's
just
that was
Billy's
dono
turn.
time timer,
Turn that off.
It confused
and that
me.
never happened. So there's
And
still
now
time.
You have so many wives.
I think she's
many
in a very
wives?
long-term relationship with
With a lumberjack?
with a lady.
Oh, so
now.
you never had a chance. Well, was she
I
bi?
did have a chance.
Okay, she was bi.
That well, never mind.
All right.
That's a story for another day.
But let's get into this next story. Beep, beep, beep.
This guy.
Jason, that's so funny. Not dad bod, but father figure.
Oh, I
That's
love that.
hilarious.
I have.
I've got
I
a
was gonna
father
say that
figure.
out loud, and I didn't like it immediately.
That's funny though.
I have father figure.
But I've got another story. My boyfriend wants to take me home for the holidays, but I'm afraid due to my weight. I know.
What?
What do you
Sorry,
know?
I
What?
I'm gonna say oh no,
We
but I just say what you're gonna say.
say
Just
what
do it
you
again. Just do it
Okay.
again.
say what you need to say.
My my boyfriend wants to take me home for the holidays, but I'm afraid due to my weight.
Why don't you wait? They don't love me like I love you. Wait.
I met my boyfriend online. He's from a country in Europe. Which country? Pick.
Luxembourg.
That's not a country.
That's a city.
What do you mean? It is a country.
Is it?
I think Luxembourg's a city state. And it's where like
Okay.
the highest concentration of wealth on earth is.
You got me. He's
right,
from
he's right.
Luxembourg.
Yes.
We've been together, and I live in America.
Geography.
We've been together for 2 years and actually together for 10 months. He started regularly coming to America early this year because he plans on coming here permanently for school next year. Nice. And he's amazing. By the way, this comes from Holiday Cow Throwaway, and if you want to submit your own stories, go to r/OKStorytime subreddit. So, he is the nicest, sweetest, funniest person I've ever met, and I have no idea how I got this lucky. He's also way above me in terms of looks, and I have pretty low self-esteem to start with, so that occasionally puts me down because women obviously check him out. As you probably guessed from the title, I'm overweight. I'm not like 400 pounds. I can walk, and if I need to run, I can run, and I can touch my toes and take care of myself and all that. I'm really obsessive with my hygiene because I'm scared of fulfilling the fat people smell bad stereotype. I try to wear things that flatter me, but I always keep my arms and back covered, and my boyfriend is the only person outside of my family who has ever seen me without a sweater. I try to put some effort into my appearance because if I'm going to be fat, I could at least be fat and not slobby. I've never been a healthy weight. The last time I was a healthy weight was literally when I came out of my mom, LOL. My parents were poor when I was growing up, so I grew up with the if you don't clean your plate, you're wasting food mentality drilled into me. Once, when I was about 5, I didn't finish dinner and had to sit at the table for hours until I finished it. Side note, my parents aren't abusive. They were 19 and 20 at the time and didn't know what they were doing. We have an amazing relationship now.
Well, that's nice.
Obviously, I can't blame my parents for all of my weight problems. I'm grown. I like to cook and bake, and I don't exactly make healthy food. But I grew up fat and was constantly bullied for my weight and glasses, so I haven't had very good self-esteem in a long time. So because of all that, my weight and low self-esteem and everything, I really do not want to go home with my boyfriend for Christmas. About 2 days ago, he asked me what I thought about meeting his family and spending Christmas and New Year's in his home country. I told him I'd have to think about it, and the more I think about it, the more I'm dreading even the idea. I really want to go and meet his family. I love him, and if we got married somewhere down the line, I'd be the happiest girl on the planet. But I also really, really don't want to go. I don't want to be on a plane because I don't know how big the seats are. I'm worried about being in a country where most people are thin and walk and bike everywhere. And I'm worried about being seen as a McDonald's eating fat American stereotype or whatever it is people think. I'm terrified of his family not liking me because they know we can do better.
Oh, okay. Well, first thing,
I want to give Opie a hug. That's what the first thing.
we need to stop caring what other people think about us
But
that we'll
that's-
never see again. The
Yeah.
strangers.
It is so hard. It's easy to say that, but again, it's incredibly hard to do that, especially when OP said that like they've grown up being bullied for their weight
Yeah.
and stuff, and that is a really hard mindset to like get over.
True.
Especially because like I have you hear stories about especially like young girls being who don't fit the mold or something, being asked out as a joke. And I'm not saying that OP's had that, but like when you have that experiences of being bullied for how you look, it's like, so I'm sure it's like very hard to think that anyone would,
Yeah.
which I think you just have to remember, like your boyfriend loves you. Your boyfriend loves and appreciates you and
Right.
thinks the world of you, it seems.
Yes.
And you can have that conversation. You can tell him about like your insecurities and be honest with him and say like, I really want to meet your parents, but I have these fears and I have to go through life a little differently than you because I am like, I have more weight than you. And it's just, I experience the world differently. And I think that's an important conversation to have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, but if it's something that's impacting you to that degree, it's like maybe some therapy, whether it's talk therapy or whatever, like to work through
Yeah.
your sort of blocks.
Yeah. But I also think like OP is absolutely right. Like a lot of Europeans do treat like fat Americans specifically and overweight Americans like differently.
Oh, I mean, like
Not
the
even that,
people,
just Americans.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
people
well, Americans-
everywhere hate Americans.
Well, yeah, no, Americans in general, but there is absolutely a stereotype, which
Oh,
is
yeah.
unfair and also just doesn't go into any of the complexities of like how people put on weight, why people are putting on weight. It just like doesn't think about it at all.
They're just mad that they don't have
Yeah.
football and 4th of July.
So it absolutely is a scary thing to like, go there. So I think being honest to your partner and having that conversation is helpful. Let's keep going. I've admittedly been a little mopey these past few days while I thought about it, and he's noticed. I don't want him to think I don't want to meet his family because I'm not committed to him or anything. I just don't want to embarrass him. So my question is, what do I do? Do I go? If I could lose 80 pounds in the next couple of weeks, then I could go. But unfortunately, that's impossible. Do I just not go and tell him why? Would that mess up our relationship? I'm so confused and I just don't know what to do. Edit. I'm sorry I haven't gotten everyone's comments. I've been in class and the amount of comments got a little overwhelming. Everyone has been telling me to go. I know I need to. I'm going to tell him yes, I'm going before I let myself back out. Thank you for everyone who pushed me to go. I know I need to step out of my comfort zone at some point. And there are some relevant comments and I believe an update. But do you have any other thoughts?
I mean, no, not really. Like, it's just like you got to be vulnerable with your partner. If you're
Absolutely.
gonna be vulnerable with anybody, you got to be vulnerable with your partner.
I think sharing insecurities with the person that you're in a relationship with is important.
Yeah, and make a goal like to lose weight. If this is
that's
a
what-
thing that is impacting you like negatively, and like you can't travel places, or you feel like you're being scrutinized, and you're anxious about it, like.
But I don't think
start
that's
the path.
I don't think that. I mean, like, if that is what you want, yes. But I think also it's just important to like be honest where you are at, because right now this is who you are. This is like how you're existing as a person, and I think like that's like a separate conversation. I think the conversation right now is because like regardless of what you want to do in the future,
It's a separate conversation.
I think it's a separate conversation to say like, oh, if you want to lose weight,
Yeah.
that's a future conversation.
I was gonna
Right
say,
now,
yeah.
the conversation is she's going in a couple weeks, so that doesn't really matter right now. It's
well,
talking
yeah.
to your
In
partner.
the context of this,
Yeah.
of this story, yeah, for sure.
I don't think it matters in the context of this conversation.
Well, the story
yeah.
never happens again if you just. Like, there's no way to lose 80 pounds in 2 weeks, but
Yeah.
you definitely lose 80 pounds in
If
2.5
yeah.
years.
Purple Trader says 140. Thank you for the $143. We need more time.
There it is.
And we have it.
We've done it.
We've got it. But there is some relevant comments. Medical Conundrum says, wait. I think you are far overthinking this. If he's one of the sweetest, most caring people you know, I'd say that's likely a reflection of how he was raised by his parents. Opie says, I've never thought of that. And that's a great point. I've seen pictures of his parents, and I've even said hi over the phone, and they know I exist, but they haven't really seen me. They seem nice, but I don't know. Hagen Schall says, I know how hard this can be, not wanting to meet people just because you're afraid they'll judge you for your weight. It sucks so bad because most of the anxiety is in your own head. It usually turns out absolutely fine. However, why not ask your boyfriend straight up? Say, I feel as though your parents will hate me because I'm large. Thoughts? He will likely be like, what the FOP, and tell you how wrong you are. If he loves you as much as it sounds like he does, if his parents were to say anything, he'd shut them down as quick as crap out of a duck's butt. Out of curiosity, where is he from? Opie says, he will likely be like, what the FOP, and tell you how wrong you are. Honestly, that's probably exactly what he'd do. He doesn't understand why I don't think I'm pretty or attractive. It's really hard for me to take compliments, and he doesn't get why. I do think he'd stick up for me if someone was rude, but then what if they're mean and I cause an argument between them? I kind of tried to not say for privacy, but he's from Germany. And Happy Poodle says, I think you should go. Your boyfriend's parents raised him to be the man who appreciates you for who you are. There is a chance they will judge you, but that chance is always there when meeting the parents. And it could be because you're poor, because you have the wrong color skin, wrong religion, etc. That is just one option. But if you never go, if you never try because you are afraid, then where does that leave you? Don't you think you deserve the chance for a good relationship with these people? Also, on a practical note, I'm sure they've seen pictures of you. I'm sure he showed pictures. This won't be a complete surprise. You say you've been fat your whole life, but I don't think you have accepted it about yourself. You talk like your boyfriend is doing you a favor by dating you despite your weight. That is never a good mindset for a relationship, and you are approaching his family the same way, under the assumption that you aren't good enough. I think therapy would also be good. You are good enough. I think that's a very good point.
Yeah.
You deserve a relationship, and provided your boyfriend's parents aren't a-holes or totally dysfunctional, you deserve a chance to have a happy relationship with them. And OP responds, thank you for this. There are plenty of things that they could judge me for. I guess I'm just focusing on this because it's the most obvious besides my skin color. He's told me before how extremely anti-racist they are, though, so that's not something I'm too worried about. I guess it would make sense for them to have seen me. Pictures can be really flattering, though. They can't look at me from a selfie angle 24/7. Haha. And I don't accept my weight. I hate it. There's not a single part of my body I like. I do feel like my boyfriend is doing me a favor. That's exactly how I feel, actually. Oh, he can do so much better, and I feel like he settled for me. I know I need therapy, but I don't know how to talk about how I feel. Just writing this post was a struggle. It was only really recently that I realized feeling this way about myself wasn't normal. I want to have a relationship with his parents. I want them to like me. I'm scared that I'll do something to F it up. And there is an update.
Well, I mean, everyone's scared of that.
Oh.
Like, everyone's scared of doing something dumb and effing it up with the parents.
Yeah.
But, yeah, to
This
be
is
clear, you don't
absolutely-
need to lose 80 pounds to love yourself.
No.
Like, you know, I don't know. I just saw some comments being like, someone was like, telling a overweight person to lose weight is like telling a drowning person to breathe. It's like, I'm not.
Yeah.
The key is not like you need to lose weight to be happy. It's more like if it's a concern, like it's hard to start, but once you start and you have structure, I don't know. I never had any momentum or anything in a gym or with anything diet wise until I just started writing literally everything down
But
like
I-
a log.
I think
But-
I think it's a separate conversation because I think like if she wants to in the future, lose weight, that's her decision. But I think the conversation here is how do we love ourselves as we are, and how do we have a more positive outlook about ourselves as we are? Because people, in any weight, can look many different ways and be very upset and about how they look. Even skinny people do this too. So it's like how you need to find a way to think positively about, like, find things to love about yourself in the state that you are.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, of
so,
course.
yeah.
It's like
And so
it's
that's why
a-
I think those
yeah.
are two separate conversations. Like,
Like I said, yeah.
absolutely, if she wants to or she doesn't want to, that's her choice.
Well,
to
the
lose
only
weight?
reason I disagree with
Yeah.
that is because it reads like, to me, she's like, I've been overweight my whole life. I don't want to be overweight anymore. I don't think that losing a certain amount of weight is like a finish line that you get to, and now it's like, now I can love myself. It's like, you're gonna have to figure that out at the very beginning, because if you don't, you're just gonna, you're not gonna be able to get anything done if you don't
Yeah.
come from a place of like self-love and
Because
acceptance.
guess what?
Yeah.
If you lose the weight and you're like, I still hate myself.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
Caitlin
that's-
Von Compen says, gotta love yourself first. Losing the weight won't change
Bingo.
how you feel about yourself. And
Right.
That's why I think it's a
Literally.
separate
Yeah,
conversation.
literally, as we said it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on the money.
Zoe Hickson has been there, and the only thing that kept it off was weight loss surgery. Having a deep ingrained bad relationship with food is so hard to overcome. And Duchess Kasana says it shouldn't just be about losing weight either. It should be a consideration of healthy diet and exercise in order to live a healthy and fulfilling life that celebrates your body type.
Yeah.
I think it's just, I think it's finding ways, as long as you are happy and living a healthy lifestyle, and your weight doesn't matter.
And you're not negatively thinking
Yeah.
about yourself. And that's the first thing is
Yeah.
you first and how you perceive yourself.
Yeah.
Way before anyone else perceives you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, oh, my boyfriend's family, what are they going to think? What does my boyfriend think? It's first and foremost,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it literally starts right
I think
there.
it's just like you can't, because like right now, you can't even conceive that your boyfriend would find you pretty. And that that is something that
And
we
he's
need
like,
to go.
he's with
like,
you.
You're beautiful. You're beautiful. He's with you. He's not settling. He loves you. He thinks you're beautiful. And I think that like right now you are in this mindset of like fat cannot equal beautiful. And that is untrue.
No, yeah.
That is categorically untrue. I mean, like right now we're in this phase of like I think it's we're trying to come into a period as a society where we accept all body types. It's still, not great, obviously. But it's just like knowing that like all of history, different body types have been a trend. And it's like, you just have to know that weight has nothing to do with beauty. And that's such a hard thing to understand because our society says it does. But yeah, I think therapy is super important right now because your boyfriend loves you.
Big facts.
But there is an update.
There's a comment from
Yes.
Josephine. I'm trying to find it.
Before we get into this
There it
update, Josephine says, please highlight this comment. If you don't learn to love yourself and your body before losing weight, you won't love or like it even when you reach your goal.
Literally,
Yeah.
exactly. I feel like I
Words
said
right out of our mouths.
exactly that.
Yeah, I think, yeah. But let's get into this. Oh, actually, a Bailey Bug says, I actually just had a conversation with a friend today about how fat and beautiful are not mutually exclusive. And some of the most beautiful people I have known have been fat. Absolutely. I think also there's sometimes people will be like, oh, I'm fat. And someone's like, no, you're beautiful. It's like, no, those aren't. A person will be like, I wasn't saying I wasn't beautiful. It's like, those are, stop equating the two. But there is an update. Hey everyone, it's been about a month since my first post and a couple people asked for an update, so here it is. The general consensus of the original comments was that I needed to talk to my boyfriend about my concerns and go through with the trip. So I did. I sat my boyfriend down and said we needed to talk, which obviously scared him because that's a sentence nobody in a relationship wants to hear.
True.
Once I was done explaining how I felt and stuff, he just kind of looked at me like I was insane and was like, you really think my family would be that shallow?
Oh, man.
When he put it that way, it finally dawned on me how silly I was being. We talked about my self-esteem and stuff, and he asked if there was any way to help me feel better. I told him I didn't want my self-esteem to rely on one person, which, yes, that is a good thing to know. And he already compliments me so much that there's not any room for improvement in that place. We decided that our New Year's resolution was just to start eating healthier in general and going on walks and little things like that. And by the way, you can do little things like listening to full episodes of stories just like this. Just go to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or iHeartRadio and search up OK Storytime. But there's a little bit left to the story. As for the trip, I did end up going and had a blast the second I got in the plane and fit in the seat fine. My mood went from dread to complete utter excitement. His family is amazing. His mom is the sweetest woman on the planet, and she makes amazing hot chocolate. I want hot chocolate. And he definitely gets his sense of humor from his dad. We stayed until January 5th, and in the end, I didn't even want to leave. The food, the markets, the snow, the people, everything about it was incredible. And I can't wait to go back. Thank you to everyone who convinced me to go. I'm so happy I stepped out of my comfort zone.
Yay. That's
Yay.
right. Get
This
out
is
of
the
that
first
comfort
step, man.
zone.
This
was
is the first step.
Yeah.
It
Like
was
you're
like-
realizing, sorry, what were you going to say?
No. It was like that one comment. It was like you're just really in your head about it.
Yeah.
And like just talking to him, and it's all gonna be fine.
Mhm.
And I'm very happy for LP because it worked out.
Yeah.
The way it should have worked out.
Absolutely.
All you need to do is talk.
All you need to do is communicate.
do is a little talky.
Ain't nothing more to it. But we're gonna get into the next.
More to
Yes, let's do it.
this. There is
Let's
a little more to this.
spin that freaking wheel.
This is for purple.
For the traitor of
Oh,
purpleness.
I made a new page.
Here, I'm gonna do the animation first.
Mr.
Woo!
E. I wish we could change that from Mr.
To Mr. E. Wheel.
Mr. E. Wheel. Mr. E. Colon. Wheel.
Wheel. Mr. EMD wheel.
What is that noise? Where does that come from?
What?
You,
It click clacks. Oh, is that me? Was it my watch?
probably your watch or
No,
No,
it's the
one of
bolt.
your
It's on the
trinkets.
bolt.
My trinkets.
Whew.
oh,
Another 50 members.
Dang, man.
Dude,
Look
we
at
got
that.
so many
Look at
members.
that. Here you go.
Everybody's membered up.
Oh, we're on
dude.
S3 on there. It's fine, right?
yes.
Okay, cool.
Should be.
Then I put the right one. Apothecary Diaries Girly. Thank you for being a member for 4 months. Sophia, if I'm behind, but the movie is Aloha Scooby Doo. Yes, thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much
thank
for
you.
that.
Purple Trader, thank you
like
for the
I've seen that one.
$43. We need more time. Yeah, it's the one where they freaking surf, man.
I feel. I don't know. I only know that I've seen one for sure.
That's crazy. It's What's for Dinner. Thank you for the $5. Like, what's for dinner? Like a Severance.
dinner.
What's for dinner, kids? Severance. Said it before, but had a coworker who said my wife has thighs like hams, and I effing love hams. A
dude.
coworker said my wife has thighs like hams, and I effing love hams.
Yeah,
that's
dude. I like ham.
fine. Hey, man. And I just
Ham-
think all partners
ham,
should hype
please.
their other up like that. I agree.
Ham.
You should be hyping your partner up. Dude, that's my favorite thing. I love hyping people up. I love it. Trends Kanoda said, thank you for the $2. Love being in this community, and we love that you're in this community. We appreciate you. But that is all of the donation. Oh wait,
Mhm.
is this from us? This is from us.
That's from
Everyone
us.
who just got gifted a membership, say thank you to
Say
us.
thank you and pledge your allegiance in
freaking thank you to
perpetuity to the
us.
army of the worm.
The worm
It's more so
army.
purple trader, but yeah, say thank you to us.
Yeah, also Purple Trader.
Oh yes.
Thank
maybe
you,
Purple Trader.
I guess Purple Trader too. No, yeah, we very much thank you to Purple
No,
Trader.
Gayla, I've seen more than one Scooby-Doo movie. It's just that my loyalty to Scooby-Doo movies lies exclusively in Zombie Island.
Interesting.
Not, I mean, it should be self-explanatory, honestly.
Deirdre Payne says, I think there should be a minus 10 minutes on the wheel with a little angel emoji. How sweet.
Thanks, Mom.
How uncharacteristically
Well, it's
sweet
like,
from the chat.
Listen, Mama Payne, no one's
Oh,
gonna
it's
come
from your
for
mom.
you.
I
Yeah,
didn't
it's
read.
my
I
mom.
didn't like
No, yeah.
register. That's
Yeah,
so sweet. That makes sense.
It needs to be like in Mario Party where you land on the Bowser space
Yeah,
and you get like
and
the
you go
bad
back.
dice
Yeah, there
wheel.
should be-
like woo.
There's like negative things that happen to chat if they don't
Yeah.
reach like a certain like count
right,
or
like
something.
if there's 705 people in the live
Yeah.
and we only have 404 likes,
yeah,
bad wheel spin.
bad wheel spin.
Bad
Mr.
dates.
B wheel. Oh, oh, ooh. You like jazz?
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay.
Sorry, I said the word B, and then my brain said B movie, and then I had to say the line from the movie.
Harbinger.
And that's
Consider
just a
it
little
is-
window into how my brain works right there.
Send some trans gummy worms.
What'd you say?
Trans worms. Those are the trans colors.
Oh, I was like, how do you make that?
They're trans worms.
It's like, what? Okay.
Someone said we need to have Dakota sit down and do a Scooby-Doo SCZ.
I had to watch.
What's the Scooby-Doo? I
did-
watched
We're
that show
coming after
so
you.
much.
I hadn't. Oh, I love. Did you?
What's the Scooby-Doo?
I watched
We're
the OG.
coming after you. You gotta. Sorry.
When I was working at in high school and like I had an internship where I had to watch just so much Scooby Doo because I would have to mark it was for advertising, and so I would have to mark like times in the episodes.
You don't just do that automatically?
No.
That sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, it was actually great. I just had to watch Scooby-Doo
Yeah,
and like
but you
mark times.
yeah, your job was to figure out how to ruin
So-
Scooby-Doo
so for example, it would
as
be like-
effectively as possible.
No, it would be like,
It's like, where do you throw in an
mark all
ad?
the times where Fred makes a trap or something. And I would watch an episode and be
What up,
like,
gang? Yeah.
and it was great. It was such a
Wait.
solid job.
For advert? What?
It was for like a marketing company.
Every time Fred makes a trap? Oh.
Yeah, like I literally would watch episodes and just like mark times.
What was your
Yeah.
favorite
Now I
episode?
understand.
I don't remember. And it was like the original
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo too. I also had to do that for the Spirit. You know, like the Spirit movie. They also have a show. I had to watch so much of that.
What, the horse?
The Crypt Keeper.
Yeah, Spirit the Horse.
Crypt Horse.
My favorite color. It's hard because I love wearing purple, but technically, I think my favorite colors are green and purple.
I was going to say your favorite color is brown. Because you wear a lot of
Mm,
brown.
I wear a lot of different colors. I wear a lot of pinks. I wear a lot of purple.
I really,
I wear a lot
that,
of green.
that's so right, because I'm just
I'm just-
talking
yeah.
completely out of thin air on that
Yeah,
one.
you're just talking about
I
right
was just
now.
talking about what you're wearing literally
I only
right
have like
now.
one brown item in my closet.
You have like
actually.
two. No. You have that one and then one other one.
Yeah, you look at delivery service.
You have another
worker
one.
now. Now that you bring it up, you look like you deliver packages.
You-
Everyone says that when I wear
you
this.
look like
they
you
say I
work
look
for
like a
Oopus.
UPS. Yeah.
Oops. You look for ups.
Your mom texted.
Your mom.
Did I
Your
Did I
mom.
mispronounce ups? I said oopus. Oh my god.
Thank you for the $5, Dakota. It is so nice to see you enjoy these live streams. Working so hard, even though you are my only son. I'm so glad I kept it that way.
Oh, hey, thanks, mom.
Is this your mom for real though? Because
Yeah.
last time we had a.
Yeah, that's definitely my mom.
Oh, okay, good. That's sweet. Did we ever
Yeah.
find out who
Mom.
who the fake Nana was?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
But I'm
an eye out.
keeping my eye out for you, faker. We
Yeah.
had the confirmation that it
mom.
was my Nana the second time.
Oh,
Mom,
interesting.
send me some energy. Today is hard, but now it's not going to be because now
you're
it's so nice to see you enjoy these live streams. I was like, oh, okay, now I gotta lock
You
in.
got lock in.
I
man.
gotta lock in for
That's
mom.
really sweet. Purple Trader, thank you for
Why'd
the
she
$1.
just say
Smiling
no?
face with halo.
She just said the word no. What
Who,
did you
your mom?
respond? What was that for?
Oh, because I said I think I was like, is it another?
Oh, is it
yeah,
just
yeah,
you fake?
It's-
No.
Yeah. It's the real deal.
Ooh.
Prove it. Tell us something that.
First,
is
in my
really-
head, I was like,
Prove
Mom,
it to
I
us.
need energy.
Tell us something that's really embarrassing for
No.
Dakota. Tell us a really
No.
embarrassing Dakota story right now.
I swear to God.
Yeah, Kat, I like green and purple.
Which one? Let me try to think of one that you could tell.
If you want more colors, I also like blue and pink.
Oh,
That won't get Dakota canceled.
Meep meep. Meep more.
I don't really have. any.
Amy, thank you for being a member for 9 months. Time to suck up to Dakota so he doesn't dock his time. Hey, Dakota, we love your cake and stash. Do a spin for us to make our hearts flutter.
His mother is right there.
I didn't like reading that.
Wait,
Oh,
Dakota has cake?
huh? Yeah, I do. I keep it on the low.
I keep it undercover.
I keep it on the low.
Okay, let's read.
He said-
Okay.
he said- wait, your mom said doggy sniff.
It's not even embarrassing. That's just something she would do when I was a kid, and I couldn't figure out how she did it. I still don't know how she did it. She would just like sniff my head like really fast.
Oh, she's like,
But like no,
Yeah.
but it would be like
But even
how a
faster than that.
dog goes
Yeah.
like
Go ahead.
I can't really do it. Right. But it would be like so fast that it'd be like, how are you
I'm
doing
getting
that?
lightheaded. That's impressive.
And she's like, I'm never gonna tell you.
Squeaky Girl, thank you for the $5 for you, Dakota. Keep smiling.
Hey, thanks, Squiggy.
Don't stop smiling.
Ah!
All right.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I overheard my fiance mocking my body to his friend. So I broke off our engagement.
Good.
Yeah.
Why is he getting engaged to you?
That's big facts right there. That's crazy. Way to fumble the bag, buddy. I, 28 female, and my fiance, 32 male, have been together for 5 years. For the sake of anonymity, I'll be referring to him as John. John and I have had a wonderful and loving relationship for these past 5 years, and I truly saw myself with him for the rest of my life. By the way, this comes from user Branch Butt. And if you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So, we've had our ups and our downs, but not once has John ever made me feel like I wasn't enough. He supported me in all my endeavors and dreams, and our relationship even survived 9 months of being long distance, as I'd been sent to another state for work in 2021.
It's impressive.
I truly love John, and even now I still love him, but I have my doubts now about how he feels about me. A little context, I grew up fat. I had been fat when we met, and for the first 3 years of our relationship, I was fat. This isn't a problem, and never has been in our relationship, but it was something I had a problem with about myself. I wanted to be healthier and to simply lose the weight because I knew it would make me happier. John was supportive of this. He said he'd love me no matter what form I took because it was my heart and soul he'd fallen for, which is so sweet. Go, do the joke. Please do the joke that was in my head. Go.
He's like, I would love you no matter what form you took. Just waiting for her to turn into a demon.
Just waiting for her to shapeshift into
Yeah, he's
some kind
like,
of abomination.
Even if you were some sort of extraterrestrial, I would love you.
No, they pull a Captain Planet, and she's like, form of a bucket of water.
She's like,
shape of...
Voltron!
Yeah.
I don't think that's Captain Planet.
Is
I think
that not...
That's the Wonder Twins.
Is that not Captain Planet?
Give them on
That's
comments says,
Captain
even
Planet.
as a worm?
It's like the shape of a bucket.
All right, so he says that, but is that really the case? Would he really love her as a worm?
You're one of the Wonder Twins. I had believed that, as I had no reason not to. Oh no, I see you. John has always made me feel that he loves me and made me feel desired. But now I've lost half of what I weighed before, and at my age, and due to being overweight my entire life, I have plenty of loose skin. I am absolutely insecure about it, and John knows this. He's made every effort to reassure me that he still finds me beautiful and that he looks at my body as the evidence of how hard I've worked and how far I've come. He reassures me that he still loves being intimate with me and loves my body, even as it's changed. I felt so lucky to have a man who loved me so unconditionally and truly. Recently, John and I had gone out with a bunch of our friends, as we had not been able to align our schedules until now. Whenever we go out with a big group like this, John and I usually spend the beginning of the evening and the end of the evening together at the party. At some point in the middle, we always split off to go socialize with our friends separately. When it came time that I went to rejoin John, I had seen him with his best friend and a couple others engaged in conversation. John's back was to me, and his friends were all chuckling about something as I approached. But I stopped in my tracks when I heard John tell his best friend that my body looked like a deflated weather balloon, and that it was hard for him not to laugh when we were intimate and my body moved.
Where's the boyfriend from the last story?
Dude, you know what
Oh
really
my
looks like a
God.
deflated weather balloon?
Whoa.
You know what really looks like a deflated
Hey,
weather
yo.
balloon?
Don't
Let's
even-
talk about that.
Don't even call it a weather balloon. Those are big.
You
Like a
freaking
deflated,
suck.
it's a deflated like balloon. Animal balloon.
Yeah, like
An completely uninflated balloon animal balloon.
mm-hmm.
Just a little.
This man sucks. What kind of that? Wow, that's really awful. To
Can you
say about your
imagine?
partner?
Run.
Can you imagine
Say
that
about your partner?
there's some sort of elaborate context that could explain all of that, but he's just in the wrong circle of friends.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's just around his worst friends, and somehow that came out as like. Hey, of course, you should still never say that. I'm in no way.
I'm trying to think of what context there could be.
Like all his friends are like, let's say the worst thing we could ever say about our partners right now. Go.
And he's like, "Oh, you've trapped me."
And he's like, well, if I had to, I guess I'd say something like this. Like, which is not what happened. And he was probably just being a gross, nasty man.
No, that is a relationship.
But, you know,
anything.
my brain always goes with the theories.
to say that about
Yeah,
your partner,
God.
it's just well, how
Is there a way back from that?
I don't think
That's
so.
like such a violation.
No, because it's not even something that he's, you know, I mean, it's still horrible if he says it to her, but the fact that he's sharing this to friends,
It's even worse, right?
mocking,
It's
like,
worse.
Yeah, it is worse.
Yeah. It's
to
like you're
mock
slam
her,
dunking
to
on
laugh
me.
at her,
To your
say that, yeah,
friends.
to your friends, and also talking about like being intimate with her too, sharing private details about your intimacy.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Yeah. Ugh. All right, John. You're out. You're on the way out, John. I had never expected the man who spoke so warmly and lovingly to me always to talk about me in such a I had never expected the man who spoke so warmly and loving to me always to talk about me in such a way. John was the man I was going to spend the rest of my life with. He'd known my insecurities and still loved me anyway, at least, so I thought. Needless to say, I was hurt and angry and devastated. I walked up to him, handed him his ring without a word, and I left. I didn't even go to our home. I went to a hotel and stayed there. I turned off my phone and just took a couple days to just cry out my heartache. When I turned my phone back on, there were messages and voicemails from John and our friends. Most of John's messages were apologetic and begging me to talk and come home. But then the most recent were the opposite. He said I was cruel and cold for ignoring him and breaking off the engagement without warning or so much as an explanation. Hey, stupid, do you need an explanation? Are you that dense, my guy? You don't know why she's breaking it off right now? Come on. Come on. Come on, right?
You just gotta go, OP. You gotta go.
Run away.
Run away.
Run away.
Run away.
Wow.
Run away.
The mental disconnect it would take to send that message is absurd.
Run.
Run away.
Run.
So when I responded to him and told him I'd heard what he said, John told me that I was acting like a child because I took his joke too seriously.
Oh.
That he was just trying to make his friend laugh. Yeah, by making you the
butt
of the joke, the
yeah.
punchline.
Run away.
What?
Run away.
What? I asked him why he needed to make his friend laugh at my expense by telling him about my body and how it looked to him, or how he struggled not to laugh at me when we were intimate, and he didn't respond.
Yeah.
Instead, as I'm writing this, I'm still receiving messages from our friends telling me that he's sorry and that I should see how miserable he is without me, that I'm so cold and horrible for running off like that instead of giving John a chance to explain himself. I'm hurt. I genuinely don't know if I was too rash in breaking off our engagement, but the only thought in my head, and what is still sticking with me now, is that when I was fat, people mocked me because of my body all the time. I lost the weight only to still have people mock me because of my body. And it just so happened to be the one person I allowed to see me at my most vulnerable who showed me that. I know John's hurting, or at least seems to be, but so am I. See, but the difference is John's hurting from the consequences of his actions.
Yeah. John made his, made his bed. Now he has to lie
John
in it.
took a hammer and he smashed his hand with it. And now he's like, my hand hurts.
Yeah.
Why?
You have not done anything rash. You have been insulted and demeaned.
Yeah.
And made fun of.
Yeah.
And now you're not letting that slide. And that's an adequate response.
Super fair.
More than adequate.
OP says, should I have heard him out?
No.
In 5 years, and I didn't even give him the chance to explain or to really apologize. I just shut him out immediately. I mean,
he literally he explained. He said it was just a joke.
I think literally without even with the context of, babe, me and my friends were just taking turns.
It's just a joke, bro.
Saying the worst thing we could think of in our heads at the moment. Even still, I'm like, why was I the worst thing you could think of? Like, there's nothing. There's no way. There's no way back.
Oh, I was trying to make my friend laugh. Why could he only think about your body? You know? Like, I'm sorry, is he that unfunny that he couldn't think of any other jokes?
Dude, your boyfriend's not even funny. Your
No,
fiance's not
he's
even
not
funny.
Why would you want to get married to a unfunny person?
Yeah.
Couldn't be me.
Oh. Ooh. Anyway, I just shut him out immediately. I still love the man. Those feelings don't go away overnight, but I don't want to hear his apology. I don't want his explanation. I'm just angry and hurt, and my friends seem to think I'm throwing away my relationship over something easily fixable.
It's not.
Yeah. Comment number 1. Can the friends who think this is easily fixable explain how this gets fixed? OP's insecurity is about her body. She worked hard and lost weight. Her fiancé decided to crack a joke, not just about OP's insecurity, but specifically at the times when that is on full display and OP would need validation. How is OP supposed to get intimate with John from here on out without feeling low? Let those friends explain that, because I am really lost with what their logic is here. OP, see this as a warning and heed the warning by walking away. Look at it this way. If you had not walked up to them, you would forever be the butt of their jokes and be oblivious to it. Now that you know what you know, you have to wonder what else has John used about you to make himself feel better. Break up and remember something. Flabby skin is temporal. It goes away. A little more hard work, and you will not even have a memory of it. Your dignity is forever. Let John have his laughs. Have your dignity. Well done on the weight loss. I'm still struggling with a gut. Not the a-hole, and sorry this happened to you. Now we have an update.
We have an update. I hope it's just that you left and you never turned back.
Update. We did not get married, and I got married to the king of
France.
Louis
The king of France.
Louis the 16th.
I did not get
Which
married
Louis was
to
the
this
good one?
stinker. Louis the 14th is the patron of my school, Louisville.
So he's got to be pretty good, right?
Two crispy guys. You just chuckle.
The 14th.
Do you know if it's the 14th? Is that true?
But is he even
Wait.
good?
I think it is the 14th because I remember
Is he
it's
good?
Hold on.
It's XIV, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you?
right?
Yeah. Don't even look up. Can you just look up instead? What's the good Louis? King Louis. You know
What's
what?
The good.
You got married to King Louis from the Jungle Book.
Ooh.
He's got all those bananas.
But isn't he trying to kidnap
does
a
pretty
kid?
good beat. He
The
makes it
most
and he was voiced
celebrated
by Christopher Walken.
Good King Louis in history is Louis the 9th.
You got married to Louis the 9th.
Yeah, but what was yours?
Yeah. Okay. Keep reading. I'm gonna look it up.
All right. Update. First of all, thank you. Every one of you who offered solid advice and even just kind words, it's meant the world to me. Second, I have left John.
Woo!
Woo!
Nice.
And dang it.
I know
Louis
all
the
the Johns.
16th, dude.
The King Johns are bad.
I knew it was an XV.
I
the one I said.
replaced I moved it to
I
the
did
wrong
the same
side.
thing.
So was
Yeah.
that the good Louis? The 16th?
Well, I guess Louis the 16th. Well, we'll find out later.
We'll find out. To be determined. I don't intend to go back or try to fix things when it's not my responsibility to do so in the first place. And it's not something that can be fixed anyhow. A lot of you said it would be hard to forget that he'd said that, and you're all right. I saw him once just to move my things out with the help of my brother, truly my hero in all of this. And despite the apologies and begging for me not to go, all I could hear was his joke and the way he laughed when he said it. It was like it was all I would ever hear from his mouth, no matter what he actually said. I told him that if he actually loved me, he would have never treated me like a joke, and that was the last thing I said to him. He's tried calling, but I've blocked his number. I'm staying with my brother, and John's been smart enough to not come by because my brother told him if he walked onto his property, the only way he'd be leaving is in cuffs or a bag. John seemed dang intimidated by that, thankfully, so I feel safe here. And by the way, you can feel safe listening to full episodes with stories like this. All you got to do is go to Apple Music Apple Podcasts. Go to Apple Music, listen to the Smiths, get real sad.
Listen to the Smiths.
And then go to Apple Podcasts and listen to our show and get uplifted by the positivity that we exude on iHeartRadio and Spotify. Yeah, because the Smiths are a sad band, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you
No,
listen to the Smiths, so you get
Sometimes
sad.
You can listen to like the Queen is
Whatever.
Dead.
The point is, you search OK Storytime, and then you listen to 1,200 hours of our show.
Looking
Go.
for a job, and
then
then
I
I
found
found
a
a job.
Go do it now. Go. Go.
Yeah.
Heaven knows what I'm doing.
I locked the phone. No. Okay, here we go. Going forward, I know I'll be okay. I'm going to take time to focus on myself, move, and work towards my own goals. I think it'll be a good way to let go of this relationship and what could have been by reminding myself of who I am outside of it. Thank you again, and a little heart. Edit, I showed my brother these posts and the comments, and he said he'd buy all of you a drink if he could, and could reasonably afford it. And we do have a comment to finish it off here. I'm floored he's mad that you won't let him explain himself. What's to explain? Exactly. He said what he said. Block the numbers of any of the friends defending him as well. In a reply to that, when he or his friends say, let him explain himself, I only hear he wants to rewrite the story so he doesn't sound like the a-hole he is. There's not much to explain. The situation is clear. And what's clear is that that's the end of that story.
That's the freaking end of the story. Leave him. And
Wow.
any of your friends who are
Wow,
saying
wow,
that
wow.
you're rushing are
Well, I mean, with
untrue.
limited context, it would sound like someone's overreacting. It's like,
Yeah.
imagine all you hear is it's like, well, I don't know. I told a joke, and then she just like,
yeah.
Yeah,
And you have
it's
to
like-
be
then it
like,
sounds
no,
like,
did you
I
hear
mean,
what the joke was?
Like,
Yeah.
It wasn't funny. It was a personal thing of OP. Like,
it was a slam roast.
where's the joke? Sorry for the
That was
whistle,
a That was a I'm gonna try to hurt this person
Yeah.
joke.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that's not very cool.
You're the joke, buddy.
Oh wait, no,
Bam.
guys, I was incorrect.
Uh-oh.
Saint Louis the 16th was for I think the place Louisville, like Louisville, Kentucky. But the sisters, so Louisville comes from the Sisters of Saint Louis, which were named in honor of King Louis the Ninth.
So it wasn't
because he was the saint.
because he's the
Sorry.
good one.
Yeah, he
So
was
the
Saint
ninth one
Louis.
is the good one
How come I
where
remember
he does
Louisville
this.
having an X. They have a
That-
10.
Well, yeah,
Am I
the
correct?
X1.
No, I thought it was an XIV.
No, it's just a 1X.
Okay, so the 4. Okay.
Yeah, so Louis the Ninth reigned as king and was canonized as a saint in 1297.
Interesting.
Yeah,
We both thought it was a 14.
I thought, yeah,
We
I was
both-
so
we
convinced.
both were on 14, which is
I was
very
so
odd.
freaking convinced it was 14, but
I just want to go to a school
were
where the
wrong.
king is named after the orangutan from Jungle Book.
Louis IX is often considered the model of the ideal Christian monarch named in his honor. The Sisters of Charity of St. Louis is a Roman Catholic religious order founded in Vannes, France in 1803. My friends and I, when we
Yeah,
were
whatever,
traveling around
nerd.
Europe, almost went to go visit the Sisters of St. Louis. Because we're like, that would be kind of fun. And we emailed them and they were like, we would love to, we went to Louisville. We would love to come visit. And they were like, yeah, I guess so, if you want.
You're like, I guess so, weirdos. Don't
Yeah.
come now.
And then we were like, okay, maybe they don't want us to come. And so we didn't go.
Like the vibes of that were
Okay.
off.
Well, they weren't excited.
All right, well, we have one
Ugh.
right here.
Miss Kitty Cat, you've been a member for 1 month.
Heart with a sparkle. Y'all make you you make my bad day better. Love the conversations in this community. Nobody can be meaner than I am to myself, so nobody can hurt my feelings. Nice.
But try
And
not to be
then-
mean to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, the conversations we have in our head are the ones that inform our reality.
And also
so-
the conversations that we have out loud. If you are saying a lot like, if you're making jokes about your looks or, your intelligence or anything, you're like, oh, I'm stupid or I'm ugly,
or
blah, blah,
how
blah.
hot you are.
I make jokes about that all the time and it works, man. I started making jokes about being hot and then eventually I believed it. It works.
Eventually,
It works. What you say out
You
loud,
just lean into the,
but like what you say out loud
this-
about
the
yourself influences how you think about
Keontae
yourself.
got $1 million.
Yeah.
Keontae
It's
got
If you
$1 million.
continue to
Keontae
call
got $1 million.
yourself
Boom.
stupid or like dumb or
Yeah.
something, you reinforce that in your brain.
You create a confirmation bias where now you look for the stuff that confirms that you are stupid or dumb or
So,
ugly or whatever.
Just
But
like,
if you tell yourself
yeah.
you're super hot and cool and smart,
it works.
then your brain starts looking for all the reasons why that is true.
It works, man. It works. So just like
Yeah.
be super aware of how you talk about yourself because it does inform how you feel about yourself.
There was one. Oh wait, there.
Sorry, this is like the self-love stream.
Let's go. We did get 100 bits from Ace Makes It,
100
and
bits.
they said, "Can Sophia do the worm? Can that be a
No.
Can
wheel
you do
spin?"
the,
Dude,
can you
I've
do it with like
tried.
your? Can you do like the finger worm? Or
Not really.
there's like a.
I've tried to do the worm
there
and
he
I
is.
just kind of like flop. But I have a lot of friends. Sam can do the worm pretty effectively. But we're going to get into the next story.
Later.
Yeah. All right, let's get into this.
Un momento.
We're gonna pause. Nelda Evans says, I'm hot. I'm hot. Is this the fake Nelda Evans? Or is this the real Nelda Evans?
Hey, wait a minute. Where? Go back.
Your grandma.
Where is she?
Your grandma.
Where?
Oh, Gabby C says, you have to do the worm. I'll teach you.
Go back to my-
Gabby!
no, where's my
Gabby, you
fake
know how to do the
grandma?
worm?
Teach me how to
Dude,
do the
Gabby's so cool.
worm.
Where's your grandma? Hold on.
Where? Go up. No, okay.
Your grandma says, I'm hot.
That's
I'm
real.
hot. I'm hot.
That's real.
That's
Aw.
real.
That's real.
That's real.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's your
That's real.
grandma. Aw.
I would think that's real.
Okay.
Nana, you're the best.
Riley, you told me to not move. You said wait. I started talking. You said wait. I refuse to give my mother's ring to my queer daughter because it's. Wait, I'm going to read that again. I refuse to give my mother's ring to my queer daughter because it's for the next born daughter.
Are you sure it's not because your daughter's queer? Are we 100% certain you're not being a bigot right now? Are we sure?
I posted this on the Am I the A-hole, and they removed it because one of the mods really thinks I'm an a-hole.
Wait, what? That's
What?
not why they removed it, all right?
What?
They removed it for something else.
Oh, man.
OP, run away from yourself. OP,
Kitchen
run away
in-
from yourself.
I mean, fork found in kitchen. I have added a few more details in here that people asked about before it was removed. I haven't removed anything. A few people said that if this is me trying to sound like I'm not an a-hole, then I must be a huge a-hole in real life. This is me being as real about these things as I can.
I'm just being real, dude. Real stinky.
Real talk, I'm going to be real with you. By the way, this comes from a non-jewelry, and if you want to submit your own stories, go to r/OKStorytime subreddit. So, I, male 52, have 2 children. We'll call Bob, male 26, and Meg, female 22. Meg was born male, but began to transition to female a year ago. My dad gave my mom a very large and expensive diamond ring for their 30th wedding anniversary. And when she passed away in 2009, her will stated that everything went to my dad except the ring, which is to pass on to the next born female in our family. I only have one sibling, a brother, and like me, he didn't have a daughter. So we just figured one of us would eventually have a granddaughter and she would get the ring. The ring was last appraised in 2004 for $1.2 million.
What?
I do not know what it's worth now.
Oh.
Meg and I have always had a contentious relationship. She was always having problems in school, always causing problems with her mom and brother, wouldn't listen to anyone, had never held a job for more than a few weeks, has been arrested for shoplifting, just been a tough kid to raise. And just to be clear, so it's OP is the father here, and gave an OP's father. Okay, so this is Meg's grandfather passed this ring down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just looking at $1 million diamond rings right now, and
Yeah.
they are absurd.
She still lives with us, and we're basically still paying for everything. A few weeks ago, she said that she wants my mother's ring. I thought she was kidding, but when I said no and kind of laughed about it, she exploded and called me all kinds of names and threw food all over the kitchen before storming out. I wanted to change the locks while she was gone, but I calmed down because I know that would probably lead to a bad outcome. My wife initially agreed with me, but has now started to think that Meg should get the ring. I am absolutely not going to give her the ring, and here is why. It would fracture my relationship with my brother. I am not 100% sure that Meg didn't transition specifically to get this ring.
I mean,
what?
No, but like 1.4 billion, that's fair.
That's crazy, though. I'm sorry. That's crazy.
I don't think people appreciate the absurd lengths that people would go to acquire something worth that much money.
But she
of course, that's an absurd thing.
This is absurd. That's absurd.
But it is not a 0% chance, which is in a way even more absurd.
That's absurd.
So I think the solution here is you sell the ring that's worth $1.5 million.
She has
What?
said, well, no, because they've already OP's saying that the reason that like he wants to follow his dad's rules because he doesn't want to fracture the relationship with the brother.
Guess
so that
what?
definitely would.
However much money that ring is worth, split among everybody is going to heal that fracture. I guarantee it.
If you're gonna
Yes.
sell it, then give it to your daughter.
No, you don't want.
What?
I wouldn't even want a ring worth that much money. Are you kidding me?
But Meg
You know how
does.
stressful that would be?
Hold on. That's you though. We've
That's-
talked a lot
that's-
about you
have
not
a
wanting
thing worth
expensive
$1.4 million.
rings.
Are you not?
I
First
don't-
thing you think about when you wake up is where is it?
I'm
Last
not
thing you
saying
think
that I
about when you go
want
to bed?
this, but
Where
I'm
is it?
saying you definitely don't want expensive rings.
I want the cash in my bank account,
Well,
please.
we know. It would fracture my relationship with my brother. I am not 100% sure that Meg didn't transition specifically to get this ring. Again, insane thing to say. She has said several times that we're dumb not to sell it. A lot of people really took issue with this, and that's the reason my post was deleted. While it's very extreme to transition just to get a ring, children have unalived their parents for less money.
Yeah.
Who do you think your daughter is? I'm sorry. Do you think so poorly of your daughter? Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Have you watched
You know what
Squid
it is?
Games?
You know what this is?
Yes.
You know what this is?
They do. They get after it.
It's not about the daughter. It's about the ring. The ring is making people go crazy.
This
right
is
now.
like
the
the
freaking Lord of
opposite
the
of-
Rings.
Yeah, this is literally Lord
Is
of the
this dragon madness?
This is the
it
opposite
is.
of
This freaking
the
Sauron is
meme.
corrupting
The
me.
ring is
It's not
causing
This is
so much
about
tension.
the
insane.
money, but
This
it's
is
in this case is
insane.
about the money. It's about the money.
Okay.
Okay, chat. What do we want for the poll? It seems like you guys want to poll on the ring. What do you guys like? They would or they wouldn't? Like, would you sell the ring?
Would you transition to get this ring?
No.
This is crazy. Meg has already asked her grandparents and us for her share of her inheritance. I hate the thought of it too, and I hope it's not true. Even though this wasn't an issue my mother ever thought about, I am positive that she wouldn't want a trans female to have the ring. She wanted the ring to be passed down from daughter to daughter so that no one could ever lose it in a divorce. Currently, my daughter dates women, which could lead to the exact problem my mom wanted to avoid. But all of these reasons are, I mean, I would understand if OP's reason was like, my daughter only wants money and she's being greedy or something like that. Or like, I want her to appreciate like how to handle money. Those I would understand. I'm not saying that he necessarily has to give this ring away. I'm saying that all of the reasons that he is given have been bigoted.
Oh,
These have
100%.
been the extreme. All of them have been bigoted.
Remember when they were like, my post got removed for some reason? This is why.
Because
it wasn't
all of
because you were such an
yeah.
a-hole. It's because you're a bigot.
Someone mentioned she could detransition after getting the ring. Do you know the percentage of people that detransition? It's
No.
very small.
I don't actually.
It's the amount of people that detransition, or the amount of people that regret transitioning is way less than the people that regret knee surgery, to be clear. And the amount of people that detransition is super small. Super small.
Where did knee surgery come from?
these are the-
that
this
face
is a-
when knee
you can look it up.
surgery on Tuesday.
These
Oh.
are things.
What?
Uh,
I was like so confused. Where did that come
no,
from?
it's a stat that they
Okay.
usually compare it
It's a
to.
very odd statistic.
Well, it's like you give an example of something that a lot of people do, and then you give it, it's a comparison.
Apples
Have you
and
heard of those?
oranges, and you can compare them. One is a citrus. They're
I
both
hadn't
sweet.
even thought of that. Even though I'm
fruits.
not happy about it, I am willing to accept my daughter as she is, and I try my best to not use her passed away name and use the right pronouns. A lot of people said a lot of hateful things about me being transphobic, and if that's how you feel, consider that I still support her. She's on my insurance, and I pay for her medication that insurance doesn't. It's been hard on the whole family, and we're doing the best we can. Her doctor said that being transgender may be the reason she struggled so much growing up. And at the end of the day, I just want my kids to be healthy and happy. I don't feel like I'm being an a-hole here, but with my wife starting to question the situation, I thought maybe I'd get some outside perspectives. And a couple of additions, since people are asking. The ring is in a safety deposit box in another city. Meg doesn't even know who to contact in order to see if she'd be eligible for the ring. In that sense, I'm stopping her getting the ring. I am not sure what the exact wording of the will is, but it's a legal document and very specific about how the ring should be transferred. If one of us has a cis granddaughter that isn't responsible and would want to sell the ring, I would do all I could I would do all I could to stop the transfer. But unless there are stipulations in the will for that, which there might be, I would really have no choice. I have not told Meg that I suspect she transitioned just to get the ring. Don't tell her that, because that's a stupid thing to say. I was talking to my wife. What is it?
I just can't believe that
Okay, chat. There's a poll.
3/4 of the
I
chat
agree.
wants to
Yeah.
keep the ring.
Yes.
That's
It's an
so
heirloom.
much money.
It's
and,
an
and all
heirloom.
it takes is one dummy stealing it and it's gone forever and now you
Sure.
don't have
That's how things in
that's
life work.
generational wealth.
That's how things in life work.
That's
These
money for
clearly
your
are-
kids.
I think
if you
that
play your
you're
cards
thinking
right.
about this in our tax bracket. These are clearly wealthy people.
Are they?
Yes, because OP has already said that Meg has asked for her inheritance. She has an inheritance. These are wealthy people.
okay,
$1 million
Okay.
ring is obviously a big thing.
God,
But
well, that's
these are wealthy
absurd.
Chat,
people.
we have a poll.
Oh my
We have a
God.
poll. Would you keep,
It is.
how much is
But
the ring?
take that out of
1.5?
this.
It's 1.5 million, right? The ring. How much does it cost?
It's a family ring,
how much
says
does it
Lisa
cost?
Marie. Also, they can insure the
Get a new
ring.
family
That's why it's
ring.
locked away.
But it's
the
okay,
thing is
it's a
that-
lot of money. Yeah.
Oh my
OP's
God.
not
Or
even
sell the
talking
ring.
about this as like the point of like,
Oh.
oh, I don't want to get the ring because it's someone could steal it, blah 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 blah. All of the things have been stupid. I was talking to my wife about it because so many people have mentioned how crazy that is, and it doesn't seem crazy to me. And my wife verbalized it better than I did. She's always treated us, but especially me, like a resource, not like family. And that is your argument that you should have been using the whole time. That is an argument that you could have made, and everyone probably would have been like, yeah, your daughter seems like, she's just using you guys for money because she's grown up wealthy her whole life. And if you said that, I probably would have been like, huh, but you've only said the worst things that came out of your mind.
She wants the ring.
Comment 1. Hey, OP, my older sister acts very similarly to Meg, but she's not trans. Let's take trans out of the equation. Meg throws tantrums and has said she'd sell the ring. Trust me, she'll do just that. My sister stole and sold my grandmother's ring that was supposed to come to me. She also stole and sold my Scottish great-grandmother's platinum bracelet that was supposed to come to me. I can't get those things back. My older sister is now in jail at 38 for not paying her registration and car insurance. Comment 2, get a replica ring made, give it to Meg, and see how quickly she sells it. Reply says, honestly, that's diabolical, but it's prove OP's point pretty fast. I played off like it's legit, even after the fact. Oh, it's not actually valuable? Well, it's meant as an heirloom, so that wasn't the point anyway. Or another reply says, shady as crap, but probably necessary, TBH. The ring is essentially an engagement marriage ring, and if Meg isn't getting married, then there's no reason for Meg to want the ring. That's the type of ring you give to your future son-in-law when he asks for permission to marry your daughter, or the type of ring you give to them when they announce their engagement. So I'm questioning why Meg wants it, especially now. There is an update. That's what I'm saying. If your argument had been like, she just wants to sell it, that would have been fair. All of your arguments were bad and lame and made no sense. But we have Call Me Carmen says maybe she wants to sell the ring to pay for transition surgery. Caitlin Cresswell says replica's not the worst idea. Tony Naomi says, yeah, the kids are spoiled and will absolutely waste the money. SCZ says, I would not be okay owning a $3 million ring. But we're going to get into the update.
I can imagine the person that would do that, though.
What?
That would, like, go through, like, a transition surgery.
You can imagine?
I can. I've met people who are that unhinged.
There
Like,
are some scummy people out there.
Dude, like, they
I'm not saying
exist.
your
But the thing
child
is,
is.
I
I'm
don't
not
even
saying
think
that's
that-
what this is. I'm
But I
just
think
saying, like,
that's-
in my head, I can see that person.
But I think it's such like a...
Oh, it's horrific.
No, I think it's such a
There are
small...
monsters out there.
Yeah, of course it's small. It's like a
I think, but I think
percentage
it's
of a
like,
percentage.
That's why I think it's like a non-point. I think it's such a stupid point.
There
No,
are
it's
pe-
yeah, it's a weird thing
It's
to be
like, yeah, there
it's-
are,
Yeah.
especially
serial
if she already
unalivers
has
out
an
there.
inheritance.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
Like
an inherit.
it's not like she needs the ring.
Yeah, there are people
to,
out
like,
there that would, like,
become
eat-
independently. Yeah,
Eat, like dog excrement.
I
for
know.
Like $5.
That's why I think it's not relevant.
I'm just like,
I think it's such an irrelevant argument
Oh,
to
yeah,
make about
100%,
your daughter.
yeah,
Completely.
yeah.
But there is an update.
Yeah.
Like it's like to go through all to be like, I think you just want the ring, or you just transitioned for the ring, and that's why you're going through all of the freaking attacks and vitriol and just hardships that being trans right now, especially. Like I think
that's not. Yeah,
silly.
I don't know why that's the main focus.
Yeah,
It's like very dumb.
stupid.
It's the ring. Like I said from the very get go, it's the ring.
Yeah, the problem is the ring, and that your daughter
Cast it
is
into the fire.
greedy. Those are your
Mr.
issues.
Frodo.
Those are your issues. Update. I contacted the law firm that set up the will and got some clarification on the actual terms. Long story short, there is language in it that stops Meg from being eligible to claim the ring. There's also exclusions for being attracted to the same gender and for being untrustworthy,
Right.
amongst
Okay.
other
So
things.
the bigot contract rears its head finally.
Wow,
It's
so
a
we're gonna
bigot
use-
contract.
We're going to use the bigot contract. Cool.
Yeah.
In addition to the specific exclusions outlined in the will, anyone can inherit it or be blocked if my brother, my father, and I all vote for it. I remember when my parents set this up, it was such a big deal. It was going to be their legacy. They immigrated to the U.S. while my mom was pregnant with me, and it was very important to them to set down roots. And this was going to be the thing that would bind our family together for generations and keep the story of their trials and eventual success relevant to our bloodline. I hadn't thought about the ring in a long time. Why would I? We weren't planning on having any more kids, and neither was my brother. So that generation wasn't going to get it. So why would it matter what the actual terms were? When my daughter started to transition, it didn't even occur to me that it might make her eligible for the inheritance. That's how far removed from my day-to-day life the ring is. Now that this has all happened, I've given a lot of critical thought to what this ring really is and what it will in all probability accomplish. Honestly, almost all the comments that I got on here were helpful, so thank you. Unless you accused me of naming my daughter Meg because of Family Guy or saying that this is an episode of Family Guy. I have spoken to my brother. I told him that Meg asked for the ring, and I said no without even knowing the terms of the will. He agreed that Meg has too many problems to get the ring, and like me, he hadn't even thought about the ring since the will happened. I asked him what we should do if one of our kids has a daughter, and she's totally irresponsible and wants to pawn the ring. He agreed that it would be a problem that he wouldn't want. Then I told him that I just don't see this working out the way our mom had thought it would. That depending on the economic conditions by the time it's inherited, it might just be a race to see who can have the first girl so they can sell it and have some security. The further away from my mom it gets, the less sentimental value it has. He agreed with all my points. I suggested that we sell it and set up a trust in our mother's name that gives all of our kids several payments to make their transition into adulthood easier. Maybe a payout at 18, 21, and 30. My brother likes the idea, but the only way we can do this is convince my dad. He's 83 and still pretty sharp, but his wife's memory and legacy is very important to him. So I have no idea if it's something he'll even consider. So that's where we are. Thanks for your input. And edit, the value for the ring is for insurance purposes. I don't know anything about jewelry. According to the helpful people here, the ring is worth somewhere between 10 and 80% of the value.
Wow.
That's
a spectrum.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll get a new valuation if we go forward with the sale. I don't really know anything about the ring other than it's a single large diamond. So many hateful people on here talking crap about my passed away mom. You are really cool. My mom had some bad antiquated ideas, but she was a great mom. You also have some bad antiquated ideas.
Yeah. It's like she was a great mom because you fit into her idea of what a human being is allowed to be.
You have those same ideas. You didn't learn too much.
I'm not trying to dunk on your passed away mom, but like,
I had a great childhood, and my kids, whom she loved very much, also have great memories of her. So enjoy hating on an old passed away woman. I'm sure it depresses the other slugs on here. I won't hate on your mom, but
well,
I just am disappointed in you.
That's what I'm here for, folks. You telling me not to hate on your mom is really makes me want to hate on your mom.
I'm not gonna hate on your mom.
She didn't make the bigot contract. That was your dad.
Yeah, your dad did that. But there are some comments. Man, oh man. So the whole time, I do think it's a little funny that the whole time Opie was like, she just wants to sell the ring. She just wants to get all that money, and then they're like, we're going to sell the ring.
Yeah. He's like, well, I think we should just sell the ring.
Well, I think it's a little silly.
I don't know who had that idea.
I think it's a little silly.
But there are, I just thought that the brother wouldn't go for it because OP said the brother wouldn't go for it. But there are some comments to finish the story off. Comment 1, my brother works in a business that buys old jewelry, gold, and diamonds based on his, we actually have more left. And his experience and inheritance is very possible that you are making a mountain out of an anthill, and the ring is not as valuable as you think. And there is an update. I spoke to my dad for the first time in nearly a year.
Oh, wow.
I got my brother on, and we presented him with what we saw as the problem with mom's ring being passed to daughter. I should mention that after I talked to my brother about establishing a trust that gave all kids and grandkids a payment to help them become adults, he had another idea for the ring. Sell the ring and use the proceeds to buy/build a house around Big Sur, California, which was our mom's favorite place on earth. Name the house after her and let all the kids, grandkids use it however they want. I like that idea too, so we were going to propose both to our dad. He immediately shot both of them down. He did agree that it's very possible that whoever gets it will just sell it and that it could cause strife, but it's her will that is being passed on, and he wants to ensure that her wishes are fulfilled. So that's another 30 minutes.
Dang.
Oh.
Right.
You were right at the last
second.
My dad did like the idea of a house in Big Sur for the family and said he might look into doing that and asked if we could be interested in helping. which we are, so that may materialize. Here are some updates on a couple of things that a lot of people commented on. Some people said to just wait for my dad to pass away. Not that I want my dad to die, or not that I want my dad to pass, and I don't like speculating on his passing. But his dad lived to be almost 102, and my dad is in really good shape for an 83-year-old, 84 in March. So he might have another 20-ish years. There was a lot of discussion about how much the ring is worth. My dad is friends with a jeweler in New York who has done business with for over 40 years. My dad said they spoke last year, and the jeweler offered to buy the ring for $880,000. My dad says he could get more at an auction if he wanted to sell, which he doesn't. By the way, we do want you to listen to full episodes with stories just like this. Just go to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app and search up OK Storytime.
Just do that. Just do that.
But there is a little bit left to the story. Oy, oy, oy.
So maybe next time just sell the ring faster.
Sell the ring faster and be nicer. I don't know. Like, teach your daughter how to appreciate money and also be nicer to her. Man.
Yeah, and don't assume she's like a sociopath who's gonna, plot a slaying.
Yeah, to
upon
try
you.
and con you out of your ring.
Yeah.
But let's finish the story. Lastly, a development that has nothing to do with the original question. I have punted Meg out of my house. I'm not taking her off my insurance, and I've given her a month to move out, but I am otherwise 100% done. She has always had a better relationship with her mom than me. I wonder why. But they got in a fight over a stupid effing purse, and Meg hit her in the shoulder. Oh, it left a huge bruise. My wife is shocked and hurt and angry. She can't believe we raised such a brat. I can.
That was the moment she's like, our kid's a brat.
I can believe that you guys would raise a brat. I hope that this will help fix whatever is wrong with her, but for now, I don't ever want to see her again once she leaves. And comments, you're going to have similar problems with a family house. It will need to be passed on to somebody, and that person can just sell it. The person could also close it off to the wider family, making it just their house alone, or rent it out to others. Same problem, but now it's a house shaped. Reply, way more work, drama, and upkeep too. Who's going to pay for utilities? What if OP pays half the utilities, but brother's side uses it more? Who's going to make rules on when it can and can't be used? What if one couple wants it as a romantic weekend alone and another family wants to invite a bunch of friends? Who's going to manage a reservation system? Who's going to pay repairs, property taxes? Who's going to keep an eye on it and make sure someone in the family isn't reserving it and using those reservations to rent it out on Airbnb? And basically saying there are a lot of problems with that idea. This family is not very smart.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? Really quick, Tony Naomi said that this is a lesson that even if you leave your will very clearly detailed, those in charge can just change it. Rip grandma's wishes.
Yep.
And speaking of grandmas, that was my grandma.
Aw.
Who said, hot, I'm hot. I'm hot, I'm hot.
I love that. But we got some donos.
Oh, no.
So let's get in. And so we have 2 wheel spins, I believe. Amy Herring, thank you for the 10 bucks. Thursday is my family D&D game. Oh, love that. I am a wood elf ranger beastmaster with a newly obtained wolf. Help me name him, please.
Square.
Yeah.
Square the wolf.
Square the wolf. Put some names in the chat, though, too, if you want more options.
Right off the top,
Square.
it was Square.
Wingles, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships.
Yes,
and everyone
thank
say
you,
thank you who just got those. Slightly tough rich people problems. Yeah.
Yeah, truly.
Cowbot is God. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. Hi. Hello.
Hi, Cowbot. Good to see you.
Jasmine Davis, thank you for the 1 gifted membership. Little Burb, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, and we're going to spin that wheel for you. And Purple Trader, of course, thank you for the 148, getting us over the 30-minute line. Not done yet.
That's right.
You're done when I say you're done. And somebody has donated $5. Thank you, somebody.
It's going to be Little Bird first.
Little Bird. Little Bird.
Yeah, there we go.
Get the next story up.
I love the wheel. Ooh, 2 extra 5 minutes.
Why did you spin it so many times? Look what you've done.
And here comes Purple Trader.
And I'm gonna get there.
What's it gonna be?
What's it gonna be?
It's 1.25. 1.25.
Oh no. My bowl. My bowl.
What happened? Yeah. I didn't get a 2X. Little Burb got a 2X.
All
For
right.
donating those 20 memberships.
But we're gonna get into this next story.
Dot,
Yes.
dot,
Oh
dot.
no.
Dot, dot, dot,
Oh wait, was that the
dot.
end of the episode?
No, that was just the first episode.
That was,
That was the first story.
Oh.
That was the first story.
All right.
They're both like 26.
Cool. Coolio. Freaking Coolio, man. But here you go. What did Riley sent me an Instagram message?
Ooh.
What is it?
What is it? Is it an Instagram meme?
It says
Oh,
me
no.
watching my
I don't
oars
like
in the
this one.
furnace. This is what Riley sent me.
That's funny because I sent that to Riley.
Whoa, I just got re-gifted. a
Didn't I
meme.
send that to you?
Dude, I think you sent it to me. I think I got that.
No, I did show it. No, I
think I got
showed it to you.
Oh, okay.
I showed it to you
Twice
because you were
then.
talking about Minecraft,
Yeah.
the Bed Wars.
Everyone thinks this is what I want.
No,
They're right.
it was just funny because we were talking about Minecraft. That is how you'd look at your oars, though.
You're not even on me. I was too. There we go.
All right.
Let's do it.
My grandmother has dementia and she's always angry with me.
Oh boy.
Oh.
What was that?
Wait, what was that? Oh, that's two spins.
Oh.
That is 50 gifted memberships from Awkward Turtle. And another
That was twice.
hour.
Was that twice?
That was twice. That is another hour.
Did Awkward Turtle just gift 100 memberships?
No, but it got 2.
Are we sure?
No.
Yeah. She gifted 50 memberships,
Yeah,
which
50.
Okay.
is
Crazy
equivalent
anime
to-
lover. Thank you for becoming a night member. Welcome to Nights.
and another 30 minutes. There we go.
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh,
Whoa. Slow
hi.
down. Slow down. Celtic Vi Queen. Thank you for the $75. Haha. Why not? Stop. Stop.
Oh my gosh.
Stop. Awkward Turtle. Thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Dude.
Wow.
We were at 2 minutes. We're at 2 minutes and now we're at 2 hours.
Actually, I don't ever think we were ever at 2 minutes. I think they just wanted to give us hope.
Yeah.
And then
I
Why do
was
you
gonna
wanna
go
hurt
to a
us?
game night. I was gonna go to a game night.
I was going to go rock climbing. I was
gonna
going to
go to a
have an
game
actual evening to myself on a Tuesday.
Marcia, thank you for the $5. Yay, chaos stream. Don't put a question mark after that. Don't put a question mark after that. Knights, my crazy anime lover. I already said that. Thank you again for becoming a Knights member. Welcome. All right. Okay. Okay.
Call me a grandmother with dementia because I'm also angry with you. Wow.
start from the top.
Wee! Wee! This is your fault.
It's not my fault. Who
Yeah,
put
it's
that
your
on the
fault.
wheel?
That's true. And it isn't my fault. I was given those beans. Okay.
I just came up with the idea. I didn't write it.
You came up with the idea?
I did.
You're the problem here, Riley.
Beans
Yep.
made of denim. Call them jeans. Okay.
Let's read this story.
My grandmother has dementia and she's always angry with me.
Oh boy, this sounds like a sad story. Actually,
Yeah, this sounds really sad.
probably trigger warning for dementia.
Nice.
I'm going to try to explain this as well as possible. For my entire childhood, my grandma was a fantastic grandmother. Bro, this story's
Yeah,
about to just
Keon
make me
walked out.
sad.
Keon walked out.
Keon, you walked out. Now we have 2.5 hours.
I think it's Riley's fault.
No.
You're just mad.
Oh, it's okay.
Keep reading.
It's okay. I
We
don't.
got stories to read, these
this
people.
story's gonna hurt. Trigger warning: this story's gonna hurt you. So if you don't want that, then you need to not listen to this story.
Yes.
I'm gonna try to explain this as well as possible. For my entire childhood, my grandma was a fantastic grandmother. She loved spending time with us grandkids, doing things with us, and just overall great. However, she has always been a difficult person in general. By the way, this comes from user Dementia Dilemma, and if you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So, my dad, her son, males, 50-ish males. My dad, her son, 50 male, always said that in her mind, she has the only correct worldview. Anyone who remotely disagrees is just wrong. So she has the worst point of view. Cool. She would cause fights with my mother, her daughter-in-law, over things, and just create family drama in general. All the same, we love her, and I have very fond memories of her. A few years ago, she was diagnosed with dementia. Over the years since, it's gotten much worse. Due to her now current confusion, which I understand is completely out of her control, she has become mean and hateful to the point that even my grandfather, her husband, 70 male, that takes care of her almost 24/7, has to take mini breaks from her. As a kid, I was the perfect grandchild. I was enthusiastic, hardworking, and did everything within my power not to disappoint any of my family. Even as a teenager, I visited them every couple of days, and in college, I visited and called routinely. I'm also the only granddaughter and the only grandkid to go to college. My cousins aren't dumb, they just chose different paths, which is awesome for them. And my grandparents did put a lot of pressure on me to be the shining star of the family, in their words. If my GPA was a 3.9 instead of a 4.0, they'd asked, "What brought you down?" My grandma always said she didn't have a favorite grandchild, but pretty much everyone in the family acknowledges that even if I wasn't a favorite, I was special. I'm not praising this or bragging, nor did I want to be more special than my cousins, but this is just for context. However, last year, I got really busy. School was way more intense. I had an internship that took up almost all of my after-school time and weekends. I didn't have any time to visit or call that much because I was busy from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. most days, and I don't have a car. Don't need one where I live, so I relied on my other family to drive if we scheduled something. I did call when I could, though. However, because I did all this less than I have in the past, my grandmother got angry with me. She put down all my pictures, told everyone how selfish I was, and all manner of things.
Oh,
Very unfortunate.
yeah.
My parents and my grandfather and myself tried to kindly explain everything to her, but because of her condition, she didn't understand. I missed the Christmas family gathering because my family scheduled it on a day I had to do my internship, and it couldn't be changed. I visited my grandpa later on in December, and he said we weren't seeing grandma because she was having a bad day. I was there for Thanksgiving last year, and my grandmother refused to say a word to me, though she socialized with everyone else. I talked to her, but she ignored me, and that hurt. Pretty much any time I see her since has been like that. I've only gotten busier with work and school, and as a result, I've been more unable to visit my hometown. Because of having to organize rides, a lot of times planning stuff doesn't work out. If I had a car, I would absolutely be there as much as I could. And I try to call, but she doesn't want to talk to me. It gets more complicated because she remembers things incorrectly. She claims I haven't been there for holidays when I have, that I never call when I do, and that I never give her birthday or Christmas gifts, and all that stuff. If someone corrects her, she gets angry and asserts that she knows she's correct. My other cousins never go to see her unless it's a holiday, but she doesn't hate them for it. Even my dad moved across the country and almost never calls, and she's not mad at him. It all seems like the anger is directed at me. I've given up on trying to reason with her. That sounds mean, but she cannot really understand reason anymore. I'm not angry at her, as I know this isn't her fault in the least. I've accepted that she isn't the same person anymore. I want to spend as much time with her as I can before her condition worsens or she passes away. But she's so angry at me, and I don't even know if my efforts will help with her being confused and not remembering things. I feel tremendous guilt over this, like I've done something horrible. Maybe I didn't try hard enough before. Oh, that's not. Come on.
You haven't done anything
That's
wrong.
not what's going on here. I'm already doing all I can to schedule more visits, and I'm calling regularly, but it doesn't seem to be helping right now. How can I try to repair my relationship with my grandmother on some level? Maybe I didn't try hard enough. How do I make this right? And there's comments, and like, dude, I don't know. I'm not an expert on dementia, but you can't.
Yeah. It's so sad, but yeah, you've done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
It's just like your grandma isn't like she's not angry at your, like, her brain is not saying she's angry at you. Her dementia is saying that she's, you know, like, you've done nothing wrong. There isn't really a way to fix this because she's has a disease that is making her forget who you are and how she felt about you. And it's so hard to go through that. But it, unfortunately, I mean, beyond just kind of being there isn't much you can do, and that it's out of your control, which is scary.
Yeah. It's a terrible illness.
Terrible.
Comment number 1 here says she cannot really understand reason anymore, which also means that her anger is illogical and has nothing to do with what you have or have not done. You need to balance your understandable desire to spend whatever time she has remaining with her with the reality that not all of those interactions are going to be positive, and take care of yourself if it gets to be too much. Also, it's generally best not to argue with someone who has dementia. If she complains that you didn't do something she's forgotten, just say, "You're right, Grandma, I'm sorry, but I'm here now and I want to spend time with you." And see if that gets her on a different train of thought. And there is an update here.
Let's get into it.
Hey, y'all. First off, I want to say thank you to everyone who replied and to those who read it and said prayers and sent good vibes and thoughts my way. I spent a lot of time reading every reply, and I checked this account and was really touched by a few private messages I got asking how everything was. The fact that people remembered the post written by some internet stranger tugged at my heartstrings. And now on to the update. I spent a lot of time considering what everyone had replied and the resources and experiences others shared. It made me feel a lot better and clear-headed about the situation. I realized that my emotions were weird and I didn't know how to sort it out. For example, I was angry about being ignored and disowned by her when I was doing my best, but I felt I didn't have a right to be angry because her condition is not her fault. I should also mention that my grandmother wasn't the nicest of people before dementia, and the only people who really care for her are her blood relatives. That sounds really harsh, but the rest of the family acknowledges this too. So with a mixed bag of emotions of grieving for my grandmother, being angry about her treatment of me, anxiety about facing her at holidays just to be yelled at, I was really conflicted about going to Thanksgiving. I talked to my dad, my grandma's son, my mom, and my long-term significant other about my feelings. They understood where I was coming from and encouraged me to go to Thanksgiving if I wanted to and if it felt right to me. They gave me some sound advice that reinforced advice I got on the sub. My mom talked to my grandpa about something unrelated and then called me to tell me that I was allowed to come to Thanksgiving.
You okay?
Riley.
Are you okay?
What happened? What happened?
Okay.
Riley was
Dying.
Riley's gonna make it, everybody.
I'm good now.
Okay.
Riley's gonna make it.
Don't worry about me.
So my mom talked to my grandpa about something unrelated and then called to tell me that I was allowed to come to Thanksgiving on the condition that my grandmother gets to scold and lecture, the exact quote, me. They all knew I wasn't going to go for that at all. My grandfather, her husband, and I'm pretty sure he's a saint sent from some deity, called me asking if I'd be going to Thanksgiving. My grandpa is her number one caregiver and gave up a part-time job he loved, all of his activities, traveling, etc., to care for her. It's not always healthy for him, but he loves talking on the phone to people now more than ever. So I always make the time. That was a tangent. Sorry. I told him I wanted to go if the scheduling worked out. We were still working out plans with my significant other's family, and he just lit up over the phone, and I could practically hear him smiling. I could absolutely not say no to him even if I wanted to. For context, the issue with me and my grandmother has been stressing my grandfather out too. He loves me dearly, of course, and felt like they were losing their relationship with me over this because my grandmother cannot be reasoned with. Me not just agreeing to go, but wanting to go was a big deal for him.
Aw.
He told me that he and my aunt were going to sit down and talk to my grandmother on how to treat me at the holiday. I told him not to do more than he had to because I felt that I could handle it if she did go off on me, but also to not stress him out if she could not be reasoned with. He was committed to it, so I trusted his judgment. He couldn't promise she wouldn't go off on me, but he told me he would do his best to diffuse the situation if she did. The weeks carried on, and I volunteered to make the mashed potatoes. And I saw my mom's side. The day before Thanksgiving. Then I got a call from my grandmother, and I was expecting the worst. However, she was extraordinarily pleasant over the phone and just wanted to talk about the food. The next day, my significant other and I went to her side for Thanksgiving. I was really happy it worked out that he could go with me, as it soothed my anxiety a little. That and a well-stocked wine cellar. I kept in mind all the advice on this sub that said deflect, 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 so that helped me keep my head on straight. My grandmother was surprisingly present. She just seemed happy that everyone was there. For context, not much of my family goes to see her, which was part of my anger. My cousins never see her, even though they own cars and live closer. I live further away and don't have a car. Yet, all her anger was focused at me when I made more time and effort than they did. My one cousin is studying a trade, and my grandmother did nothing but praise him and his accomplishments, which is well and good. She wasn't interested in me, my studies at the university, or goals. That stung a bit, as in the past, she always made a point to tell her she's proud of me, but this time it wasn't even so much as a pat on the back. I've sort of been the lovable black sheep for a while, so I'm kind of used to it, but I'm still a little hurt. The rest of the celebration went on without incident, hugs and hellos, sharing memories, that kind of thing. I told her I'd do my best to be there for Christmas, mainly depends on scheduling. My grandpa was overjoyed that everyone was there, and that made it all especially worth it for me. It certainly went better than expected. I'm a little sad that it's not like how it used to be, and I felt a bit disconnected from her. I really feel like OP is writing like your grandma doesn't have dementia.
Yeah.
Like
it's like, yeah, she's not
just angry.
You're coming from a place where you're like, yeah, and I feel like
She
it was
just hates me. I was
unfair
like,
that
yeah.
my grandma like didn't hate on my cousins as much as she hated on me, but it's like your grandma has dementia.
She doesn't know your
It's
cousins are there.
illogical.
You're there. You're so she sees you and she's hating on you because you're there. That's the thing. It doesn't make sense, and that's hard to understand. But yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. She she didn't pay much attention to me, but it wasn't like last year where she didn't say a word to me. At this point, I'll take what I can get and look forward to Christmas, as I like that holiday better than Thanksgiving anyway. A lot of people had ideas for gifts, and I decided I'll be using my craft skills to make her a custom Christmas ornament. I'm hoping that helps. I know that her dementia is only getting worse, but I'm still going to do my best. I'm also graduating this fall, and I don't know how she's going to be with that, considering she hasn't really been interested in hearing about me for a while. And by the way, you can hear full episodes with stories like this. All you have to do is go to iHeartRadio or Apple Podcasts or Spotify and search OK Storytime, and you will find literally every story we've ever told.
It's true.
There's a little bit more story here.
Let's finish her off.
Let's complete it.
Wait, but before we go, Sophia, what are your thoughts?
I've already said all my thoughts.
All right.
You were-
There's not a lot of back and I was like, whoa.
There is. That's why,
Yeah,
because
this
it's
is
like
sad.
we're just like, this is a story about
Yeah.
a grandma with dementia, and it's
Yeah.
just
There's
bad.
really,
and
unfortunately, there really isn't anything.
there's
that you
nothing
can
for
do.
us to say. She has
Yeah.
dementia. You have to cure dementia.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're getting there. Right?
Short of that, that's
Mhm.
there's really not anything you can do
it's just
in
like
the
you have to know
capacity
that-
as like a family member.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no action that can be taken. It's just kind of realizing that you can't do anything.
Yeah.
These guys are so mature. Wow. I'm surrounded by so many great people. Guys are wow.
Again,
Sorry.
I want to thank everyone for all their help and support, even the upvotes that helped my original post get more visibility. I felt like we made a big step forward in the right direction, so that's where I'm going to keep heading. I hope you all have lovely holidays, no matter your beliefs or customs, that are spent laughing and smiling with the people you love, whoever they are. And we have some comments. Comment number 1, don't take it personally. Really do not take anything she says or does personally. Read up on the stages of Alzheimer's and the different parts of the brain that get damaged with every stage. Try to take in the details. She has a terminal illness that is dismantling her brain. If you had a friend with MS who couldn't go running with you, would you take that personally? Reply, yeah, 100% this. My grandma had Alzheimer's, and sometimes she couldn't remember my name or who I was, and she didn't know anything about my studies or my life, and she sometimes got angry or sad for no reason. This is all because of her brain being confused. She wasn't the same person anymore. It doesn't mean that the person she used to be didn't love and care for me. Same goes for your grandma. Alzheimer's is weird because it's almost like you lose the person and grieve before they're gone. Maybe look into talking through that grief with a counselor at school or a self-help book. Relationships with people with dementia can become quite superficial due to their memory loss, inability to hold a conversation, etc. But with my grandma, I just tried my best to make her smile and make her happy and occupied when I was with her. That's all you can do. They might forget you were there as soon as you leave, but with my grandma, she'd still be happy after something good happened, even if she didn't know why. And sometimes there were moments when she seemed almost normal. You have to hold on to those. Definitely read up on Alzheimer's symptoms. I hope that helps you to feel like there is less of an attack on you. If that doesn't work, you might want to consider whether you take things personally in general and work on that issue. Comment number 2. One thing I did with my grandma who had dementia is I would leave her a little note telling her I was here and the date and put it on the wall. And I would put the next date I was coming to visit on it too. Comment number 3 says, this might be bad advice, especially since it seems like you don't have much free time, but have you considered writing her letters? It would give her something tangible to hold on and reread, and wouldn't be as easy for her to forget about as a phone call. You could send little care packages with a note and some pictures or trinkets to give her a more physical way to connect with you since you can't visit as often as you like. OP says, this is an idea. And I'll talk to my grandfather and I'll talk to my grandfather about it. She tends to prefer phone calls for the most part, for whatever reason. But she also really likes cute little cards and stuff, so that's something I was thinking about. I like crafts, so that's something within my skill range. I like this idea a lot, especially the care packages. Thank you. And that is the end of that story.
Sad.
Yeah, that was not really a story so much as just like my grandma with Alzheimer's doesn't remember me.
It's very sad.
And yeah, it's horrifically sad. Aren't you guys glad you extended the stream now that you got to hear that?
But there are some donations to get through.
Oh.
What?
Because it's dono time.
Dakota's Pookie, thank you for the $5. 5'5", 157 pounds, curly brown hair, glasses, a little soft. Just the stats for the waifu pillow so you know what it's like to lay with me.
Wait.
For you.
Oh Lord.
It's for you. Dragon
my
Princess, thank you for being a member for 5 months. You know better than to make plans on Tuesday or Thursday. These are Neville's nights with his stepdad, Dakota.
Yes.
He's happily listening and laughing
Again,
with Dakota.
I did not have any plans tonight.
I didn't have any plans, but
I
Sam
just
had plans.
briefly saw
I was
a
like, maybe I could
little
stop by.
column of light
Yeah.
reaching down, and it was like, oh my God, in the evening.
It's less that I had
then it
plans and more so that I thought about making plans within those 2 minutes, you know?
Right. It was like it became so tantalizingly close.
Actual Drop Bear, thank you for the $10
But here we are.
on my 3rd month of membership, and all 3 have been gifted. Just want to give back because memberships are not an option for me to gift. And thank you for the 20 buckaroonies. Amanda Rose, Hippo character stands idle whilst his new and most powerful body attachments do their thing, with the word OP in the background.
What?
That's funny.
New and most powerful body attachments? He's a cyborg? Yes.
Did you start a new?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. You fool. You fool. We thought wrong. Oh, not this one then. Because can we switch the order of these? Because I have to. Okay.
What is it? Yeah. Yeah. Which
We're doing S2 first. Oh, that's also okay. Okay. Angela, thank you for the $5. When he make a funny face with his new mustache, Dakota looks like Looney Tunes Speedy Gonzalez. He makes me laugh. He's a good comic actor. Lindsay Payne, thank you for the $3. Incredibly thankful for this wonderful community. Lovely. Let's get
Right.
into this next story.
Whoop.
Do
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
we need wheels?
Yeah, we do. We also have a big wheel spin.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Let's do.
we had
let's
two
do-
awkward turtles.
Well, we
She-
also have that one.
Oh yeah.
Let's do that one
okay, time
first.
out. Did you do the 1.25 times that?
Yeah, we did. We did that.
Mm-hmm.
So how many do we have from Turtle?
We had 2 from turtle.
Just 2.
Yeah.
Really? Just 2?
Just 2.
The 50
Yep.
50. Yeah, it was 50.
Yeah, it was 50 memberships and then another 50 memberships.
Mhm.
But this one is the wheel spin.
This is
right here,
this
guys.
is spin that wheel.
And that crazy style.
Woo!
She's rusty. 5 minutes.
What? Who are you? Who are you?
Riley Wilson.
Don't
hate it or spray it.
All right, and we have a
This
regular.
one's for awkward turtle.
Little Burb, I don't believe we missed. I think we've read
Is it
all
4
of
for
yours.
awkward turtle? I think it is 4 because it's 50
It's
memberships.
4.
4.
Why
Yep,
would it be?
it's
50?
4
Why would it be 4?
Because 50's 2.
How is 52?
because
Oh, sorry. How would we
20
get 4?
memberships is 1
Yeah,
wheel
yeah,
spin.
yeah. So that's 2 memberships. Was there another thing from?
It's
Awkward
4.
Turtle?
It's 4 wheel spins from awkward turtle. Trust me.
I don't.
Okay.
Apothecary
Ouch.
Diaries Curly, thank you for the $5. Dementia is hard. When I lost my great grandma, I felt like she'd already been gone for a year because that's when she called me my mom's name.
Dang.
on. Oh,
Oh,
Mm.
Celtic vibe.
Celtic Vi Queen. We did.
Wow.
Mhm.
Ha ha ha. Why not? Thank you, Celtic. And now this one is the first one going to awkward turtle.
We did little Burbs
Yeah.
wheel spin.
Yep.
chat,
Yeah.
Here we go.
And we appreciate the 20 gifted members.
50
Whoa,
members.
that
And
is
50 more members.
a total
Woo!
of 150 from awkward turtle.
Dang, man.
And this is your next one.
Oh, there was 2.
Oh, oops.
Whoa.
What
Did you
happened?
break it? What'd you do?
I broke it. Sorry,
Dang, man.
guys.
There was 250. I
Okay, okay.
understand now. Could have just said that.
There we go. And 1.25.
1.5.
1.5.
1.5. I can't.
Get the 50 members first.
Dang, that. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Sorry,
50 members
guys.
First. Boom.
Let's go.
Nope, never mind.
Oh, we need to go to a different account.
Yeah,
Do you know how to go to a different account?
I can try. And
Go for it. And then can we put the 1.5 on?
Yeah.
And then did we do? Did we do? We did purple traders.
Yes.
Yep.
It's
We're good.
all-
I don't think this
all
is
awkward.
going to be finished. This story.
Yeah.
3,000 words.
Well, here. Do.
Is there enough?
Is there another one in here?
No, they're both 3,000.
Oh, well then let's go to a different mega
Okay,
episode.
we're going to a different mega episode.
5.
Yeah, let's go to
no.
5.
That one. So 5's a 5K.
How did that get there?
Have any others?
Could you put like a short one in there in the 5?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna get a story, guys.
I'm getting a story all
Hold
ready
on.
for you. Don't you worry.
How was your day so far, Sophia?
I was good. This morning I got a bagel.
I heard. You know what? I
Yes.
hear what happens in the mornings.
Oh.
I get awoken by you guys. You guys are my alarm clock. I don't set an alarm. I've never set an alarm for the past 2 years, and they wake me up every morning.
Oh, that's nice.
No,
You
It's
know what?
actually not
okay, I am
nice.
not as loud as Sam. I'm nowhere near as loud as Sam.
well, I still hear your voice, and I'm awakened by it.
I never, unless I'm speaking to Sam.
Yep.
Well,
Most
do we have the
times.
story?
I added it.
All right, we'll just run it real quick. All right, here we go.
All right, let's do it, man. Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. My father and stepmother had my head shaved when I was a kid. My mother still hasn't gotten over it.
Yikes! Was it that bad?
I wouldn't either. My parents have been divorced for a long time. I have long, thick hair that the family is creepily proud of. This happened back when I was about 12 years old. By the way, this comes from That Is Not My Fate on the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So, my parents live a bit away from each other. My father had taken us suddenly. So we were all at his place when I started to feel itchy. I told him about it, and we went to the doctor. I had lice.
Ooh.
Yikes. Not sure how. The only time I share anything for the head is at home. The doctor checked my brother and sister's heads. My sister only had a few, but my brother, well, he had a lot.
Oh, no.
The doctor gave us a script for the shampoo and comb and said to my father, "You need to take special care of her hair as it is longer and thicker than your other two children's hair." My father nodded and off we went. I was hopeful to have this resolved quickly. As I had lice before, each time was with my mother, whom would use the comb, but afterwards would sometimes nitpick my hair so she could get all the little buggers off me. And I would always be lice-free in 3 days or less with her method. My father got on his cell phone as he was driving, dangerous I know, and called my mom. He had her on speakerphone so we could all hear. She picked up, and as she was starting to say hello, my father snapped,
The kids have lice.
Oh.
Why did you give the kids lice?
Oh, why did you do that?
I heard my mother say, "I told you to check their hats." That my brother's name has a strange habit of giving them, and he likes to shove his hats on his sister's heads, more so, my name, since she hates people messing with her head or hair. However, she does quite well with nitpicking, said my mother in a calm voice.
Nitpicking?
Asked my father. My mother told him about the methods that worked best with each of us and how to do it, even saying she could send video demos if he was too confused.
That's nice.
My father dismissed this.
Little SOPs.
"I got this," he said before he hung up, not even saying goodbye. He drove us home after we picked up the shampoo. For some odd reason, he didn't give it to me and my siblings.
So he's giving you false hope.
That's crazy. That's even
We'll
worse.
get the shampoo
He's like, "We'll buy it."
just to make you feel like you have some hope.
The next day, our stepmother took us out. I had said, I'm not comfortable going out with lice. I don't want to infect others," to my stepmother. She smiled. "Your father told me all about that. We've got it covered. We're going swimming today. Chlorine will kill the lice. It kills everything. Just stay underwater for a long time. Oh, and we got a nice surprise for you,"
Let's go.
she said with a smile. Oh, no.
All
I see you.
right, dude, this is smart.
So we got lunch at a restaurant in town. Stepmom was trying to make me feel better, but kind of hard to do when she ordered me her favorite food, which I refused to eat. She takes us to the pool. I was ready to go in, but she grabbed me. "Not you. Not yet. Not yet. You get a spa day first."
This sounds like a pretty good day.
Oh my gosh, she sounds like terrifying.
What's the thing that you do with lice? Do you put like mayo in your hair?
Yep.
That's what it is?
You put peanut butter in there too.
Really?
Yep.
I've never had
Some-
Sometimes
butter.
you put like some sort of soap,
I never had lice, so I don't.
red
I've never
how to
had
do
lice.
that.
apple vinegar. You also put some mustard in there sometimes to do it.
What
You make it a
concoction are you
whole
putting in your
salad
Maybe you
hair?
could put like Coca-Cola or some Mountain Dew.
I can't tell if you're being serious or not now. I thought you were just going on a
Hey,
rant-
this is
a
some
rant.
South stuff, dude.
Really?
Don't worry about them. Others will
Basics
watch
and
them.
gravy.
Oh, wait. I looked back worried, but my siblings, I said. "Don't worry about them. Others will watch them," said my stepmother, as she took me to a nearby hair salon. We entered, and I was feeling super anxious. I'm really picky about my hair and only like it when I go to the places my mother takes me to. As the last place my father got my hair cut at camp made me look like someone cut my hair in the dark. "We are your 1:00 appointment," said my stepmom. The woman looked at me and said, "Her? But her hair," said the woman at the desk. My stepmom was quick.
We have the money. My husband called and already ordered the haircut. Our little girl is looking forward to it.
Said my stepmom. I looked at her confused. "What?" I asked, surprised. The woman behind the desk sighed and took me to the back. She washed my hair and kept apologizing to me. I had no idea why. That was until we got to the chair and she started to lop off my hair.
No.
I was staring, surprised.
Remember to shave it as close as you can to the skin. It has to be really short. Her hair is so thick, no one will notice.
My stepmother called from the waiting area. I'm ready to cry at this moment as my hair is disappearing right before my eyes. People are muttering. I had no idea what they were saying, but in my mind at the time, I thought they were talking about how horrible I looked with short hair. After a while, since they had to cut my hair first, then buzz, since my hair was so long and wavy, I now had a haircut shorter than my brother's. This is like, that's abuse. These parents should never be allowed to be around you ever again. I go back to my stepmom, who was paying the woman, whom asked, what did she do wrong for her to get this? She asked before giving me a lollipop. Nothing. Thought she would feel cooler this way as summer's coming, said my stepmother. She then took me back to the pool and told me to soak my head to end any leftover lice. We swam for a bit more before heading home. We all showered, each of us now allowed to use the lice getting rid of shampoo, and then had our hair combed. However, my father looked at my hair. There's still some hair left. Her hair is too thick. I am not able to deal with this. These people, this guy should not be a parent, he said before he got a razor and shaved off the stubble on my head. Well, I had no more lice, but I had no more hair either. I was upset by this and hid in my room for the rest of the visit, refusing to come out except to eat or go to the bathroom. If I was this person's mother, I would literally go to court. I would go to court to never allow this man to ever be around my child again. Our dad dropped us off at my mom's a week later when she wasn't home. He wasn't stupid. He knew what she would do if she saw my head. Well, my mom got home and noticed we were already there a few hours early. She was happy to see us until she saw my head. I can still hear her screams. She called my father over. He arrived about 20 minutes later. What did you do to our daughter's hair?
That's right.
She snapped, pointing to me as I was hiding my head under a blanket so not to show my hairless head. She had lice. I fixed it. She shouldn't have thick hair to begin with. What do you mean she shouldn't have thick hair? What do you mean she shouldn't have thick hair?
Dude.
That's her hair.
Just get the papers together. You don't have to worry about a thick hair anymore.
Like
We're gonna
literally,
solve this.
yeah.
Yeah, we're don't worry about it anymore.
You have thick hair. I have thick hair. So our kid is going to have thick hair. You shaved her bald, yet did nitpicking with the other two? She hissed. No, just a comb. We still got lice, chimed my sister. No, you don't. And why should I? Kids shouldn't even have lice. So she shouldn't have thick hair. Kids shouldn't have lice. You shouldn't have kids.
Bing, bang, boom, bop,
Easy.
bam.
Snapped my father. My mother rolled her eyes. You shaved your daughter's head because you were too lazy to do your job as a father? Do you know why your daughter's hair was so long? Snapped my mother. Because you think she looks cute that way, snapped my father. My mother turned to me. Tell your father why you were growing your hair, she said, more trying not to sound harsh with me. I peeked my head out. I wanted to look like my favorite princess Rapunzel.
Oh, no.
Oh, my father gaped at me. You told her to say that. She likes her hair like this. Then why is she hiding? Snapped my mother. This went on for about an hour until my father left in a huff, telling everyone that I wanted to be bald.
Yep, she really wanted that, guys.
I was crying at this point as I felt so misunderstood. My mother gave me a stuffed animal and told me to relax in my room. After an hour or so, my mom showed up with a poorly made yarn wig.
Aww.
Honey, I called up some friends who are currently making you hair hats so you can at least pretend you have hair. I know how much you like your hair. Now listen, I might still be mad at him, but don't worry. Hair grows. You will have your hair back in no time. Aw. Yeah, her father sucks. By the way, you know what doesn't suck? Listening to full episodes with stories just like this. Just go to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or iHeartRadio and search up OK Storytime. But there is a little bit left to the story.
What would you do?
If I was his mother, I would go to court to make sure that he lost custody.
Yeah, but how much to go bald?
How much would I go bald?
Yeah.
I don't think I could
Depends
go bald.
what it's for.
I guess so. But I don't think I could
Money.
go bald.
In
How
your
much money?
pocket. How much?
I don't know.
10 grand.
Sure.
No.
All right, 20.
I don't know. I don't really do things.
50. 50 grand.
I don't know.
I would.
I'd have to think about it.
How
I
much
don't
would
wanna
you do
go
it for,
bald.
Riley?
If it was just to cut my hair, I'd do it. But like if it was to cut my hair short, I'd do that. But like, I don't know about
No,
bald.
like you're going full on V for Vendetta. Natalie Portman, shaved head.
I'm going to do...
I'd have to think.
Like
What's
army cut.
3.5% of a house in California? Plus
Brother.
7K. Plus 10K.
I don't know.
But
That's what I'd do it for.
That's
But we're gonna
absurd.
Finish this story off.
Have you ever had lice, Riley? Because
I have not.
have any of your siblings?
No.
Oh,
Then
okay.
okay, I feel
My
like
mother
all of
would
those-
behead us if we ever did that.
Yeah, I feel like Lice is-
she does not like throw up. I
Oh,
don't even want to
I was gonna
ask her what she'd do if we ever got lice.
I was gonna say Lice is like not very common out here. I don't know. Maybe it is.
Yeah,
but
it is.
I don't know.
People
I've
had
never met.
lice all the time at my school growing up.
Same.
Really? I've
Yeah.
never met anyone who has had lice.
My mom was like, "Don't share hats, don't share brushes."
Bro, what? And you know a lot of people.
Exactly.
I
It's
Start
Okay,
asking
But
people.
we have more to the story.
a weird question.
I
to ask.
spent that summer wearing lots of funny hats. He tried to shave me bald a few more times after that, but my mom had told my siblings to not let him or my stepmom get near me with any hair cutting places or devices. And whenever my father tries something we won't like, my mother reminds him his mistakes will take months to correct. And if you ask about the time with my mom, she will growl about how she's still mad at him. Why is he around you? Why is he around you still?
I don't know.
Why was he allowed to be around you?
No clue.
But that's the end of that story. And
I'll take these.
I'm gonna go grab Dakota.
See you, friend.
I'll be back later.
I'll see you later, alligator. There she goes,
Later, gator.
guys. I'm going to read these two donos. Blondest Brunette has donated $25. Been so long since I donated. Should be a year member by now, but had a few days skipped. Had to better myself. I'm glad to say I'm 106 days clean from the drink.
Let's go.
Blondest Brunette, I have known you more than 106 days, and that is amazing that you have done that, and good for you. Guys, let's get some award trophies in the chat,
Yes.
okay? We need that for Blondest Brunette. And we got one from Purple Trader, my favorite donator. Sent $5. Pair character lifting some weights, saying, keep it up. I bet you wish us we could keep it up. Because guess what we're going to do? We're going to do just that. We're going to keep this up. And should we read that long story? Should I make Dakota read the long story?
Yeah.
Guys, I just read. And it's, Dakota. Dakota's going to read us his next story. Let's go. Yeah. You want to run up a hill after this?
Do I want to run up a hill?
Dude, I ran up a hill with my friend Alex, and I've never felt more alive in my life. I mean, I
Running
have,
up that hill.
but running up that hill, dude,
Faith, no, what's her name?
come on.
I don't know it.
Sadie Sink.
No, not.
No,
What is
no.
it? Carlisle? I feel like Carlisle.
This man said Sadie Sink.
Well, that's the actress's
That's
name.
the actress.
No, I'm talking about the musician who made the song.
She got into the. Hall
Although
of Fame.
that was a goated season of Stranger Things.
Yep.
For sure.
She'd be doing Stranger Things on my.
You do stranger on my thing.
She gets stranger on my thing.
Nothing in
Welcome
my head
back,
is acceptable
Dakota.
to say out loud.
Okay, we have some donos.
Oh,
Gimme.
whoa. Easy there, partner.
What's going on here?
Easy.
I gotta fix you. Hold on.
What is going on?
Both of you look at the screen. I have to fix you.
I don't know why.
Don't touch me.
I don't want to be there anymore. Here.
All right. Whoa. Stop.
You have to
Don't
move
do
my
that.
camera now.
Don't do that.
Don't move the chair.
Don't move the chair.
I gotta move the chair.
Everything is placed.
Riley, every
Perfect.
day these move.
Perfect.
Don't
I
tell me
hope you
that.
know that.
All right.
Don't tell me that.
Kate
No,
Bush. It's
I'm
Kate
not
Bush. It's Kate
perfect.
Bush. It's Kate Bush.
I'm not perfect. Look,
Be perfect.
I moved my chair. You have to just move my camera.
Why?
That's what I'm saying. That's
because
what
my
I'm
chair
saying.
was gonna knock over the table.
I just moved the table so you wouldn't do that.
Now we're perfect.
All right. Guess
Okay.
what? You're gonna be reading this story, Dakota.
Okay. That's my job.
We have some wheel spins. Why?
Sorry.
All
All right. Let's do this one
Wait,
for
so,
awkward turtle.
Mela6815, thank you for the $5.
Don't know Tom.
As you guys know, I'm Colombian, and I was very sweet for lice.
Oh.
It was normal that being at school meant you had a chance to have lice, but my mom had the patience for the right shampoo and sitting at night to comb with a thread-made comb
Huh.
and getting them in a cloth. You have a story with lice?
Yeah. Sweet for lice. My brother's sweet for mosquitoes. He gets bit so
Sweet
many
for
times.
skeeters?
But this one is going
Sweet
to
for them
awkward
there
turtle.
skeeters?
Here we freaking go, guys. 1 point.
There we have it.
And here we go for the next one for awkward turtle. Boom. 1.25. 1.5 and then 1 point.
Wowie zowie.
And that is us called up with that.
Wowie zowie bimby bobby.
Cody, you want to give me a thumbs up, thumbs I don't know if we got this.
I don't know.
Do you want to?
This thing is gonna fall off. I don't know.
happy to be
Purple
here.
Trader, thanks for the $20. Riley, your package should arrive tomorrow.
What is it?
And Angela, thank you for the $7.
Let's go. Thank you, Purple Trader. Big love.
Assuming we.
Yeah, we got those. Thank you, Marcia. Thank you, Amanda Rose. Yep, we got that.
Yes.
Let's do it. Next story. Let's read it. Can't wait for him to read this one.
Do we get Crazy Anime Lover?
Crazy anime lover. Thank you for becoming.
You think
tonight.
I don't like reading the long stories?
I didn't say anything like that.
I just saw you over there going.
Dragon Pressness has been a member for 5 months. You know better than to make plans on Tuesday or Thursday.
Well, see, that's
These evil nights with this
Devil's Night.
with Neville's night with his stepdad Dakota. He's happily listening and laughing with Dakota.
Knievel Knievel. Look, it's not that I had plans. It's that for a second, me and Sophia both fantasized about having the ability to make plans. And then in about 45 seconds after it started, they were dashed.
Reality
So
changed.
It just hurt a little bit.
Purple Trader,
still love
thank
you.
you for the $20. Riley is our resident Sheldon. Holy cow.
Resident Sheldon?
Why did you? That hurts. That
No!
Not hurts, but like I realize what my life really is now. Thank you.
What do you mean?
I'm
You're not Sheldon. If anything, you're
the
like,
tech dude.
you're like a fusion of Sheldon and his brother.
I'll take that.
Oh.
And Jessica Galloway, thank you for the
Thank you
5
for the
gifted memberships. Almost putting us
gifties.
to another 15. That was really close. You were 11 cents away.
Okay.
Let's do it.
My mother-in-law has been controlling our lives for so long. I can't take it anymore.
I don't want to do this anymore, Grandpa.
That's too dang bad. All right. This will be a lot. So bear with me, and thank you to anyone who reads this. Possible trigger warning, mentions of family friends, self-harm. Mother-in-law is a super controlling, manipulative, and self-absorbed person, especially when she doesn't get her way.
Hooray.
Here is a snapshot of a few issues we've had leading up to this most recent one. By the way, this comes from user TyAccomplished1505. And if you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So, when husband graduated from college, he was offered a job in another state. Mother-in-law and sister-in-law cornered me at one point and accused me of taking their son and brother away from them. After we moved, we eloped because I needed to be able to be on his health benefits due to some medical things I had going on. We already have a small wedding planned for that next year at his parents' house. Mother-in-law did not like the fact that we got married and told husband that I was not allowed to change my last name or tell anyone that we were married. Okay. I flew back a few months before the wedding to finish getting everything settled. Husband and I had everything planned out just as we wanted. When we flew back for the wedding, mother-in-law literally changed everything about the wedding. We wanted a small, intimate wedding, country theme with hay bales and shepherd hooks, just very low-key. She wanted to do a run-through of the day. We wanted to do a run-through of the day, but she refused to do that. She refused to let my mom come and help. My little brother was the ring bearer, and she kept making comments about how he was the only thing that would not be perfect about the wedding. You just remove her. It's that, you just remove her from her duties. Stop listening to her. Do not give her permission to change everything about your wedding. Husband and her ended up getting into a huge fight once we found out that she had changed everything. We found out that she talks trash about me behind my back to everyone. We ended up moving back home and I got pregnant. First thing mother-in-law said to us was to let her know what her boundaries are. Of course, anytime we have done that, it's caused problems. My in-laws are very wealthy. They went in with some family friends and bought a large amount of property and are building a subdivision. The family friends unfortunately lost their daughter 7 years ago to self-harm, so are naming their part of the subdivision after her. Mother-in-law decided to name their part of the subdivision after what is L-O?
Lost
Late
Owens.
L-O?
Luke Olson. Luke Olson.
Low order.
Law and Order.
Decided to name their part of the subdivision after L-O without our permission.
Chat, what does LO mean?
L-O.
LOL.
L little one.
Little oyster.
Do they have a kid? Is that little one?
Lows?
Loved one?
Loved
I
one.
don't. No, it's little one. Amanda Perillo. Yeah,
Little one.
I got there.
I love
got
you,
there all by myself.
little brother bear.
I got there all by myself.
Okay, let's go.
Give it.
Mm-mm.
Give it to me.
I don't like it when people tell me what to do.
That counts. After husband and I discussed this, we decided it made us uncomfortable, especially since the other part was being named as memorial for a young girl who committed self-harm. Husband called mother-in-law to let her know, and she got all pissed off and hung up on him.
What?
Fast forward to when the little one was born a few days before Thanksgiving. Mother-in-law was kind enough to watch our dogs for us.
All right.
Even though I wanted a week to adjust being home before having people over, we allowed mother-in-law to come over on Thanksgiving to bring the dogs back. Over the next month, she came over twice a week. Mother-in-law would bring food to us, which was super nice of her. I told husband that it was getting to be too much for me having her over so much. I wanted time to myself to figure out being a new mom and establish a routine. She would also come over and try to tell us how to parent. There was a day where both our families came over. My family had already arranged to be over that day, but then his parents stopped by as well. It was too much for the baby to be passed around all day, and she was really overstimulated. After that, we set a boundary that we were limiting the number of people that came over in a day.
Nice.
What would you put your limit at
I was feeling this way.
if you had a little baby, little tiny Riley?
Little RJ, Riley Jr. I don't know, whatever felt right. I don't know, maybe like 3 people, 3 couples, 6.
6 people?
Yeah.
No one gets to see my
3
child.
families. a day.
I'm keeping my child sealed away until it's perfect.
Hey, Riley, you got a comment right there.
Thank you, Miss Payne. I appreciate it.
Wow.
So dadgum cute. Aw.
Dude. You're a cutie pie.
Thank you.
Official cutie pie status has been bequeathed upon you.
Oh, gosh. It's Nosferatu.
Okay. It's Lily Rose Depp. Fast forward to Christmas. My mom, niece, and I had made plans a week before to do some baking on Christmas Eve. The day before, mother-in-law called me and said she was going to be coming over tomorrow to see the baby and bring gifts and baked goods. I started to tell her that my mom was going to be over, and she interrupted me and said, "Oh, sir, if your mom is over, I'm not welcome."
Ooh.
I said, "That's not what I said," and proceeded to tell her what we'd talked to the doctor about and some of the health concerns we were trying to figure out with the baby. She then said, "Fine, I'll just call my son. Bye," and hung up on me. She then texted her son, my husband. Their exchange is below to give a clear picture. I took out names for privacy and just put name. A few things to clarify. His parents live an hour from us, but his brother lives across the street and has only seen the baby once when she was a week old.
Okay.
We've asked 2 things of everyone. 1, no social media pictures, and 2, let us know ahead of time if you want to see the baby.
Okay, these seem reasonable. These seem fair.
Pretty reasonable.
I would like to see the baby.
I would like to see the baby. I am Werner Herzog. I want to see the baby. Don't kick me. When this happened, my family had only seen the baby once. Mother-in-law had been over 8 times.
Dude, she
Sorry.
drove, like, that is 16 hours. Within how long?
Too long.
16 hours.
She lives an hour away. She came and saw it 8 times. That's 16 hours of driving.
Yeah, but like separated, like not all at once.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. How long? Is this 2-week gap? Is this a week gap?
I don't
Month?
know. I think that's the entire time the baby's been alive,
Well, how long?
which at this point is like a month.
2 months after it was born.
Well, it was born right before Thanksgiving, and this is coming up on Christmas.
Mm.
Good morning, mother-in-law. Good morning, son. I was going to run down early in the morning and drop off a Christmas gift for you and some baked goods, but was told I cannot do that because Name is going to be at your house baking pies with Name. So I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and tell you I love you, and I guess I'll see you some other time. Husband, good morning. Yeah, we're limiting visits to one person and family per day. Last week turned into a nightmare for a couple of days with Name when a bunch of people came over in one day. You guys are more than welcome to come down on Sunday or Monday. Just let us know so we can plan to limit it to just you guys that day. Merry Christmas, and I love you too.
Aw.
Mother-in-law.
This is just unbelievable to me.
Girl.
Who are you? Oscar the Grouch?
Mm.
Living in a trash can of your own design?
Dude. Oscar really got it made, though.
What do you mean?
You think about it?
It's probably
Does
cozy.
bro have to pay for mortgage? No, because he lives on government land.
Theory, the trash can that Oscar the Grouch
Don't.
lives in on Sesame Street is like a TARDIS from Doctor Who. It's like infinitely large on the inside.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's
thinking.
like a Pokeball, you know?
I don't really know
No,
the info
no,
on
mm-mm.
being inside the Pokeball.
No,
Oh,
but-
bro. Apparently it's like so cozy in there.
Cool.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
I don't even care, dude. Take that.
All right, Oscar the Grouch.
Uh,
Living in a trash can over there.
This is just unbelievable to me. We already knew we could not see you or her for Christmas, and nobody communicated to us that there is a new set of rules that now require us to schedule our visits independent of everyone else. We'll never get to see her because Name's family, who have the advantage of living locally and not working, will always be conveniently there. To be told that I can't stop by, drop off Christmas presents on the morning of Christmas Eve. On the morning of Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve morning.
Just say Christmas Eve. And see the baby for a few minutes after driving 130 miles round trip just blows me away.
Well, that's why you text ahead of time. Why you text people? You're like, hey, this is what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, you just make plans.
Yeah. You know how many surprise visits you get? Even in a relationship,
0.
you get, I was going to say like 2.
No.
Okay.
You show up and it's a surprise. I refuse to be surprised. I'll say,
Surprise.
be gone.
Well, I was going to say like 2 per like,
That's probably
3
more.
months.
That's probably more reasonable.
yeah.
Surprise visits. Yeah.
I might actually have to do a surprise visit soon.
Well, don't
To
talk
who?
about it. Whoa, don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Keep it on the low, or it's not gonna be a surprise. How many times has she been over? She can't compromise and coordinate her schedule with me. My 30-minute visit is not what's harmful to the baby. It's much bigger than that, and I'm not stupid. The message being sent is loud and clear and deeply hurtful. We have other obligations on Sunday, and we work on does this woman ever stop yapping?
I can relate.
So, oh, brother. I feel like I got away with mine. I don't know if you're going to get away with yours. We have other obligations on Sunday, and we work on Monday, so the alternative times you gave me will not work. As far as the baby's gifts, it's just some first Christmas things like a memorabilia, infant blanket, and burping bibs, and it blah, 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 blah. So meeting after Christmas defeats the purpose and takes away the fun. I don't know. Name. I wasn't raised this way. You weren't raised this way, and we've certainly brought several babies into our families. In fact, I don't personally know of anyone who has experienced such one-sided arm's length control that's being imposed on us. Oh my God.
Bro.
Go write the Magna Carta or whatever. This is your 4 paragraphs in.
Goodness gracious.
He's just saying, come next week.
Yeah.
The baby's going to get overstimulated. You wench.
Just a little heads up. And if you were so chill and like actually a good mother-in-law, they probably wouldn't care. But you bring this heavy weight with you every time you visit, and they want to they want to make sure the weather is nice for the baby for, the first couple of months it's alive.
Yeah.
Thinking like, oh, I like it here. Not thinking like, wah, wah, wah. It's so heavy.
The baby?
The vibe. Yeah. The baby's like, it's so heavy being outside of the womb. I want to go back.
Ooh.
Because
I
the
haven't even
mother-in-law,
thought about that mentality of like the baby mentality of like, where am I gonna ever go back to that? Am I going back into the womb at any point,
Mm-hmm.
or the place I was before? They don't
My
know.
spawn
They don't
point.
know what a womb is.
We're going to go back to the spawn point.
I wonder what that brain is thinking. Probably too busy thinking about like, that's a shape I've never seen before.
Yep.
What's that color?
I had
What
a
was
pretty
that
like
noise?
disturbing first memory, like growing up.
All right, now you have to say that right now.
So like I have one memory that I remember very vividly, but the other one was me
Lividly? Wait, vividly. Gotcha.
vividly.
It was just funny because lividly makes it sound like your first angry was
So-
like super. Your first memory was super angry.
Oh
and
yeah,
You're just a mad baby.
just mad, enraged. But it was like I was sitting in a baby tray thing with food, and I see in the corner of my eye a dark figure in a doorway with a suit and a hat on, and that's all I can remember.
I'm pretty sure that's just a nightmare.
It sounds like it. Yeah, it sounds like it might have been.
Well, that was the first thing I remembered.
Did you
And
have
the
a
second
paranormal
one-
experience for your first memory?
Probably.
You saw Slenderman for your first memory?
Yeah, but I think the next memory I remember was when I was 2. I was 2 years old when I
Yeah.
remembered it, and then I went unconscious, and then I came back when I was in kindergarten.
Did you ever hear about how Terrence Howard says that he has memories of being in the womb and an angel talking to him? He's a crazy man. Okay. Back to the story. I feel defeated, hurt, and angry. I seriously don't understand. I digress. You've been digressing the whole time, lady. Moving forward, we will quietly wait for an invitation to see you and our granddaughter and see if our schedules can coordinate with the proposed time slot allotted to us. This is not our choice
Wait, I
or
think
what
this
we
is
want.
OP.
So please, it's not. So please make sure we are not wrongfully accused of not wanting to see the baby or being involved in her life. We are doing our best to adapt without taking it personally. And right now, that's not working so well. If my eyes could roll into the back of my head, I'd do it right now.
Do it.
I can't.
Try.
They can't.
Go.
I can't. That's as far as I go.
Both of you try and do it. So
If
someone
I
can
could
clip it.
physically just and then flip,
Both of you try and do it at the same
that's
time.
what I'd do.
I just did it.
I know. Now it's going to get in the Discord.
ready?
It's going to be hilarious.
That was good. That was good.
Okay, husband, it is reasonable to ask if someone has plans on a certain day before visiting and to plan for something more than the day before, just like you have plans on Sunday and just like a sensible client would ask you to show a house. This isn't a new rule, it's common courtesy. I'm going to stop you right there on insinuating that you're being treated differently. My OP's family is being held to the same expectation, and I've had to have the same conversation that she had with you, with them, but they had a drastically different response. You were the first to see her, and you have seen her more than anyone else, so take a step back and quit making assumptions. The decision to limit visitors to one person or family a day was my decision, and I'm not asking for permission or approval of my parenting. There's a fine line that's being tiptoed in your message, implying that it's OP's fault. It's not. I'm home every Friday and would have told you the same thing she did if you had called me yesterday, because everybody is being held to the same expectations of planning more than a day ahead. The message is to have people plan their visits so that when they are here, it's just them and the baby, and to minimize exposure to multiple people in a short time frame per the doctor's direction. I'm sorry you feel this way, but I'm not going to enable outbursts like this when all of it could have been solved with a simple conversation last week. I'm not going to dictate the level of involvement people have in the baby's life by coordinating invitations. If you want to see her, reach out to me more than a day ahead to set up a time to come by and respect other people's time with her.
So imagine you just said all that to a wall.
Yeah, I imagine that's about as effective as that's going to be. But we have a response right here. Let's see what it was. Noted.
Okay, if it was noted, you would make more than just one word. You would bullet point like what they said. Okay, sorry.
I wasn't coming down to hang out or interrupt pre-scheduled plans. I was simply dropping off Christmas presents and goodies and leaving. Yeah, freaking. Has that ever happened in the history of humanity where someone brings Christmas gifts for the newborn that's like the mother-in-law and is like, all right, I'm going to leave now? Yeah, right. You can say that. It's real convenient.
Actually, it did happen
No.
for one baby.
No.
And it was 3 guys.
What?
Yeah. So this one.
They definitely hung out. They definitely hung out. You know they hung out.
So there was this one baby.
They had the frankincense and the myrrh.
Yeah.
And then they had the one more thing. What was it?
Frankincense, myrrh, gold.
Gold?
I think.
They gave Jesus the bling?
Don't quote me on that. But apparently he was like 2 when that
24
happened. He
karat
wasn't a
magic
newborn.
in me,
He was like
yeah.
2 years old.
Really?
Yeah, that's a theory.
Seems pretty fishy. I could not stay, nor did I ask to stay. I was doing a drop-off. That's it. A drop-off. I wanted to be gone from GJ by 9 a.m. What the heck is GJ? Great
Good.
Jolly.
Good jolly.
I don't know. GJ was mentioned earlier.
Great,
Jolly
great
bee.
Jakes.
I was right. It was gold.
It was gold. What? What was it, Riley?
It was frankincense, myrrh, and gold.
Oh, we knew that about the 3 king.
Yeah, I was right. You got the bling.
3 kings.
Anyways,
there.
back to the story. Back on. We're getting back on track.
Well, we're trying to figure out
um,
what's good J.
We don't
or-
know what GJ is, so we're gonna pretend like we know.
Great junipers. I wanted to be gone from GJ by 9 a.m., which most likely was before name arrived or the pie baking began. And I would say what that name was supposed to be, but I honestly cannot tell because there's so many different people with their names removed. My intent wasn't to intrude on their mother-daughter time. I only wanted to take a mere few minutes to give you your gifts and goodies, get a hug from my son, sneak a peek at the baby, and get on the road. My call was a courtesy call that I was going to be in town early and wanted to drop off presents and leave. It wasn't a last-minute call to expect everyone to change their plans, and it wasn't a last-minute call to hang out. It would have been easier if I was told to leave the presents and goodies outside your door than to be told I wasn't allowed at your home to drop off presents. No matter how you put it, that's just effed up. You've made your point, your house, your rules, regardless of how ever-changing they are. I promise you I won't put myself in this hurtful situation again. It would be nice, though, if you revisited what harm it would have been for me to drop off the presents early this morning while I was swinging through town on other business, mind you, without any intention of staying. Quick in, quick out to leave the presents. How was that disrespectful? And for the record, God, we're still adding to the record? Still?
This
Records are made
typist-
to be broken. Records are made to be broken.
She's breaking a record.
Dude,
I
this
know.
typist's like hands have like blisters on them.
Oh.
They're
I
like,
got blisters on my fingers.
good stuff.
And for the record, feel free to visit our home any time of day, any day of the week, unannounced or scheduled, as you will always be welcome with love and open arms. Yeah, shut up, lady, because you don't have a newborn baby.
Ooh, you had one, then it got older and had a newborn.
Stop trying to throw it out. Like, I would never do this to you.
GJ is Grand Junction. That's
Dude, I
what.
love the
SC
Grand Junction.
Grand Junction? Oh,
Yep.
so they're in Colorado?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Dang.
it's a bowling place.
Doxed. You're taking out the names, but you put the city that she's driving through? What are we doing? After this,
Maybe
they
not. Maybe not. Maybe we don't know.
huh?
We don't know. Let us know, chat. But that's what
Could be.
SCZ said.
After this, they had texted and arranged to come see the baby a few weeks later. During this time, husband and his mom had spoken a few times. Husband got the vid and she flipped again because he didn't tell her he had it. She then sent me this. Son, somebody told me that you have the vid. I'm so sorry to hear that, and I will pray for your healing. I have it too, and am feeling pretty rough. It's times like these that make us remember the brevity of life. I personally lost 4 friends in the past 3 months who, in a matter of hours, ended up in the hospital on a ventilator and passed away a few days later. Unbelievable and shocking.
Dang.
One of our friends is still in Denver on life support with failed kidneys. He was a healthy athlete who sadly caught the vid. My point is, we're not promised tomorrow,
So let me see your kid.
so we shouldn't live like it and leave important things unsaid. And this would all be very poignant and real if it wasn't just layered underneath her own self-serving narcissistic tendencies.
I just do not like when I'm surrounded by people that have such a heavy weight that they put on other people. My top 3 things I dislike is feeling other people's emotions. Cannot stand it. Don't want to feel them at all.
Really?
Yes. One time I had this waitress. She was going through something. Like, okay, I get it, but she was like putting that on me, like I was the problem. And I'm like, girl, I don't want to feel your emotions right now. I just want some sushi.
All right,
Can
chat.
we do that?
We all know what we want to give for Riley.
Yeah, but
Your
like,
emotions.
Please don't. Like, I'll be there. I
Riley.
will talk with you. But it's more like I am feeling this, and I have all this like all this heavy stuff. I'm just gonna put on you. You deal with it, rather
Riley-
than let's talk through it. Let's make a game plan.
Riley's an empath, chat.
Yeah.
Feel
Yeah,
me?
Just being, just getting dumped.
Dumping.
Just
Like,
getting
it's-
dumped on.
There's
It's-
emotional dumping. You're talking
Yeah.
about emotional dumping.
Emotional dumping and the vampire thing.
I was gonna say, dealing with other
draining.
people's emotions is
Draining.
literally what
Energy
we do
vampire. Thank you, Mr.
Energy
every day.
vampire. Yeah.
It's like every story we read is us dealing with other people's emotions.
Yeah. I was gonna
Yeah.
be like,
But but like this is different than being just like bleh, like dumped on by like somebody.
It's like
Because
here.
we formulate thoughts and plans and ideas. They just someone who just wants to go, my every problem I've ever had. Ah.
And you should let me do XYZ because these are my problems.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. So we left off at Grandma being like, we shouldn't leave anything unsaid. I don't want to make you any more angry than you already are or retreat further than you already have. But if tomorrow doesn't come for me, then at least I did not leave this unsaid. It feels like you've cut me out of your life. Now, mind you, this is just 2 weeks later. This is not 2 years later. This is not 10 years later. This is 14 days in the future.
But in baby years,
that's
it's like,
eternity.
I don't know.
dude, seeing a 2-week-old go to a 2-month-old,
She's on 8 times.
you've missed so much.
8 times.
My brother is taller than my mother,
It's not her kid.
and he's 12. That's like, I missed like 10 years of his life. I missed probably 2, but
point guard?
he's probably going to be center.
Really?
I'm
He's
going to
like
be point
that,
guard. I'm going to be the
he's like
shortest in the family.
that big.
Yeah.
Wasn't LeBron a point guard?
LeBron's
Didn't he play-
everything.
Didn't he play? Yeah, well, yeah, I guess he's
LeBron's my sunshine.
he's the 1 through 5.
my
He's the,
only sunshine.
Stop,
He
Get back
makes
to the
me
story.
happy.
don't bronze shine me right now. Okay.
Oh, wait. Riley said, Mrs. Dakota says you're in trouble, Riley.
You should see what she asked you to do a little bit ago. Scroll up. Anyways, back to the story.
Who, me?
No, Miss Payne.
She asked.
It feels like you cut me out of your life and OP's life. Or no, probably the baby's life, which has pretty much destroyed me, but you knew it would. That's no secret. I'm a good mom. I've always been a good mom, and I deeply, unconditionally love you. I still don't understand how or why you are treating me this way. Husband says, I will be praying for your healing too.
All right.
It's definitely a scary thing, but thankfully the data on the new strain is promising. It's not as life-threatening. Of course, I'm angry and hurt. I set a boundary with an immediate compromise for another day and was met with backlash about my choice and accusations based on assumptions towards OP and her family, which weren't true. I made my point and was met with more questioning of my decisions. But I'm not going to argue and justify my parenting decisions to anyone, nor am I going to allow anyone to talk to me like that.
Let's go.
It just got worse. Stop.
I'm not the one with the buttons.
Yeah, but you're smoldering. You like it.
I can't help it, dude.
Dude, you just
I'm just like the
gazed-
Rock,
You
okay?
gazed
You're
directly in the
staring into my
camera.
soul.
I don't blink much.
Yeah, we could tell.
I don't blink much. They call me dry eyes. Shoot.
Too
Where
far.
am I?
Too far. Look at this split ear.
It just got worse from there when who was in the hospital? Who? It just
I'm
says
gonna
name.
say OP. I'm gonna say OP.
It just got worse from there when OP was in the hospital. I was keeping everyone in the loop as I received more information, and then you sent a message to our group asking if I received your voicemail, which painted me to look like a horrible person. I have not cut you out, but I'm definitely distant because I'm sick of the manipulation when you don't get your way. You are a great mom, but you need to step back and respect the boundaries I'm setting and allow me to be a parent. I do think about you and miss you and love you. I often think about how all of this could have been avoided.
Dude, this guy, this is textbook how to respond to anyone. I bet this guy's emails are, he has no issues at work.
Just
this is so
grade
clear.
A,
Communication. Grade A.
grade E.
A number
for
one sauce
excellent.
right there.
A for absolutely stunning.
Dude, like,
Um,
dang. Having a mom like
yeah.
this, dude.
I don't-
I'm just thankful for my partner's mother because I've seen her interact with her children and things, and I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that I don't have to deal with this, and hopefully
Yeah.
my mom will not put me through this with my partner.
Oh, she wouldn't do that.
I hope not.
Patsy wouldn't do that.
She wouldn't. She wouldn't. But you never know. People change. I'm just
It's
like,
true.
Could be
I'm
for
also-
the better or the worse.
yeah. But I'm traumatized, so I'll be ready. I'm
Aren't
just
we
gonna
all,
do what
brother?
this guy's doing. Anytime something happens, I'm just gonna write it out. These are my boundaries. This is what I expect. I love you. Please be on the same page with me.
And
Shebang.
then you go, you're an arm's distance.
Then you go, Okay.
What's on your eyelid?
What?
Never mind. I think you're good. Shut up.
That's a mole that I have on my face. Keon. Right. There.
No, not that one. The other
And
one.
what else?
Wait, there's something
what
on
did
my other
mother-in-law
eye?
say?
Wait, is there something on my eye? Okay. Mother-in-law, thank you for taking the time to give me a snapshot of how you see things. Why do I feel like that's so condescending?
It's like, I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah.
It's like a version of that.
Thanks for your snapshot of your like emotional window. Okay. I appreciate the fact you communicated in a candid and brutally blunt manner. I'd like permission to share my side in the same blunt and candid manner. Let me know when you are ready to move forward. See, and then I would never speak to you again because I'm just like, you're so difficult. I don't care.
You're just upset someone told you no.
Truly, all of this, all of these paragraphs have just been come from one person being like, no, come next week. It's crazy. Husband replies, all this revolves around me holding everyone accountable to the same boundaries with the baby. But I'm not going to put it up for discussion. Enough damage has been done, and that'll just make it worse. During all this, they have not tried to see the baby and blew off the one. Okay. Oh, wait. Now we are out of text message chain. Here we go.
Woo!
Here we go. We made it. We're on the other side.
Tell us how you feel, OB.
During all this, they have not tried to see the baby and blew off the one time that they had arranged to see her. Mother-in-law has turned husband's whole family against him. Husband's aunt and uncle were in town a few weeks ago, and no one told him. He hasn't seen them in 6 years. They're also going to events as a family without him and posting it all over social media. What a bunch of winners they are.
All right.
It's now been 12 weeks since this started, and the last time they have seen her. Things are just getting worse. Father-in-law came down at one point to try to work things out and ended up just placing blame on husband and telling him he needed to call mother-in-law and work things out since mother-in-law won't. Husband has tried to open the door a few times to move forward, but all mother-in-law cares about is telling her side of the story and trying to control how we parent our child. I know she is completely gaslighting us and making us second guess. All of this started because we had plans one day when she wanted to come over. Okay. We do have an update here.
Please go low contact with this lady.
Yeah,
It's not.
yeah.
She's not getting the point. She's not getting anything.
isn't. She isn't, and she's not respecting any of your boundaries.
Yeah, she's just feeling like, well, that was mean. Can I be mean back? And it's like, I'm not even being mean. I'm just telling you what happened.
It just drains me when I have to deal with people like this.
Yeah. I would
Just-
truly not. I don't know how OP's husband has even formulated
wants to
these
see the
responses. I would have
baby.
just probably called her and been like, what is your malfunction?
You know what? When she has to see the baby, all you have to do is send a picture of the rapper DaBaby, and that will shut her
The
up.
baby.
Riley
I
really
pull
liked that
up.
one. Riley really liked that
Oh
one.
my
I
gosh, I'm just
pull
thinking about the
up.
2016 DaBaby memes.
The baby. I pull up.
Do it, Riley. Do it.
No, it's, what?
Read.
God dang it, guys. Okay. Update.
How far in are we?
Halfway.
All right.
We had not heard from his mom since this until tonight when we had not heard from his mom since this until tonight. Dear husband's aunt and uncle are coming into town from out of state in a few weeks. His aunt texted him the other day to let him know, so we were thinking we could meet them for breakfast and they could meet my baby. Tonight, husband receives a group text from his mom letting him and his brothers know that they are having lunch one of the days at their house, which is an hour and a half away from where we live. This is the first time husband has received any communication since January 27th. His mother has caused problems on numerous occasions over the past 7 years we have been together. This most recent situation was my tipping point, and I've had enough. I wouldn't let anyone else treat me the way I've allowed his family to treat me. I also don't want my daughter exposed to that. His family is all super passive-aggressive, and I know they will make sideways comments if I go. Anytime we have been at their house, they are all talking crap about someone. That's just the type of people they are. They are just rude and mean. His mother will also try to play the victim in this whole situation, like she's constantly done in all of the text messages. She has told everyone that we will cut her out and are keeping my baby from her, which is not true.
Okay, you know what you got to do? If people... Okay, this is how I fight
What you
on
gotta
social
do.
media. If someone is going out misinformationing everyone on their little social media thing, I've always said this, I will always say this. Get ready with me, TikTok. Get millions of people on... We got to spill, guys. Get millions of people on your side, and boom, you will win. Fight back with more people, not with family, with more people. Do it. Get ready with me. Explain your side. Show everything. Do a 52-parter. Boom. You're in. You're good. And you get compensated for it if you sign up for their monetization. And post it on like Facebook too. Dude, Facebook? Yes. Instagram? Yes. YouTube Shorts? Just post it everywhere. And you will have thousands minimum on your side. Hundreds. So just fight back. Have random commenters get at her. Then she'll be busy commenting back and won't have time to comment back to you or to bug you. Yes, that's what I would do. And I know I always say it. I don't know how to keep talking. Dakota's telling me to keep talking. I'm usually the one that listens.
That is such a lie.
I have a thought and then I let it out. Let's go, Jessica Galloway with the 5 gifted memberships. But yeah, that's what I would say. Jelaba says, Riley says times are hard. Make money from that punts issue. That's funny. Why does Riley look like baby Benson Boone to me? I've gotten that multiple times.
Because he does.
I want to get you a leotard and make you look.
Where's a leotard?
Yeah. It's a tight leotard.
Oh boy, give us Riley lore. Work at a sawmill. Does anyone else get Bill Murray vibes from Riley? Love it. The guy from Groundhog Day?
Yeah.
Let's go.
The guy.
I
the
know
guy
who
from
it was.
Ghostbusters?
I like that movie. Riley, some people don't wear makeup. Okay,
The guy-
do
the
cool
guy from
art stuff on
Zombieland?
your face. A lot of people wear those fun things that you get at carnivals. Yep, face paint. Get some face paint. But I think you're good, dude. That's good. Get back into it. You're good, dude. We'll get it later.
Wow.
Pick that up, Keon.
No.
Fine.
It's for the lawn shrimp.
We just fed the lawn shrimp, everybody. Don't worry about it.
Every morning we have more lawn shrimp come in.
Every
Yeah.
morning, a lawn
Chat,
shrimp.
if you have any idea how to get rid of lawn shrimp,
Yeah.
please
Chat,
let us know.
do you even know what lawn shrimp are?
Yeah. All right. Back to the story.
Bet you don't. Oh, shit. What is wrong? My hands are losing. We had plans back in February for them to see her, and they blew it off. We're not going to reach out and beg people to be in my baby's life. If they want to see her, they can reach out. If they cared about her at all, or if she were a priority to them, they would be involved in her life. It is pretty simple. All we ask is that they give us a heads up so we can plan to limit the number of people the baby is around at one time, and to make sure we don't have any other plans. As mentioned in my other post, his brother lives across the street from us and hasn't seen her since she was a week old. Even though his parents live an hour and a half away, they have come to town on several different occasions that we know of and haven't tried to see her. The reason we know that is because they posted pictures on Facebook. What they want is for husband to apologize to his mom, even though we did nothing wrong. Unless we bow to her and let her control our lives, there will always be problems, especially when she doesn't get her way. All we have asked for is an apology from her so we can move forward, but all she cares about is being right.
Wonder why.
Yeah, because she's a narcissist, dude.
Wonder why.
Oh my God. Oh,
I wonder if there's
she
an
feels like
app-
she's been slighted. Now she needs justice. When really all she should care about is that you're her family and you have a new baby, and she should just respect your boundaries as parents. She can't because she's a narcissist.
It's crazy.
I do not want to go and sit in a house where it's been made perfectly clear how they really feel about me and my family. I also don't want my 4-month-old passed around between at least 10 different people, most of whom she has never met. Well, you know, when you're 4 months old, you haven't met most people. Sorry, that was a joke. I digress. The few that she has met, don't give me your fake stand-up comedy laugh, Riley. Get out of here.
Oh, man.
Did you? No, that wasn't real. Was it?
We'll never
I'll never know. You're so good at that.
I know. I'm a good actor.
He's
I
a
actually
good
should get
laugher.
into acting
He's a
pretty
good
soon.
laugher.
I really do want to get
Yeah,
into
you
acting.
better learn how to act right.
Son, what you gonna do about it if I don't act right?
I don't know. I'll challenge you to dude, we need an exhibition boxing match.
We do.
We do.
We get so
do.
much money from it.
We do another poll.
Yeah,
Chat,
we
would you
should-
want us to box each other?
We should
yes
have to.
or no?
We should both have to try
box or no?
to. We should
Dakota
try
and
to
I.
read the story
Yep.
while we box.
Yep.
Is it the-
I would be trained. If they say yes, I will start
We'd
training
have to
today.
start training. Yeah.
I will. You can do whatever you keep doing.
No, I'm gonna
Rock
train.
climbing.
I'm training. I'll be training.
23 steps
ABT.
I'll be the referee.
The few people that she has met, she hasn't even seen since she was 3 weeks old. Which wasn't really that long ago, right? My baby gets super overstimulated really easily. She's also in that stranger danger phase where she starts crying around people she doesn't know. Her mom is super domineering. I'm sorry. His mom.
His mom.
I had to resituate because I sit here a long time. She's also in that stranger danger phase where she starts crying around people she doesn't know. His mom is super domineering, and I know the instant I walk in the door, she will take my baby from me. I also know that if I say something, I will be attacked. His mother has made these past 4 months absolutely miserable. It's not only worn on me, but on husband as well. His whole family has turned against him, and he has wanted nothing to do with us until now. So his whole family has turned against him and has wanted nothing to do with us until now. And it's only so she can put on a show for her sister. I am super uncomfortable going to his parents' house with my baby, and the thought of going is causing me a ton of anxiety and giving me panic attacks. I've struggled a bit with postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety since having my baby 4 months ago, and this whole situation has not helped. I, of course, want to see husband's aunt and uncle and want them to meet my baby, but I feel like the best situation to do this is to meet them for breakfast. Am I in the wrong for not wanting to go? I feel like it's a lose-lose situation. Riley?
Like that one dude in Star Wars says. The guy that's like in a ship.
Mice window?
No, not Mice Window. The guy that the rebels, and he's like, it's a trap.
Admiral
Akbar.
Akbar.
Yep, Akbar.
Mr. Akbar.
Yep.
It's a trap! Yeah,
So
it is a trap. It's a bit of a
Damon
trap. isn't it?
Calamari. Home One. Sorry,
What?
I just only Star Wars fans would get it.
What did you say?
I said Mon-
Calamari?
I said Mon Calamari on the ship Home 1.
Okay, that was not bad.
That wasn't bad. I loved it. I
Nice
love Star
window.
Wars.
Update number 2. Since last April, here is the update. I went against my better judgment and went to husband's parents' house last April to see his aunt and uncle who were in town, and it went as expected. I took the advice I got from a lot of you and wore my baby. What? Like a accessory? I took the advice I got from a lot of you and wore my baby, who was 4 months old at that point.
What?
Maybe like it's like you wore them like it was like in a baby, like a papoose of some kind of baby satchel,
Maybe what they did.
or like they wore them out
Like
so that
tired them
they'd be
out?
like napping.
Yeah, maybe that
Dude,
one.
this is a really bad time to have a typo, OP.
I'm gonna be personally. I like that she's wearing the baby so that no one can take the baby away because it's attached.
I can't
to
even
her.
imagine that. I don't want to.
Yeah, like a harness. You've never seen people walking around with a baby on them?
Oh, dude, my dad loved doing that with my little brothers.
Yeah.
And he got so mad whenever they were like too big to do that.
Oh.
Because he's like a giant. Okay.
Dude,
you
your
guys,
dad
you
should've
guys
just
ever
got more yoked.
He
I
really
don't know.
did. You guys ever play Plants vs Zombies? You know that one.
No.
You know that one boss. So there's these zombies, and you have to kill them or whatever. But there's this one that's like
It's a
super
baby
big.
swing. Yeah, baby Bjorn. Yeah.
It's super big, and he has a baby on the back of him. That's what my dad looked like. He was like a big boss, like zombie with a little guy on top throwing stuff.
And he's like,
Yep. That was my dad.
little rascals throwing wrenches off your father's shoulders. That's
Yes.
funny. Okay, during the actual visit, things were awkward and uncomfortable, but not horrible. I did let my mother-in-law and father-in-law both hold my baby when we were alone. I was really pressured into it by husband's aunt, but whatever, I allowed it. Before we left, they asked if they could get some pictures. Husband said sure, but I was going to still wear my baby and not let everyone pass her around. Okay, so it was my theory. After we went home is when things got ridiculous. We found out from my brother-in-law that my mother-in-law was telling everyone that I didn't let her hold my baby, which was a lie. They also cut me out of the pictures they took. Fast forward, we didn't talk to his parents again until September. There was still attempts on mother-in-law's part. She kept sending stuff in the mail and texting husband. He kept telling her that we would move forward once we received an apology. Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Come September, brother-in-law reached out and said he wanted to come over to talk with us about the whole situation, and he did. All he was doing was being her flying monkey. He came with all the texts printed out between dear husband and mother-in-law, and husband and father-in-law, and me and both of them, which wasn't many since I wasn't having much contact. He also came with screenshots of my Facebook. Mother-in-law had deleted husband, myself, and my entire family from Facebook. I just
Yep.
had to pause really quickly to
Check
like,
out.
just again, if someone is this difficult, just don't bother. I
Yeah.
don't care if they're your mother-in-law, and you shouldn't either. This is a person who is going to do nothing but just drag on you.
I don't know. My thought process, they are dragon. This is an energy vampire. Family's family. It's hard to deal with certain family members.
It's
But
these.
like,
This one is the hardest. Seems like,
yeah.
Final boss.
dude.
Final
If it's
boss.
me, I'm like, yeah, no talkie until apology,
Yeah.
and then we'll see.
Yeah. It's tough. It's a tough situation. I hopefully will never be in this. Hopefully.
Yes, I know you won't. I know Patsy's great.
Well, just in general.
Um,
We never know.
just saying when we get. No, never mind.
When you get married, will your mother be like this, Dakota?
No.
Oh, it's funny.
Shortly after, I did the same thing for the rest of. Shortly after she blocked my whole family, I did the same thing to the rest of my in-laws because it was hurtful seeing all the posts they were making. Brother-in-law threw a fit and claimed that I restricted them all from Facebook. When I told him no, I actually deleted you all, he kept calling me a liar until I showed him my Facebook. I don't understand why it was okay for mother-in-law to do it, but I was out of line when I did it. Well, because mother-in-law can't do anything wrong. Brother-in-law did apologize for not being there for us and not being a part of the baby's life for the past 11 months. He said he didn't know how to handle the situation. Whatever. At one point, he told husband that he was acting just like his biological father, who was an abusive and violent man, which really hurt my husband.
Oh, I've had
Which,
that happen to a family
shut
member.
up, brother-in-law. What are you doing?
I had this one guy tell my dad that his dad was better than him, but my dad's dad was not a good human.
Mm.
And that dude, if I ever see that guy in public,
Rocking.
I'm gonna go to the nearest auto parts or O'Reilly's, get one of those tire wrenches, and unscrew one tire lug.
Just one?
Just one.
I think that's a felony. Is that not a felony?
And I won't get caught.
There we go.
And there's no evidence of me actually
the
doing
most
that.
important part right there. Long story short, we just told brother-in-law that we all wanted an apology. I'm sorry. We told brother-in-law that all we wanted was an apology. He said mother-in-law didn't even know what she needed to apologize for, which we said, yeah, that's a problem. And first of all, that's probably just a lie.
Yep.
She knows
All right.
exactly what she would need to apologize for.
Dakota,
She's not going to do it.
I'm on your side now. I am off this boat. We are putting the anchor down. We're done. I'm swimming away.
Yeah, nothing is left to be said until we receive an apology. A few hours after brother-in-law left, husband and I got a group text from mother-in-law saying, after talking to brother-in-law, I now know what I'm supposed to apologize for. It was total BS. After that, husband texted back and set up a time for us to go to their house and talk everything through. After a lot of thought, I decided not to go, and husband went by himself. He was there for about 5 hours. From what he said, his mom was super apologetic and was crying, just repeatedly saying how sorry she was. There were a few things he mentioned that she said that were red flags to me, and I instantly had this gut feeling that he was just manipulated, such as still shifting the blame to me, and boy was I right, unfortunately. Yeah, because all those are just fake tears, gaslighting and manipulating my child.
Yep.
Oh, your mom is so sorry. I didn't mean it.
Yeah, I would be having a conversation with hubby pretty soon.
Mm,
Where's the line?
yeah.
This is a lot. I don't know what their home life is like. Maybe dear husband is handling this very well. I would be asking, where's the line with this all? I don't want this to be the heavy vibes to be seeming through underneath the door cracks of our home. We got to get it out.
Yes, please. Yeah. Let's just get this. But like, I would say like 90+% of the stories that we read, like I wouldn't be comfortable being like, oh yeah, like I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist. I'm not professional. But like this person, like the mother-in-law is so clearly just like unbelievably a toxic narcissist.
I
Like,
wonder if there's an app that will happen soon where you just upload a story and it lets you know the person's like diagnosis.
we could build it.
just
We
from,
could
like,
build it with help.
Yeah.
All we need is a real professional
Yeah.
to help us.
It's coming soon, and we could get more information. Like we put the story in,
Well,
they know
ChatGPT
exactly
is
who the
getting
person is
scary.
that finds their address, and then it follows them with all the security that's out there. And then from those actions she does in public, we can then figure out their diagnosis. Yeah.
Wonderful. I agreed to let mother-in-law and father-in-law come to our house during the baby's nap, so the four of us could talk a few weeks after that. I spent time writing up what I wanted to say so I could cover everything I needed to. As typical of a self-absorbed person, as typical of a narcissist, anytime I brought up something she did or said, she deflected, played victim, and shifted the blame back onto me. She was rude, mean, and aggressive towards me. And really quick pause, because not every person with narcissistic personality disorder is like a crazy, toxic, abusive monster. It's just like a behavioral pattern that can manifest those kind of behaviors. I just wanted to say before anyone thinks I'm just like a hater of all people who are narcissistic. It's not the case. It's actually really misunderstood in a lot of ways. But back to the story. The silver lining was that husband was there to witness all of it. At the end of the talk, I threw my hands up, and she said she wasn't going to apologize when she didn't do anything wrong. There it is. There it is. She didn't do anything wrong. My father-in-law spoke up and said, we can agree to disagree. And we decided to try to take a step forward and start light communication with them again. The people pleaser in me will be the end of me. This conversation happened in October, and I left not feeling any real resolve, but again hoped things would at least be civil for the baby and husband. It wasn't even 3 weeks later when the BS started up again. Mother-in-law started using brother-in-law even more as her flying monkey, and he was calling quite a bit, trying to manipulate and guilt trip my husband. Mother-in-law's behaviors did change, but they became more passive-aggressive and happened behind the scenes more often. When it came to them seeing the baby, since Halloween of 2022, they have seen her 4 times, all of which I initiated and invited them to. A trunk or treat a few days before Christmas, swimming at the end of January, and an Easter egg drop in April. They never want anything to do with her unless it's convenient for them, or they can use the baby to make themselves look good. Mother-in-law is one of those social media grandmas.
Nice.
They have I've never a social media grandma I'm unaware of.
Dude, we've
They're out
read a
there.
few stories.
Social media grandmas.
Yep. There's grandma. We read a story, I think like a month ago, where grandma would post OP's kids, and OP was like, don't post my kids online. Turns out, mother-in-law had enough following
I know this one.
where she got money from it. Yeah. So, I don't know if she's gotten that much following,
So crazy.
but it does, OOP, like you go play bridge with the girls on Thursday night. OOP, I saw that you were with your grandbaby. She's so cute. It's conversation,
Oh, that's great. The bridge, the Sunday night bridge, and that's how the page just spread through word of mouth through like old lady gambling circles.
Yeah.
They're just like wagering $5 on bridge.
Dude, my grandma, she doesn't
Uh.
wager, but she'll call me late at night. It'll be like 8 o'clock my time. Like, hey, and I'm like, who died? She's like, oh, just got back from playing cards with the girls. I'm like, don't scare me like that. Call me within normal hours. Because 8 o'clock my time is like almost midnight.
You got to
her time.
teach her how to send text with dictation. You got to teach her how to send text through like Siri.
She doesn't need that.
You say, send a text to Riley, my favorite grandchild.
She doesn't need that.
Well, so she doesn't call you and scare you. She can just send you a text.
My mom called me today.
What?
I got scared too.
I don't know. Teaching grandmas to use Siri might give them too much power.
Yeah, exactly.
Poll.
That's what I'm thinking.
No.
Too much power or
no.
not?
No.
Okay, here we go, folks. We're on the home stretch. Home stretch.
LFG.
They have asked a few times in between to see her, but it was always for events that were not appropriate for a child, things that we weren't comfortable with, or last-minute asks. For example, they asked us to bring the baby to a hunting banquet so they could show her off.
What?
Okay, now I know where you live, and I have seen this happen before. This whole situation.
You want to
happened
give us
before.
like a little?
is-
paragraph
They're
on hunting
definitely
banquet?
from Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, or Kentucky.
What is a hunting banquet?
Hunting banquet, I'm just going to put it out there. Never heard of it, but it's probably like where all these guys get together and they're like, hey, we're going to auction off some, pew-pews and some like hunting stands and some feed and bait.
Okay.
And it's like, hey, this is like what that looks like. I'm not sure how high tech this is, or like if it's just more than deer and coyotes and stuff. If it's like lions and stuff, like, ugh.
But
if it's like-
exotic hunting is so
yeah,
whack.
I don't like that. But if it's
So
like,
wag. The
Yeah.
only time you should hunt a lion is if it's hunting you,
it's self,
and you have no other choice.
yeah.
But
But that's my
yeah,
thought.
I don't know. I've never hunting banquet immediately made me think of like they're all hunters that have brought food that they've caught.
They live in Colorado. They said Grand Junction in Denver.
Well, I don't know. We don't. Did they say Denver?
They did say Denver.
Okay,
My bad.
People still
Cool.
hunt. Okay.
But yeah, that
No,
makes
there's a
sense
lot of
because there's a
hunters
lot
there.
of elk in
but
Colorado.
Also,
hunting banquet and then showing the baby off there makes it sound like they're like, wouldn't this be nice to hunt once it's older? Just take a look at that. Doesn't it look healthy?
And then the air
One
tag
day
it.
it'll grow. We're gonna tag it for right now and let it go free. But one day.
Yeah. They also do it in Tennessee, I remember.
Nana, do you know what hunting banquets are? You're from Texas. Here we go. All right, back at it.
Your grandma's really funny, bro.
By the way, that was her who was like, "I'm hot, hot, hot." That
Yeah,
was
she's
her.
right there too.
I knew it was her. Okay, so they wanted to show her off, or they called us a few hours before asking to come over, even though we've told them before we need more notice than that. There's also been some passive-aggressive behavior towards me. When we went swimming, I invited them, and they just watched. She started asking me about it, how often we go, and if dear husband comes. Oh, sorry. Husband told her that he doesn't go, and that it's something baby and I do together when he is working. Then, after swimming, she made this huge deal about how she brought me a pool pass. I thought that was super nice of her because I know they are pricey, but the next time I went and tried to use it, I wasn't allowed to because she put it in husband's name. In my opinion, that was deliberate. The final straw for me was the egg drop on top of mother-in-law and father-in-law. Husband's grandma, grandpa, aunt, and uncle who live out of town came. That was fine, but we knew mother-in-law had been talking poorly about me beforehand because husband's aunt attacked me verbally at the egg drop in front of my baby, mother-in-law, and grandmother-in-law about things she wouldn't have known unless mother-in-law had said something. Right, because of course she's
Ooh.
gossiping and spreading BS all around.
Don't you hate it when your parents drop some hot gossip at you just for some clout at family dinner?
Where is the husband?
Yep.
Where is the husband right now? Where? He should be right up on her. Anyway. Of course, mother-in-law and grandmother-in-law didn't step in or say anything while she was verbally attacking me. We had been invited to mother-in-law's house on Easter Day, but chose not to go based on past experiences. It's also hard with baby's nap schedule, and they live an hour and a half away. However, dear husband told mother-in-law we weren't coming because he needed a day to relax since he's working so much and going to school. That's why I invited them to the egg drop. Anyway, husband's aunt starts an argument with me in the middle of the egg drop about how I am letting my baby control me and that I should be controlling her and how rules are meant to be broken, all over the fact that my baby takes a nap.
You should not be on your baby's schedule. You should not let your baby tell you when it's ready to eat. Don't let your baby make you leave the room just because you got to change it. Be in control of your baby.
That might be one of the, I mean, not what you said, what the aunt said.
Mm.
That was the correct take. What the aunt said is one of the most mind-bogglingly reverse logic, dumb things I've ever heard.
I was on the aunt side.
You're on the aunt side?
I was like, don't let your baby control you. That was a whole bit. I did a whole
Wait.
bit. I said, don't let your baby control you. Don't let your baby tell you when it needs to eat. You control the baby. I just did a bit.
I got confused.
I got sarcastic.
I got confused.
I put my acting
I'm
skills on.
hungry.
You
My
can't-
brain
you
hurt
can't-
this morning.
His brain's very not
Very
brainy
much-
today.
Okay, but also
He's wearing his green hat.
that was a joke, right? Because I really disagree with that.
With my joke?
Well,
I
no,
hope
if
you
it's a
disagree with my
joke, no,
joke.
I disagree with the aunt.
Yes.
Like the baby tells you what's going on. The
Yeah.
baby is your boss. They made a movie about it.
Yep. They did. They made two.
I no.
Okay.
You don't deserve that.
I got it. I hit it though. Let me mention she was 16 months old at this time. Then she starts in on me about how I'm to blame for us not attending Easter the next day. Husband said that he heard my mom voice and realized something was going on, so he stepped in and shut it down. On top of that, I was once again cropped out of the Easter pictures with my baby. It was at that point that I decided to go no contact. I've been so stressed out that I've been getting sick, having headaches, and losing a lot of weight. I, of course, let husband know that I didn't expect him to go no contact as well, but I needed him to support my decision. Well, today, he went no contact. You can see his post here.
Oh, yo. I mean,
You,
if you're down.
all right, I know what page it's on. I am so proud of him. Or do you think we should read it now?
Keon, could you
Pull it up.
put that in
Right.
the bottom of this one? Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, sir.
I am so
My man.
proud of him. He is struggling with this decision as to be expected, but we both finally took the step and are putting ourselves first. This is a hard thing to do. Oh, it's already in here. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is a hard thing to do as a people pleaser. And here is the husband's post, everybody.
Ooh.
Here's the husband's post.
Dang. I would like to hear from this guy. Seems like I would like to work with this guy.
What I want to know is why anyone was given a chance to even go at OP when they know going in there essentially going into enemy territory. Like, why was the husband and the wife not the unit that they should have been? He should have been running defense that whole time. You know?
It's the chronic PP, bro. He got chronic PP.
You know, he's got CPP.
He got CPP. Chronic people pleasing. If you have it, please call our number.
1-800-CPP.
Yes.
CPP?
I'm just trying to... Okay. Okay, so here's the husband's post. Unfortunately, things have not gotten better since that post, and I just sent the email below and blocked my mom on everything. I'm just looking for some reassurance from you all with it being such a major decision. This no contact is particularly hard because I know it ultimately means no contact with my entire side of the family. And by the way, you don't have to go no contact with this side of the family. All you got to do is go to your favorite podcasting app, be it iHeartRadio or Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and search the name of our show, OK Storytime. And there you can listen to 50 days, 1,200 hours worth of stories.
Basically, until your ears fall off.
Maybe it might even be 51 days worth of stories by now.
No, not yet.
So,
it has to be 20 days past for that to happen.
It keeps growing.
Every 20 days we get
growing.
a day added. We're not there yet.
So go ahead and do that after the story, which we are coming up on the end of that. And here's the email from husband.
Oh boy.
Can you guess? Can you try to formulate like a pretend email? Like, what would you say?
Dude, I can try. I know he's gonna do better. It's
Yeah.
gonna be. This is the thought
You
process.
did. You hyped up his email so hard.
Dear Slim Shady.
It's gonna be dad addressing mother, dad being or husband addressing mother, husband being like, this is what we hold everyone to. This is how I'm gonna hold everyone to. Might say some stuff about her and what her wrongdoings. He actually is a good guy. He probably won't even touch on that. And he's just gonna put up the wall. He's gonna put up a wall.
I think he's gonna like corporate style, just like lay into it a little bit. Just be like, and for all of the reasons I've outlined above, I shall be forthwith stalling my contact with you or halting. I don't know. I don't do corporate, so I could never do it. But here we go. Here's the end. Here's the email. The email. The mail. Okay, that was the last one. Dear Mom, I am writing to you today to talk about our relationship. It has been a long and difficult journey, but I have come to a decision that I feel is necessary for myself and my family. We have decided to go no contact with you for now. This decision isn't a knee-jerk reaction to one big event, but is a very difficult one that has been carefully considered after a lot of small actions that have slowly chipped away until this finally struck core. I want to emphasize that this decision was not made lightly, and it was not meant to hurt you or punish you in any way. Rather, it is a decision that we have made to protect ourselves from further emotional pain and distress. Over the years, I have struggled to maintain a relationship with you due to the hurtful and damaging behaviors that have repeatedly surfaced. I've tried to communicate my concerns to you, but unfortunately it seems that my words have fallen on deaf ears. As a result, I have come to the realization that I need to prioritize my own mental health and the well-being of my family. I hope you can understand that this decision is necessary for our own healing and growth. I want to express my gratitude for the positive experiences and support you have provided me with in the past. I genuinely appreciate those moments. However, for the sake of our own well-being and personal growth, we have decided to take some time apart. I hope that in time, we can find a way to rebuild our relationship on healthier terms. Sincerely, OP. And that,
My man,
is the end. And honestly, I can't think of a
Yeah,
can't think
yeah,
of a better way to put
right.
That was
That's
a
my
perfect
dude.
email.
That's my dude right there.
You correctly gassed up his email skills. That was flawlessly executed.
I love that.
Here we go.
Good
Let's
job, OP.
get a little
Good. Textbook.
Keon
I'm
jump
putting
up
this
and down.
101 how to
was-
be a great husband. Also, I really got to go pee without the seat.
You're
All right,
gonna
Mr.
CPP?
CPP.
Okay, cool. I will see these lovely
We
little
got
PPs
we got
right
some
here.
couples. I know
All right.
OPP, you know.
Here we go. Jessica Galloway. Oh, I guess put on dono time. You gotta press the button. It's the button. Pull the lever. Wrong lever. Okay. Jessica Galloway, thank you for gifting 5 memberships to the stream. 5 new babies. Gotta love it. Weebles, thanks for the $5 message. More time. Yeah, we have achieved. Riley donated 50 memberships. Wow, we already hit the membership limit for the day. That's wild. Bethany, you've been a member for 6 months. Hey guys, love to watch you all. You make my chores go by so much faster. Thank you, Bethany. I love that we hear that a lot where people are like, man, it's like you just make like all the annoying stuff that I have to do, like blink by. And what
You're welcome.
Yeah, what a truly important thing. What a wonderful
We're
service to provide.
important, but you're more important.
Yeah, like I was trying to make a point earlier about the
That was-
water and the aquifer. Okay, the aquifer is useless without the water that it carries, and y'all are the water in our aquifer. Okay? Keon, give me reassurance. No, it's good. You just don't understand the intricacies of aquifers.
Thank goodness.
Blondus Burnett, thanks for the $25. Riley says he remembers me. Can you show the chat which pigeon I made and sent Sam?
Was that the
Hey
pigeon?
Riley, Blondus Burnett says that you remember her. What pigeon did she make and send to Sam?
I believe this one.
That one right there. Cool.
Is it this one?
I love that one.
Confirm.
Georgia Richter, thanks for the $9.99. I had my brain surgery and am well. Yes.
I would hope so.
Yes.
Could you imagine
I
saying
knew it.
Could you imagine saying not well and like they're texting and messaging us? I would be like, no.
Like,
go
I had
back.
my brain surgery and I can smell colors now. I had my brain surgery and am well, slowly recovering, slowly getting back into the groove of things. I'm glad that the lettuce is medically legal in Florida. Love y'all for
Could
this.
you spill it again?
What? Love y'all for the supportive ahead of time.
Let's go.
And we love you, Georgia. Purple Trader, thanks for the $4 ronies. Pair character exaggeratedly stretching his arms forward to offer a cup of coffee. Oh, that's nice. Thanks, Purple Trader. Thank you, Purple Trader. Jessica Galloway has gifted another 5 gifted memberships to the stream. 5 new babies. If you've gotten a gifted membership today, say thank you. Tiny Cactus has given birth to their okay baby. It has been 9 months since you have been a member. It is fitting Riley saying that in front of a glowing red curtain. Saying what? What did you say that would be fit a glowing red curtain?
Too much.
Probably the tire thing.
Oh, yeah. Brian Parr Jr., thanks for the $2. Fire in the Discord chat. More time equals more wood.
Get that firewood going.
Oh, way to go,
Nice.
Brian. You do make a mean fire. I saw that. And Samantha, you have been a member for 12 months. 1 year of membership for
Wow.
Samantha. It's my year. I've been watching you guys grow for over a year, and I'm so ecstatic, great word, to be a part of your family. Thank you
Aw.
for all the laughs.
Thank you for being
Thank
with
you,
us for a
Samantha.
year.
Let's go. Also, I want to see some lurkers say hello in the chat.
Yes, lurkers pop off, and I need to ask you, is there a way for us to see who is a 12-month member through YouTube without these? No.
I'll look into it, but I don't think so.
I would. Ooh, okay.
We'll look into it.
We'll look into. I hope.
We have a
Did
couple.
we do these, by the way? These were.
We have a couple more.
I don't know if.
I don't think we did because we have a couple that we were missing. Let's start off with this one.
Little
Lil-
Burb super chatted $1.40. Not trying to hurt y'all. I just had such a bad day. Don't worry. Don't worry. It you didn't hurt us.
Yeah.
It was fine.
We got some thick
everything's
skin.
great. It was truly just like We did it to ourselves. The only people who hurt us were me and Sophia. We
Yep.
hurt ourselves.
What do you guys do?
Well, it's because
Hello.
the time got low, and then we started fantasizing about having a night.
Oh yeah, no.
and then
never.
it was just like, oh, well, we should have known
It's your
better than
fault.
that.
What's up, lurkers? Aw.
What's up, lurkers?
Sup, lurkers.
We got these three right here.
Catherine Keller, thanks for the $5 donation. Squeaky Girl, thank you for the $1.40. And Purple Trader, thanks for the 99 cents. And also Purple Trader, thanks for the $9.99. Oh.
All right.
Uh,
Can I get to that next story, my friend?
Yeah, oh, here, you grab that really quick. I'm going to finish these that were on the table. Lindsay Payne with the spoon. Thanks for the $3 New Zealand dollars. Incredibly thankful for this wonderful community. We are also thankful for all of you, our little water babies, water horse. Angela, thanks for the 5 Canadian. When he makes a funny face with his new mustache, Dakota looks like Looney Tunes Speedy Gonzales. He makes me laugh. He's a good comic actor. Hey, I would do the Speedy Gonzales voice if it didn't get me canceled immediately. But thank you very much. We would need. Never mind. It's funny. I was talking to one of the car dealers I was talking to this weekend. His name was Speedy. Like he went by Speedy because there were 2 people with the same name in the office, so he just went by Speedy Gonzales because they were both John Gonzalez, and he went by Speedy.
So he's Speedy from he's called Green Arrow's sidekick.
Oh, I forgot about that guy. Ooh, funny. Apothecary Diaries Girly, thanks for the $5. Dementia is hard. When I lost my great grandma, I felt like she had already been gone for a year, because that's when she called me my mom's name. From then on, yeah, dementia is incredibly hard. Maybe one of, if not the hardest things of all time to deal with in terms of an illness. But all we can do is soldier on.
Getting one right.
Together, we soldier on together. It makes it a little bit easier, doesn't
That's
it?
right, guys. I'm going to read a story. It's been a while since I've read anything out loud. So please bear with me. Okay.
Wait, who asked if I did? I didn't do speed. Get the heck out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Anyone hear from Frederick? I didn't see
the guy.
him
Oh, wait,
pop up a little bit ago. If you
Hey.
guys want to ask Frederick how he's doing, I think it's Frederick Murder the Fly. It's like Frederick
Frederick the
Murder
Murder Fly.
3 Fly.
Wait, that's the
His
Lord.
username.
That's King.
Yep.
King Lord. Oh yeah.
My lord.
We definitely need to check in
Yeah.
in the chat.
Frederick, where are you?
Um,
Hmm.
Yee. All right, we got a story, guys.
Should be there.
It is.
Yes, they did mean the car guy, Macers Racers. I just realized that. Yes, I was. Sorry.
You're all caught up.
Oh,
Did we get this one? Oh,
I think he said that it's like because he talks like Speedy Gonzales sometimes when he starts
Yeah.
selling the car.
You ready?
We got one
I
done. I'll
am-
get that one, and then we're good to go. 2.
Nicole Lynn, you've been a member for 6 months. I lurk most lives lately while I game. Still love you guys, even if I'm not chatting. Hey,
Aw.
and we still love you even
What
if you're
games
not
are you
chatting.
playing? Let us know what you're
All
playing.
the lurkers, don't get it twisted. We love you as well. And
Amen.
Jen Campbell. Welcome to the Knights. I knight thee, Jen Campbell. Cool. All right. And now I'm ready, Riley.
Here we go. My new manager is extremely unprofessional. He got fired for it.
Okay. Connect one dot with the other. Cool. Bad manager. Let's go.
I work at a local restaurant in my town as a waiter. In May of this year, our previous manager, I'll call her Cherry, had resigned due to pregnancy and other personal life events. It was about 3 to 4 months before we had finally hired a new general manager. I'll call him Jackson. By the way, this comes from Mr. Talker on the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So Jackson seemed like a nice guy and everything. A little quiet, standoffish at first, which was a contrast from our buddy and more outgoing manager, Cherry.
Cherry. Like
But-
the blossom.
But
Cherry.
completely understandable nonetheless because he was in a new environment. Little did we all know those wouldn't be the only contrasts from Cherry. When I tell you guys that Jackson was a complete letdown, I really can't stress enough I really can't stress that enough. Here are some examples of just how he let us all down. He would constantly show up late or not show up at all for his job without even calling the restaurant. Mind you, this is the same guy who is supposed to hold all of us employees below his authority to the same standard of communicating with your job. And he was also the same guy who scheduled all of our hours. There were quite a few issues with this first problem. Another one. We were often led to wonder what in the world was going on with our GM when he wouldn't arrive when scheduled. He would also often show up to work much later He would also often show up to work much later in the day. He would also show up to work much later in the day or the next day with a pitiful excuse if he even had one at all. One day he did not show up at all and no one could get a hold of this guy by phone. He then showed up the next day and had the audacity to say something along the lines of, well, it doesn't matter why I was gone. It matters that I'm here now.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's convenient.
that is convenient. This to me is very reminiscent of the scenes from the Brady Bunch movie where the father always had some motivational quote that really wasn't saying anything at all, like wherever you go, you were there. Another point, Jackson would often leave to go help his girlfriend who supposedly worked at a shop around the corner from us and sometimes not even let us know. Once this happened, only himself and one cook were there to run the entire restaurant. Luckily, we were not busy that day, but it's still the principle of what Jackson did. Then he came back and nonchalantly said, "Oh yeah, I just had to help my girlfriend with a few things at her job."
Bro, like, what are you doing? You don't work there. We know what you're doing. You're not helping your girlfriend with anything job related.
You're
Let's be honest.
just getting some jobs done.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were people at his girlfriend's job who could have helped her, but whatever. I don't think the way he was helping her. Another point, Jackson left before his shift was over without notifying any of us before another waitress, I'll call her Sarah, came to work. Sarah happened to be late that day and called us to let us know. Thank goodness. I told her that I would let Jackson know, but I could not find him due to his lack of communication. Sometimes, if you are late, you have to use a manager card to clock in late. When Sarah arrived, she was about to do this, but because Jackson was gone and none of us could find him, we all finally realized that he wasn't there. She had to call another manager, a shift manager who we'll call Brenda, and wait for her to come in to clock her in. She had to wait 2 to 3 hours to clock into her own job. Ooh. Never would let this guy apologize or anything for all of this. Never would this guy apologize for anything for all of this. He would just come back to work whenever he pleased, of course, and just act like nothing was out of the ordinary. Another point, he didn't work around people's schedules when needed. This dude has to be related to the owner in some way, shape, or form.
There's got to be some kind of something going on here. I know from experience, if people mess around like this, they think that they're bulletproof, and or this guy's just a buffoon, and he's just and upper management, which is like, is this in a restaurant? I forget.
Restaurant.
It's in a restaurant. A lot of times, like if you get a manager in there, then like the people above the manager, like ownership and upper man, like they're nowhere to be seen. They're just ghost. So then effectively the manager is just running the show and running it into the ground, and the owners have no idea because they're off doing whatever they want, you know?
Yikes. Ugh, couldn't do that. Our last manager, Cherry, was good about working around other people's schedules whenever we needed, as long as we gave her enough notice and time. Jackson, on the other hand, didn't. We had a big moment of new cooks and hosts that applied and got the job at a restaurant shortly after Jackson stepped in. I'll say we gained like 8 workers, and while that seemed good and promising, he didn't work around their schedules like he should have. So, if I remember correctly, all but 1 or 2 of our new staff quit almost immediately after joining.
Terrible manager.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, the guy being like, oh, I can work like Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. He's like, all right, cool. I put you Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's like,
that works.
Okay, I can't do that. I quit.
Yikes.
The turnaround right here is great.
Ugh. He would order things that the restaurant did not need while neglecting things we did need. One time our dishwasher was breaking down during rush hour, which slowed us down considerably when another one of our shift managers, let's call her Caitlin, called and asked for help. He somehow got out of our call of need that we needed more pancake batter when no one ever mentioned anything about that. He also proceeded to hang up on her and did not arrive to help us at all that day. Another thing, he did not follow dress code. Us employees have a dress code to wear all black, but managers can wear whatever as long as they look professional. One day, Jackson came in with some sweats and a hoodie on. And then another waitress, was called Tara, called him out for being the double standard. He left to go home and never came back for the rest of the day.
Sorry. This is reminding me of a manager I used to have.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't this bad, but it's like, that is funny.
Yeah, I worked in
Just
restaurant.
going AWOL.
Wait, how long did you work in restaurant?
Years and years.
What about you, Keon?
I never worked in a restaurant.
What? Not once?
Wow.
Dang, I didn't know that.
I worked as a waiter for 1 month.
You were a waiter?
For 1 month.
What kind of restaurant? Was it like a fancy one or like?
Dude, it was like
Out
I
here
just
in
need to
LA?
know.
it was
or
like a
in-
Denny's type thing. It's
Mm.
called Perkins.
How old are you?
I
this
was
in-
20.
Was this out here in Carolina?
No, no. I only do this out here. I've only been here for a year, Dakota.
What?
It was in Tennessee.
Did I say North Carolina? I
You
did
did.
say North Carolina.
I am from North Carolina, but I lived in Tennessee for a bit.
Are you guys? Both of you are really shocked that I never worked in the restaurant business.
Well, yeah, I feel like it's just common.
Yeah.
It's very common.
LA's a little bit different.
Low key, it's a joke, but it's like, if you haven't worked a service industry job, it's like, you just don't know, man.
I worked.
You don't know, man.
I've worked retail, so
It's not the same, dude.
Mm.
Retail also sucks. It's just not the same.
Yeah.
Uh,
His last day working there, this was a complete crap show. Everything you could think of was going wrong on this morning. We had faulty kitchen equipment, the dishwasher, and now the machines that will send orders that the servers typed into the machines to the cook line. Because of all this, it was unfortunately taking a lot of tables around over an hour to receive their food. Oh, this was also during rush hour. Eventually, we had to put a hold on the doors and pause seating new guests because there was no way any of us could catch up to where we needed to be and then take on new customers. And on top of all that, Jackson, of all people, was in charge of managing this crap.
yeah, I bet that's not gonna go south. Also, shout out to all the people who are like loving Perkins in the chat.
yeah.
You got a lot of Perkins fans,
Dude, Perkins is great.
Someone said something about their muffins being like really.
Yeah, the
good.
muffins are great.
The
Bakery's
Perkins
great.
muffins.
Yeah, it was
I like their
tier.
food. It's just like there was a rumor going around that guys don't last more than a month. And that rumor was true.
You fulfilled the prophecy.
Yeah, dude, you're like on a 3-strike system. I got 3 strikes within a month. I don't know how.
You got whoa.
Yeah. And I'm not like a bad worker. I was 1 minute late one time because I was like at Walmart trying to find the like things to write things down on. And the
Yeah,
boss
yeah,
was
yeah.
there. He wrote me up.
Which they should be giving you those.
I couldn't make it one day because I was at school and they scheduled me. And I was like,
I'm at
I
school.
got at school.
I can't come in.
and then another thing happened. I was like, I'm just,
You're probably better off. Any restaurant that will hire you or fire you on a 3-strike system, that's trash.
yeah. It was the owner that was nice. And then the son, well, no. Owner was not that nice. The son was really nice to me. It just wasn't a fit.
You've clearly found a better one.
Jackson did his usual thing of not doing his job like he should. He even had the nerve to try and boss other people around without doing much to help any of us. Eventually, he disappeared without notifying anyone. I and another waitress, I'll call her Abby, needed help with something that only Jackson could have helped us with as a manager. So we looked around the restaurant and could not find him. We then went outside to the parking lot to find him, but his car was nowhere to be found. During all this, we had very upset customers who wanted to speak to the manager, but I had to be honest and tell them we had no manager here with us because he was out there doing whatever it was that he does. Probably unprofessional to say, but he was very unprofessional, and it was true. Then we had to let the other staff know what happened, and Tara had to call Caitlin to notify her. By this point, Jackson had been written up many times for his previous incidents that I had talked about, but he had one last chance, and he just now blew it. Caitlin ended up calling him to fire him, but he decided to quit on the spot so that he couldn't be fired. So Caitlin had to step in to help for the rest of the day. No more Jackson. Jackson was fired about over 2 months ago, and since then Brenda has had to step up as a general manager, which honestly was the best choice considering that she had worked at a restaurant for almost 20 years and had more experience at other restaurants in the past before that.
Why
Dude.
wasn't she the manager the whole time?
What?
What are we talking about here?
Why did,
And that's so common too. It's
yeah.
like you see these like you've been to Waffle House.
Yep. Love Waffle Home.
Yeah, how many times is the manager like the oldest person working there who's clearly like been a waitress or a waiter for decades?
I will say I only go to Waffle House past 1 a.m.
Oh, I feel like the night manager probably gets paid more because they also have to break up all the fights and all of the shenanigans and supernatural events that happen at the Waffle House. My point being is like a lot of people like who work really hard and are in that industry for a long time do not get their flowers for it.
Oh, yeah, no.
So,
No. Absolutely not.
unfortunately.
Another thing, he did not keep up with the bills and utilities of the restaurant. We found out after he quit, so it was between Caitlin and Brenda to step in and catch up on all of this. We also all found out after he quit that he was fired from several other jobs as general managers before being hired by us. I don't know how he managed to get hired at a restaurant, but he did. This explains why he quit before we fired him, so that he couldn't say he was fired again. By the way, we will never fire you unless you go right now to your favorite podcast platform, search up OK Storytime, and boom, you will listen to us until your freaking ears fall off.
I'm going to fire a blow dart at you if you don't go.
Boom, boom, boom.
I hope that. Oh, no, I missed. Actually, Keon, you haven't been listening to enough stories on iHeartRadio. So, you know what? I accept that this is the price we pay. Okay, I'm sucking it back in.
What happened?
Okay, there we go.
Also, if you guys have crazy employee stories, I would like to read them in the OK Storytime. Yeah.
That'd be a great, like,
Segment.
themed segment, yeah.
We all
can't
dress
do
up.
that.
In restaurant horror story, just work horror stories.
Oh yeah, restaurant. Okay, I have some crazy stories about Bath and Body Works, but I'm not gonna do that.
Dude, we could have some stories from where our previous
don't even bring
employment.
that. Don't even bring
That'd be
that.
great.
Don't even bring
Going
that.
back to the story, I also want to emphasize again that Cherry was a really good manager. I think she actually cared about her job and the employees, which is a rarity these days. So it was sad to see her leave. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Jackson at all. So that was the story of our entitled and useless previous manager, Jackson. Nobody has ever seen him again. I can only pray for whichever place hires him next.
Nowhere.
Wow.
You have no
How's he in?
credentials.
Yeah, that's tough.
Woo!
That's weird. Also, how does he have a girlfriend?
Maybe he's hot.
No, I just maybe
I don't know.
He's got it figured out, dude. He's got that part figured out.
With all the stories you've read here,
Yep.
you never know. It's
You
just like
Sometimes
why
people
are
just
you
fail
dating him?
upwards, man.
Yeah.
You
I
know
don't. I don't understand that. But guys,
failing upwards.
I gotta go. I got a ball game to go to, and I will get our queen back in here.
Hang 20 on him, dude.
I'll try. I'm really feeling it today.
Good luck.
Dude, hold on.
Thank you. See you guys.
That was I just gave
Bye,
you like
Riley.
5% of LeBron James.
Remember all the donations because I also have to use the restroom right now.
Okay. It's Disha. You've been a member for 10 months. Since you called for lurkers, thanks for being great. Catching up on the streams. This is my third today. Hey, it's Disha. Let's go. Nicole Lynn, thanks for the $5. I'm playing Core Keeper on PC. It's like Stardew, Terraria, and Satisfactory combined and on Drogas. Must keep building and expanding. Must expand. I have a friend who plays Factorio, and that game is literally like, it's for engineers, essentially. He's got engineer brain. It's about expanding onto other planets. And you start from absolutely nothing. Jen Campbell, thanks for the 20 buckarones. Thanks for being authentically yourself and keeping me company at work, whether live feed or not. Oh, thanks, Jen. Man, you always send like the best comments. What the heck? What the heck, y'all? Windy Summers, thanks for the $3. Character holding their head in their hand, saying, "How is it going?" It's going good. It's going great. It's great. Okay, cool. And okay. Sophie, you can't take my seat yet because Keon's not here to change the cameras. So you can't. You have to sit there forever. Yes, folks, I did it. I strong-armed Sophia into sitting in the blue chair.
Can't even see me.
Purple Trader, thanks for the $20. Shiba Dog in samurai armor holding a golden trophy. What a tasteful little guy that was. Caitlin, Caitlin, the game she was talking about was
What?
or the game Nicole Lynn talked about was Core Keeper, but the game
guys
I was
wanna-
talking about was
You guys wanna
Factorio.
swap?
Yes.
Man, I just made a whole bit about how whatever. I have the wet. I just spilled some wet.
Avery from Swamps.
Saturday.
I worked at Bath and Body too. I have like a decade of I only was there seasonally, so when I came back from college, I would work there like for like summer or winter break, and sometimes spring break. Oh yeah, that Bath and Body Works during sales time is crazy. Some crazy. people.
Yo. It's me.
I did not find the next story.
That's
you
okay.
fool.
Did we get all of these?
Ah, you fools. Yes.
Eyes may do this, but I from this must fly.
Did we? I got this.
Because my body is
He's
huge.
so
We've been over this.
Big.
We have been. Oh, speaking of my body is huge, this episode was enormous.
La, 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 la.
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Look at me. Look at me. Wait, is it this one? Oh, Riley picked the.
Oh, O'Reilly.
Okay, no, we got it. Okay, here we go. Here we
Story
go.
one.
Here we go.
You're doing story one.
What?
Jessica
That's story
Galloway,
two?
thank you for the 5
No, no.
gifted memberships.
We're doing-
Huzzah.
Yeah, it should be the second one.
Should be the first one.
No, it's not the first one.
Should be the first one. Riley did the
In
last
1379.
1379 to 1379.
I got that in, guys.
Okie dokie.
Samantha says, when is the next Severance? It's on Thursday night, but I'm seeing it on Saturday. Woo!
Here we go.
Well, technically, switching it up because we did.
Ooh, we got a long boy.
How long, boy?
Well, is that episode over?
No,
Because this is 104. Like, that was a 200-page story and a short story and now
This is a
140.
5K?
It's like 38.
All right, let's do it.
because Riley had me at
It's
that.
like a freaking crack,
We'll
man.
talk about it. This one is.
Now I look small.
I'll make you big.
You make me small, boy. You make me too small, boy. Why do I look so small, boy? Why do I look? Yeah, but give me a little more headroom.
Sophia Colon says, Sophia, you made my weekend since we played Bed Wars. It was very fun.
I'm sorry I hated that so much, guys.
You literally were like, it was Dakota's nightmare.
I could
and
not.
we kept telling you to leave. We're
I
like,
was-
you don't have to play this.
I was just trying to not be an old man who can't play Minecraft.
But you are an old man. You can't
Let's
play
give
Minecraft.
hearts in the chat for.
I'm
Hearts in
gonna
the chat for
roast you
Hannah.
so hard when we play Dark Souls. You don't
I've
even
never
understand.
claimed
Hey,
to
how about
know
we
how
just
to
do
play Dark
Mario
Souls.
Party?
Even
All right.
understand.
My ex-husband's wife tried to force her religious beliefs onto my children, so I took legal action.
I'm gonna legally take this action. No, I can't do that. Never mind.
You want to do it?
Redo.
Just do it.
One more time.
My ex-husband's wife tried to force her religious beliefs onto my children, so I took legal action.
I religiously believe in the law
Yep.
of the land.
My ex and I have been divorced for 7 years. We have 3 children, Amy, 17, Tom, 16, and Ben, 14. Our divorce was amicable and we co-parent well for the most part. By the way, this comes from Acrobatic Donut 4745 on the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So, I am a non-observant Jew and my ex is a non-practicing Catholic. We decided to teach our children to be decent people and allow them to decide what faith, if any, they wanted when they were old enough.
Can I just make a joke really quick? Because that was a non-observant Jew. Is that what she said?
Yeah.
It's like just someone who's always like, wait, what? Huh? Is he just not observant?
Good job. My ex remarried 2 years ago and they have a 6-month-old daughter. She is a devout Christian, non-denominational. Since she came into their lives, she has actively tried to convert them. I wouldn't have an issue if she was just inviting them to church, but she is constantly telling them that if they do not accept Christ as their savior, they will go to hell, as will me and my family.
Ooh, that's going to be a really hard sell because they don't believe in that.
Yeah, man. Also, if they're Jewish, they don't believe in hell either, so
Yeah.
like, doesn't work. After this, my children refused to see their dad unless it was outside of his home without her. Their dad finally put his foot down and put an end to it. Now, on to the problem. My parents went to Poland a few months ago to visit family and took my children with them. While there, my dad took them to Auschwitz and Ben was very moved. When he came home, he started attending temple with my father and has been working with his rabbi to prepare for his bar mitzvah. He is having a small party afterwards at my parents' house. When his stepmother heard this, she really ramped up the crazy. She waited until my ex was not home and invited a bunch of people from her church over, and they ambushed Ben.
Oh, no.
They tried to lay hands on him to save him from the fires. My daughter physically intervened, called an Uber, and took her brothers home. My ex stopped by a couple of hours later and apologized profusely for what had happened. My son accepted his apology, but stated that his stepmother was no longer welcome at his bar mitzvah or the party afterwards. Very fair.
So, like, imagine they do all put hands on him and then, like, a bunch of, like, bright light just, like shoots out of his face because they expelled all of the bad juju or whatever. But then wouldn't they also then go, like, he's a demon? Right? Wouldn't they do that?
Just to say what they would do.
What my point being is that
just blinking, just
this is all a bunch of nonsense is what my point is here. My point being nonsense.
Agreed. My ex got very upset by this and stated that this was being disrespectful and he could not go somewhere where his wife was not welcome. Perfect.
Nice.
And also that, oh no.
Perfectly crafted sentence.
I misread the amount of money that was in there.
it happens.
My ex got very, my son said, well, I guess you're not invited either then. He then locked himself in his room. My ex, his parents, and his wife have all been texting and calling, berating me. When my parents found out what had happened, they stated that his wife was not welcome in their home, but they told my son that he should still allow his father to come. My ex is adamant that he will not come without his wife, and my son is adamant that his wife is not invited. I refuse to intervene on his wife's behalf, and my ex says I'm an a-hole. Am I? Just a few things for clarification. I'm trying to respond to all comments. I plan to show. No, she wasn't like this when he married her. She went to church, but it wasn't until they got married that she became more involved. I was actually surprised that she was with him, knowing that he was not religious, but figuring opposites attract. In the beginning, she was great with our kids. They liked her and spent a lot of time with them. Her pushing my kids towards Christianity was little things like insisting they bow their heads for grace at meal times, buying them books by religious authors, not allowing what she deemed inappropriate movies, Harry Potter, anything with profanity, hanging up religious pictures and signs with Bible verses in the house, etc. Once she started with that, you're going to heck if you don't believe nonsense.
And
I believe we're at another 15 minutes. And there you go.
Yeah, Purple Trader, you tried to inch it, but Jen
it was
Campbell beat
already-
you to it.
Yes.
Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you to both of you.
I got their dad involved, and it ended, at least for a while. Their dad is very supportive of our sons embracing Judaism. He is paying for private Hebrew lessons and has offered to send him to Israel the summer after high school, providing it is safe to go. My ex and I met our freshman year of college. We were together a few years before getting married and only got married because our first was on the way, and both of our sets of parents were very insistent that we do so. My parents especially were big on the legal aspect of it for my protection. We separated after almost 20 years of being together because we had started to become unhappy together, and despite counseling, could not resolve some of our differences. There was no infidelity or anything like that. We only got divorced when he met his current wife so that they could marry. We had no formal custody agreement in place. My parents have me seeing a lawyer next week to put some parameters into place and protect everyone involved. He promised that the kids don't have to be around his wife until they are ready to be. I asked them, why is it a big deal that he doesn't want her at the ceremony and party? His response is that he wants the invitation extended, but he will make sure that she won't go.
Why?
Why are you with her?
Why? ¿Por qué?
He says it's disrespectful and a snub not to invite her. That's the point. I told him that sounded like a bunch of BS and that she was not going to be there no matter what. And there is an update. But do you have any thoughts so far?
I mean, why is it so difficult? Why?
Just respect.
Can't we just let
be
people
respectful?
let people be who they are?
Truly.
Believe in what they believe in.
I don't understand this.
My
like,
man in the sky is better than your man in the sky.
and also just like the father who is not religious, just completely, and also had that conversation with OP about how they would raise their children, just fully not understanding that his current wife is trying to force these beliefs on his son. Like, how are you so disconnected?
It's just
Very
through
frustrating.
the power of prayer.
Right. But I just don't understand the dad here, you know? Because like the stepmom, not to say that I understand, but I see it as like she is very much entrenched in this mindset and it's like, I have to do this to save this child and stuff. But the father is not in that mindset, agreed to raise his child this way, and then is still letting this happen. Which is
He's
ridiculous.
probably at the point where she's like, I don't know, I've just learned to let her do what she
Which
wants.
is like, why would you want to be in a relationship with someone that you're just, you know?
Well, it's also so hard to argue with people like that because
Yeah.
it's like their perspective is like, well, sorry, I'm just trying to save your child from the lake of fire.
Yeah.
Which
just
is why
like,
I'm like, why
I'm trying
would
to
he-
save their immortal
would he be
soul.
okay with
It's
that?
like you can't really argue or rationalize with someone who thinks that.
Mhm.
This is unfortunately sometimes the negative connotation with the power of religion. It just, there's many positives and sometimes there are negatives.
I think
and
when it
there's-
just encroaches on other people's rights to, you know, their own beliefs and stuff, that's when this is a problem.
Yeah.
There's an update. Sunday, my ex asked if I would be willing to come over and discuss what happened. He said he felt there were some misunderstandings. Yeah, you misunderstood when I said you're not allowed to come.
Wait, I feel like I'm misunderstanding right now because I'm seeing these things in the chat about how he was assaulted. Like, but putting hands on
to
is
be
not like
clear.
putting
When they
hands
said
on, it's
lay
like,
hands on, it's like a.
they put their hands on you and they go.
But I mean, that
Humbala
also
shambala
could be
humba.
considered as, you know, they're still touching. Maybe I don't know if they're touching him. It's kind of in, you know, they
I guess
didn't mean like
technically the definition it
hands
could
on.
fit the definition, but
Yeah.
no one was like
no one
beating
was
on this guy.
just in case anyone wasn't clear about that. It was like a late. It was like a I'm praying for you.
yes, the hands,
Which is still not
lay.
okay. But in case anyone was like they were beating him up, not happening. I went along with my daughter and oldest son. They asked to go. Anyway, when I got there, there was another couple there who I was introduced to as her pastor and his wife. Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no!
oh, the cast of characters continues to grow.
Ah! I was immediately on guard. Stepmother stated that all she and her church group had wanted to do was pray for my children. She stated that she felt that raising them with no religion had done them a great disservice and that I didn't understand all of the consequences of doing this. Dude, that doesn't even make sense because the child that you're trying to save is religious.
There's a lot of nonsense in this story.
There's so much nonsense.
There's a lot of nonsense going on.
So much
here.
nonsense.
It's only gonna get bigger.
It's making me want to get
Yeah.
silly.
She stated that since she had her daughter, she realized how horrible it would be to be separated in heaven from the people she loved more than anything in the world. I said I did not believe that would happen, as I believed if there was any type of afterlife, one of the perks would be that you would be reunited with people that you loved. She then stated that it would have to be this way as my children had not accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. Then she started to cry. I gently suggested to her that she was still postpartum and that it was possible that her hormones and emotions were heightened and that she was not seeing things clearly. That was obviously the wrong thing to say because then she and my ex both became angry with me and told me that I was trying to make her out to be a crazy person. Opie didn't have to try that hard.
It was pretty easy.
Her pastor quoted a few Bible verses and attempted to expand on what she had said. The whole time, my ex just sat there silently. I finally asked him what he thought about all of this. And he said that his wife meant well and that she was only concerned with our kids' souls. But now it feels like he's buying into all of this when he started off as not religious.
Yeah, why is he's leaning into it where it's like, well, I mean, it is kind of the point that I was making where it's like, in a way, if you do think of it in a way, it's like you could cognitively reframe it as like it's coming from a place where they really think they're saving the immortal soul of our.
Well, that's
So,
what
you
I'm
know.
wondering. I'm wondering if it's like that place where he's like, oh, no, she just cares. That's
Right.
why. Or if it's like he has gone from being raised Catholic to going away from it to coming back because she is so entrenched in it. Like, I wonder
Yes.
which side of this he's coming from.
Yeah, that's like each side of the seesaw.
Yeah. I asked him when he had become so religious as during our 20 years together. What?
Oh,
Oh, and that's another 15.
Awkward Turtle 2.
Awkward Turtle with the other 50 gifted memberships.
Two?
Why? There's another one?
Turtle, did you make another account?
That's crazy.
What? Because you had a donation, Max? Is that why?
I would assume that's probably
Man,
why.
oh man, it's funny. Thank you so much. And that's another 30 minutes. 15 minutes. He had not so much stepped inside of a church outside of a few weddings we'd attended. He stated that their having their daughter had made him realize how important choosing a faith was. I told him that our son had chosen. It just happened to be Judaism instead of Christianity. I also said it was my understanding that it was the same God for both. The pastor then again chimed in, stating that Jesus was the true Messiah and that Jews would be punished both in this life and in the afterlife for denying that. Jesus was Jewish, my guy.
Yeah, but the Jews don't think that
So
he's the Messiah.
is Jesus being punished in the afterlife for being Jewish? Let's connect those dots. At that point, my daughter stood up and stated that this whole discussion was making her sick. My older son said that he was tired of dealing with all of his stepmother's BS and he would never step foot in their house again. He said over the years he had ignored a lot as both myself and his dad had encouraged him to be tolerant of people's beliefs. But as nobody was being tolerant of his or his siblings' beliefs, he was done dealing with their hypocrisy. He told his dad that he had no desire to either talk or see him or his wife for the foreseeable future. We then left. I imagine it would be, just this whole situation is incredibly frustrating, but to hear the father say to his kids that my daughter being born is the reason that made me have, that's why I'm having this realization. It's like, okay, you've already had 2 kids, you know?
It's like, yeah, you didn't have any revelations when we were born?
Yeah, it's like, what? Today, I met with the family lawyer that my parents had found for me. He said that tomorrow we are going to the courthouse for a temporary restraining order and to ask for an emergency custody order. He says we'll get both. He also had me go to the police department today and make a report with all 3 of my children about what happened last week. I am so sick that it has come to this. I never wanted my children to have to be put in the middle of battling families. I am aware, as so many of you pointed out, that I underreacted. To be honest, this is the first time in my life I have really ever dealt with anything like this. I grew up in an incredibly diverse community where everyone was tolerant of everyone else, and when my ex and I were married, we returned and lived in the community, as we felt it was a fantastic place to raise children. So that's that. I want to thank everyone for all their support, and for those who pointed out I was being naive for being kind about it. And there are relevant comments, and also, like, we're only halfway through the story, so I imagine there's a lot coming.
A lot more developments going on here.
Yeah. Relevant comments. OP's son might have been subjected to religious abuse or harassment. OP should make sure her son's boundaries are respected. OP says, thank you. I feel partially at fault because in the past I told them to just ignore it when she made comments or to decline politely when she invited them to church. I should have been a lot more forceful, but tried to be respectful of her faith. I never expected her to go this far. I mean, no one does. I don't think that's your fault.
Yeah, it's a perfectly rational
Yeah.
thing to believe that it would not go that far.
Commenter 1 says, not the a-hole, and it's sad your ex is backing his nut job of a wife. Hope he understands this is going to ruin his chances of actually having decent relationships with his kids. OP says he's always been a live and let live kind of guy. I think he's also afraid she will take their child and leave if he doesn't support her in this. None of my children are talking to him in this moment. I feel bad for him, but this is something that he has to fix himself. Commenter 2, you need to get your lawyer involved to legally put a stop to his psychotic stepmom. OP says right now none of our children are talking to him and they refuse to go back to his house. I told them that they are of the age that they can make their decisions and I will not force them to do anything they don't want. They have all blocked her and her family. I really don't want to go to court as I don't have the money, especially with the oldest going to college in the fall, but I support them 100% on staying away from her. Commenter 3 says, what is wrong with your ex-husband? I too am a devout Christian and have nothing but love for my Jewish brothers and sisters. It is up to a man to clarify with his current wife what is acceptable with her interactions with your and his children. He needs to stand up like a man.
Like
Obi
this?
says,
No, never mind. I was going to do a bit where I stood up goofily.
yeah.
Let me just leave it at that.
Oh, thanks for telling us. Opie says, I agree completely, and I really don't understand it because when we were together, his parents were pressuring us to have all of our kids baptized, and he stood up to them. Opie explains a bit more about her daughter who physically intervened the meeting with stepmom and her church friends. Opie says, no, my daughter intervened before they touched him. She said she had a feeling something was going to happen because they came into the family room where all three were watching TV and got into a circle holding hands and were praying loudly about all three of them. She said they were all frozen, staring at these people in a kind of WTF way. But then when they let go of each other and started heading towards them, she grabbed her brother and pulled him out the front door. Good daughter. Good friggin' daughter, man.
I would say good.
That's like a zombie apocalypse, dude. They're like all surrounding you, and then they're
I
like,
don't know about that level, you know. I've had way too many zombie apocalypse dreams to compare it to that. That's a
It's like a
recurring nightmare
slow
I have, actually.
of a zombie apocalypse?
Yeah, where it's like I'm in some kind of zombie apocalypse, and it's usually actually pretty fun and entertaining at first until I get
I had a
cornered
dream
by
that
all
I
the
was,
zombies, and then
yeah.
and then I wake up.
I had a dream that I was evacuating from the fires last night. Yeah.
Were you like, did anything like cool happen? Did you
I think so.
fly?
No.
Did you put out the fires?
No.
Did you go?
Did a
and then all
firefighter
the
rescue
fires
you?
go out?
No.
Did you firebend?
No.
Did you start
I
the
didn't do
fires?
I didn't do anything cool. I
Did
just
you start
was
the
You just woke
evacuating.
up and you're like, I'm time to go, time to pack.
Anyway.
Anyway,
My ex has sworn that he will ensure that the kids are never left alone with her again. As of right now, none of them agreed to go anywhere near him either, or anywhere with him either, but my parents are now insisting that I go speak with an attorney to get a formal custody agreement drawn up after this incident. I see now that I should have done this years ago, but our divorce was so amicable, and until she came into the picture, everything was fine with our co-parenting. We even took vacations together with the kids. The only thing I can think of is that now he's so afraid of her leaving him and taking their daughter that he's throwing our kid under the bus to appease her, which is not okay. And there is a second update, but wow. This is not wow. I think on his one point is he said, "Oh, I'll make sure she's never alone with the kids." he's not gonna do that because he supports her. He's gone around. He's already said, "Oh yeah, no, I believe it. Now that I've had my daughter, I believe it." It's like he's on her side.
It's just the absolute worst context to try to introduce religion.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Really bad. Really bad.
and yeah, there's no fix. I don't know. I think, shoot, I don't know what to do, man. Start a new religion. Start your own religion.
Something on your eye.
Thank you.
Which one?
I've been noticing, and
Thank
I
you.
was trying to
I
figure out
said
if
it
it's a mole.
earlier, and
Which
Dakota was
one?
like, "Oh,
On your left
it's my
eye.
mole."
This one?
It's not your mole.
No, it's on
It's
that
on
eye.
your eyelid.
On that one, on your left
Blink-
eye.
On your left eye.
Yes, there it is.
Oh my god.
What is
What
that?
is
It's still there. It's a mark.
What is that?
It's Mark.
It's Mark.
Consider it marked.
Consider it
What is that?
Mark.
It's not a mole because you've never had it before.
What is that?
I was noticing.
What is that? I gotta go.
I said that. I said that earlier.
I was looking at the whole story and I was like, is that a mole?
Yeah.
No, I've never seen
No,
that
and
before.
Dakota was like, "What are you talking about, you idiot?" He's
Okay.
like, "It's a mole on my eye." I was like, "No."
Okay, well, while we're waiting for Dakota, I'm going to read these. Jen Campbell, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Awkward Turtle 2, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Man, oh man. And now that's, how many wheel
2.
spins do we have? 2? Just 2?
Just 2.
Oh, okay. Purple Trader, thank you for 32 books. 32 books. Couldn't help it. Tee-hee. Jen Campbell, thank you for the $50. Fan character wearing sunglasses with fireworks appearing on the lenses. That's fun. Nicole H says the current Pope would hate this. Any update on the Pope? Is he
I don't
okay?
know. Last I heard was like chilling.
He's
but,
chilling?
Like, he's like quiet.
Dude, all those Pope, like some of those Pope options were bad, man. Some of the Pope options were pretty good, but some of the Pope options were not good. Purple Trader, thank you for the $10. Sheba Dog squeezing a big red heart. And Purple Trader, thank you for the $10 again. Just gonna nickel and dime to another 15 minutes.
Did you get Windy Summer?
That one just. Wendy Summers, thank you for the $2. Lurker here. I listen pretty much all day and night. Oh, and Jen Campbell, thank you for the $10. Hippo character with the pink hat, flips it backwards, and raises his thumb up in the air. These are fun.
Want to continue? Want to wait for him? Let's wait.
Yeah, we can wait for him. Have you
coming
seen
back.
the Pope options?
The new ones?
Yeah.
No, are they not good?
So half of them are like so some of them are like, this man has been fighting for LGBTQ rights and loves to help the poor and blah blah blah, and then some of them are like, this man does not believe in divorce and hates the gays. Yeah, so no one's listening to this, but actually you guys are listening to this.
Sorry.
It's fine. Just interrupt me.
I've got a spot on my eye.
You rubbed at it? When did it arrive?
I don't know.
Today. It had to have been today because I noticed it today. I was like, what is that on
I mean, I only noticed it when I got back, so it wasn't there before.
I have a weird thing on the side of my
Okay,
head.
the Pope is no longer in imminent danger.
You see that?
Good.
I've had a doctor tell me that
Well, it's not a
giant mole on the side of my head is not a mole, and that it's a liver spot, which you're only supposed to get when you're an old man. And he's just like, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes people's bodies do weird stuff, and I feel like that is exactly what that is. I feel like it looks like a liver spot.
But how it just appeared?
I couldn't tell. See, and this is every time I've ever said where it's like weird, mysterious, random things happen to me that are inexplicable. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. It's like randomly in real time, a liver spot appears on my eyelid. I don't know. It doesn't
What's
look
up
like
with your-
marker. There would be no
what are
opportunity.
liver spots?
They're like age spots, essentially.
But is it something wrong with your liver?
No, there's probably just something like wrong with my genetics.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to be Mark.
Okay.
Consider it marked.
Let's read.
Maybe, was it my ring? Could I have done it? Could I have bruised my eyelid with my rings?
Maybe.
But I've never, could you bruise an eyelid that precisely?
Sun damage. Skin tag? It could be a skin.
No, it's not. It's not like
I think it's a
it's
skin tag.
no, because it's not like what's the word? It's flat. Okay, well, anyway.
Fia, you a brief TLDR.
We didn't read anything else, though.
No, like for people coming in.
Oh, okay. I thought you said for Dakota.
No.
I was like, we haven't moved. TLDR for anyone joining. Basically, OP has multiple kids with her ex, and they were co-parenting effectively. And then her ex has been seeing this new woman who's super religious, and they're married now. And at first it was fine, but she was always trying to get her OP's kids to convert. And then OP's son started practicing Judaism, and that's when the stepmom just started going full in, like, you're gonna go to hell if you don't convert, blah blah blah, getting all of her people from the church to try and, like, convince him and all that stuff. And now the kids don't want to go anywhere around their dad or their stepmom. Yeah. Update 2. Am I the a-hole for not allowing my kids to see their grandparents for Christmas break? Hello, everyone. I posted on here a couple of months ago after my ex's wife staged a religious intervention when my son decided he wanted to embrace Judaism and be bar mitzvahed. Post is still under my profile if anyone wants specifics. My ex and I share 3 children, Amy, 18, Tom, 16, and Ben, 15. The people responding to the first post helped me to see that I was underreacting, and I met with a lawyer for a custody order as we had just done our own thing. I now have a full decision-making for our own children's religious upbringing and full custody. Oh, whoa. Yeah, okay, so OP got the custody. She has full custody now.
Custody granted.
X has visitation every other weekend, and I have been incredibly flexible and let him take them pretty much whenever he or the kids want. On his weekend, I stay with my parents, and he stays in the house. Only rule I made was the stepmother is not around them at all, ever. My kids are very close with their paternal grandparents. GPs know that stepmother is not to be around them, but twice when I picked them up, she was there. Excuse was that she had just popped in quickly to drop off the baby. I asked them to let me know when they were sitting and we would plan a different day, but they said it was a last minute thing. Okay, fine. If it's a last minute thing, text OP.
Right, we can still communicate about things.
They want them to come for a 5-day visit over Christmas break, not 24-25. And I cannot trust, not the 24th or 25th. And I cannot trust that this woman will not come over. Ben still gets incredibly anxious with her. Yes, he is in therapy. My in-laws refuse to tell her that she cannot come over because they say they do not want to be put in the middle and that it makes them choosing between their grandchildren. Oh, and that it's making them choose between their grandchildren. I reached out to my ex, who said that since she isn't coming over for long, he's not stopping it.
So she's like, well, because it only violates your boundaries a little bit, we're not going to do anything about it.
And then she gets to say, remember when I got granted full custody and I told you that you could only see them if you don't let the ex come over, and then you're doing that anyway? He also said that there is nothing in that order that she can't be around. And as his wife and mom of their siblings, there's no reason that she should have to tiptoe around. He was incredibly dismissive, and I went nuclear on him. I told him that I had been letting him see them whenever, despite only having 2 weekends a month, that he was married to a sociopathic zealot. Despite only having 2 weekends a month, that he was married to a sociopathic zealot, and that if she continued to come around, I would go back to court and ask for supervised visits and a restraining order against her. He hung up. Then I asked the kids what they wanted. Come to find out that the woman has been coming around a lot. Amy said their grandparents asked them not to say anything to not upset me. I told my daughter that as an adult she can go, but that her brothers would not be. Ben's look of relief broke my heart. Amy said she felt weird when stepmother showed up. Tom said he's with Ben. By the way, you can be with us by joining us live on YouTube every weekday. Sorry, this is an old one.
Yeah, get it out of there.
Oh, my goodness.
Get it out. Take my brown spot on my eye.
Tom said he's with Ben, and you can be with us by listening to full episodes of stories just like this. Just go to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or iHeartRadio and search for Storytime. But there is a little bit left to this story.
Does it look like my eyes still open?
No.
I know. It's because it's a pupil, right? It'd be like a little pupil.
Oh. But do you have any final thoughts?
No, I'm so lost in this whole story. I'm not even gonna lie. You did the TLDR, and I was just looking at the chat, telling me everything that could be wrong with my eye.
Yeah.
I have nothing to add here other than
Okay.
don't push your religion on other people,
Yeah.
and don't turn your kids into props, for your own agendas. Okay,
Absolutely.
don't do that.
Aces Racer says, OMG, none of those adults can be trusted. Yeah, I mean, the grandparents are totally disrespecting OP's wishes. The ex is disrespecting the OP's wishes. The stepmom is crazy. I would be so frustrated in this. It's just like, wow, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
But to
At least I was gonna say, oh my god.
Yes,
I
I'm
was
not
gonna
alone.
At least the kids are like,
I mean, yeah, the kids are old enough to know
you're like,
that
what?
this is, you know,
You're like, no. At least the kids are like, no.
yeah. But let's finish up. Called ex-mother-in-law, told her that the children would not be coming back until they chose to. I said they were welcome to come over and see them. I said they were so wrong to ask the kids to keep secrets. They called my ex, who berated me for punishing his parents. Stepmom sent me a text saying I was unfair. I think I'm right, but everyone else thinks I'm the a-hole. Am I? And there are some comments, but no. And it seems like everyone else is your ex's grandparents, your ex, and the stepmom. So
Yeah, it feels
don't
like
listen to them.
it feels like a no.
Commenter 1 says, not the a-hole. Your children are old enough to set their own boundaries. If they don't want to go to their grandparents and or interact with their stepmom, they shouldn't be forced to. This is a critical teaching moment about boundaries and respect. Protect your children as best you can, including legally. If ex and stepmom insist on stomping all over the boundary set, grandparents are also boundary stompers and can't be trusted. OP says, thank you. I appreciate your input. I get that my former in-laws love my kids as well as their new grandchild and don't want to be caught in the middle. But for the life of me, after what happened, I don't understand how they can accept that. I don't want my children around her. It's the only thing I've asked. And they're acting like I'm banning them completely, which I'm not. They can come visit them at our home at any time. We live less than 15 minutes from them. Commenter 2 says, not the a-hole. They have proven that they can't be trusted to protect your minor children. And as their custodial parent, you're doing what you have to do to keep them safe, period. This isn't a punishment, it's consequences. And people who are asking to spend time with children should absolutely know the difference. Quite frankly, anyone who asks a child to keep a secret from their parents, especially a secret that involves explicitly going against the boundaries set forth by the parent, is someone who shouldn't be spending time alone with that child. Opie says their defense was that they did not ask them to keep it a secret or lie, only not to mention it. Don't get freaking technical with me.
Yeah, it's not really a lie. It's more like a passive non-truth.
And they're like, we didn't tell them to lie. We just said, lie by omission.
Yeah. We just said, don't tell him the truth. We didn't tell him to make up a lie. We just said, don't tell you the truth.
Opie continues, sigh. I told him that they can see them at any time. We live less than 15 minutes away from them, so it's not like I'm cutting all access to them. I really don't think they understand how much her attempting to save them affected them. Commenter 3 says, info, are you 100% sure that the kids love their paternal grandparents and want to see them? Opie says, yes, but not at their house anymore. Although they still want a relationship with them, they have noticeably pulled away since this whole incident, as they do not feel supported by them. Ben had started making excuses and not going after the first time stepmother showed up, and his grandparents made excuses for her and downplayed his discomfort. But now my in-laws are digging in their heels and saying my compromise of them coming over to see the kids whenever they would like is unreasonable. She even made the mistake of calling my mother to try and intervene, and my mother, who is one of the kindest, most forgiving people you will ever meet, told her that if it was up to her and my dad, who has had beef with them since they last minute didn't show up to Ben's bar mitzvah with no explanation, They wouldn't be seeing the children at all until they were able to admit that they were wrong and apologize to all 3 children. My older son's birthday is coming up, and my daughter called them yesterday to invite them to the family dinner we are having for him. They said they are too uncomfortable to do so since my ex won't come without his wife, but would be happy to have a second party at their house, which she and my son both refused. They just continue to keep hammering nails into the coffin. Yeah, none of that. They're going to learn their lesson when none of these kids want to be around them.
Yeah, and they'll go, oh no,
Why don't
the
they visit
mistakes that
me?
I've
Yeah.
made.
Why don't they come visit their grandparents?
I can see it. The kids are gonna just distance themselves once they're more stable enough and old enough. They're gonna be like, we don't want to be with you guys.
We don't want to be around you guys.
Big old factuals.
But that is the end
Yeah,
of that
Once
story.
they're old enough to make a decision for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I keep rubbing my eye. I feel like, guys, this has never happened, which is why it's freaking me out.
I think it will go away.
Is your eye okay?
It feels fine.
If your eye's okay, then just monitor it for a couple days.
Yeah, and if it's not there,
And if it's
I
if it's
need a
there,
spot.
then we go to a dermatologist or go to get a doctor appointment.
No, I'm just going to go swim in the ocean forever.
okay.
Just going to swim.
All right.
I will swim to Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
And the salt spray will heal me.
All right. Are we on S3?
We are on S3 lead, but we have
Lovely.
2 spins.
Let's spin that wheel.
All right.
2 spins.
I actually need to take control over my own fate.
What?
Let me spin one.
All right, you're going to get a double, but it's fine.
Let me spin
No,
it.
don't.
She's going to get a double,
You
but it's
said that.
fine.
It's for Awkward Turtle 2.
50 members! Woohoo!
Huzzah!
Wait, is that 2 times or is that 50 members?
It was 50 members. It was 50.
Sophia,
Was it? Maybe I didn't see it. I can't see it. It looked like 50 members on my side.
hold on.
Yeah, go back. Because I can't see. That's crazy. Did I just get the? I thought I was on 50 members.
I'll have to pull it up.
That's so funny. I did literally just. Wow. You let me do this.
Hey, you wanted to take fate into your own hands,
Why
didn't
did
you?
why did I do that? Well, you got one too, so you know what? It's also your fault. We're equally. I thought it said 50 members, but if it did say 2 times,
Pulling it up.
it looked like.
From my eyes, it looked like 2 times, but maybe
Yeah.
it stopped on 50 and then flipped.
Deirdre
says
says
it
something
was
says 50 members. I believe you.
It's
Really?
50. Yeah.
Okay, all right, 50 members.
I believe the people. It looked like 50 members.
Gayla
It looked
says
like it was.
50.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
I think I only saw
I'm
it
gonna
when
spin
I
it
heard it go
again.
blink again, though.
yeah, it went blink. All right, go for it. Awkward Turtle 2.
Oh, okay.
1.5.
1.5. 1.5.
1.5 is
Woo!
Did Riley tighten up the wheel? It
I think he did.
It
He-
doesn't spin so luxuriously
It doesn't
anymore.
spin so.
I'm a
but
real spinster.
we're gonna get you those 50 members in that one. Oh wait, the 1.5 is already on.
That's
There you
right.
go.
1.5 is active. 1.5 is live. So you guys get the best of both worlds: 50 memberships and a
Huzzah!
1.5.
But let's get into this next story. Here you go.
Wooja!
Don't worry about that. That's just the 50 members.
50
I will change it back.
members.
One that's not 100 pages.
What?
Oh, fine. Whatever. No,
It's like a it'll
What just
I don't
wait?
know.
What just happened?
it's
Did
like
we
a
just
2,500.
wait,
It's
did we-
no, it's with Riley. It's the 50 members that we just said.
There's
Okay.
50 members that we just got, and I'm gonna take that away.
Ready, steady?
Go for it.
I told my ex's husband that he will never be my son's father after he bullied my son.
If you bully my son, you got a problem.
Yeah, I would agree.
And it's these.
It's that.
Papa.
I like how you read that, and your face went, "What?"
What is that?
Huh?
Throw away fake names. Duh. I, 31 male, have split custody of my son, Marcus, 12 male, with my ex, Lena, 30 female. Lena and I split up shortly after he was born and stayed friends, but have been less communicative since she married Eric, 42 male, 4 years ago.
Gross.
By the way, this comes from user Depressives Finar on the, and if you want to submit your own story, go
Sorry.
ahead and submit it on the r/OK Storytime subreddit.
Subreddit.
So, we have had disagreements Subreddit.
Is that a story?
Oh, we have had disagreements. I don't approve of certain things they've been doing, and they think I spoil him. But until recently, we've managed to keep things civil. Marcus is a great kid, and I love him. He's smart, funny, and caring, and he's taught me so much about being a human. Are you an alien?
I didn't know much about being a human before.
He taught me so much about using my appendages.
I didn't understand.
Having him saved my life and changed it for the better. He's also more or less my only family, so I really treasure him and our time together. Recently, he's gotten chubby and depressed, which I only mention because it's relevant. I was concerned over my son gaining weight, but I didn't want to do much other than making sure we eat healthy. He's still active in sports, which I encourage, and a lot will change with puberty. His mom and stepdad are upset, though, and I now know that they had Marcus on a restricted diet and are putting a lot of pressure on him to lose weight.
Which doesn't help. Does
Which
not
it-
help a
it's
child.
He's
It's a
12.
child. It's a child who's going through puberty and his body is already changing.
Just about to hit puberty.
It's like, no, the answer is not. Let's make him. Let's really hyper focus on food. Like that's not going to help him.
Yeah, you're just basically like, let's give our son an eating disorder.
It's ridiculous.
At first, it didn't seem like much, but it became more unreasonable. Like before this incident, I got in trouble with Eric for buying Marcus a size up in clothes since he thought that he should trim down to fit his old ones better.
So he just doesn't want him to have clothes that fit.
What a weirdo. What a freakazoid. Sorry. I told him that I wasn't going to apologize for giving my son pants, and he never responded, which is the correct thing to say.
Yes.
Last week, when I came to pick him up, Marcus was still packing his bag. Lena invited me inside for coffee, and we were making small talk when I heard shouting. Apparently, Marcus had been hiding snacks in his room. Eric found candy bars in his overnight bag, which they no longer allow in the house, and pulled them out to show us as evidence. I got upset when he called Marcus names and told him he wouldn't be fat if he weren't so greedy.
Why are you
And
bullying
told him to treat
a
my son with respect.
child?
Dude, I'm sorry.
Why are you bullying a child?
Regardless of like,
Also, that's like not his dad.
yeah,
So as his dad, like OP, if someone said that about my child, I'd be like,
I'm tackling you.
"You're not my child's father."
Bow! Bow, bow, bow.
Tackling you. Wait, did Bad Kitty get a membership
Yes.
finally?
Looks like
Oh my
Kitty.
God.
Bad kitty.
Finally.
Bad kitty!
It happened.
The impossible happened.
Bad kitty!
I don't think Bad Kitty's here though in the chat.
Oh,
So, I told him to treat my son with respect. Marcus went to the car and things devolved from there. I said the thing in the title, called him a bully, and a lot of expletives got thrown around. I didn't hear from Lena until later when she texted to tell me that she was furious with me.
oh my God! It's so funny because I actually don't care what Lena has to say.
Yeah, I
Crazy
really don't.
how that works.
I was still reeling from everything, so the conversation is a blur. I tried to tell her I was sorry, but that I couldn't understand why she would allow him to treat Marcus that way. She told me that while it was a bit much, Marcus broke their rules, and Eric was right that he should lose weight. She also told me that I don't know anything about the disrespect Marcus gives them, and that I only experienced the fun parts of being a parent, and accused me of encouraging bad behavior that she has to deal with. I had a talk with Marcus and told him I love him, and that he has nothing to be ashamed of. He seems better, but I'm not looking forward to taking him back to his mom's house. I know I made things worse, and I should have removed myself from the situation. But I wouldn't feel right if I didn't at least stand up for my son. So, am I the a-hole?
Let's read those comments.
Obviously no.
Because no. I want to see what other people have to say.
OP speaks on the custody agreement here. Custody is 50-50 every other week, and it's more even now. But my ex has taken him on several times when work or school got out of hand for me, so he's been with her more on average. I owe her for that, and I want to make it up to her. But I need to reflect on and talk to her about the idea that I'm the fun parent and how I can fix that. I mean, don't fix it, just be the fun parent. That being said, it's kind of a secondary concern right now, considering what's going on with my kid. I didn't think it was that weird and probably underestimated the issue based on my judgment of my child's weight changes being normal, but I should have picked up on other red flags. If this is what's happening in front of me, I fear it's very likely much worse, and just making my home a safe space for my kid isn't enough. What I'm getting from this situation is that I really need to talk to a bunch of professionals. What a great take on that.
I think OP kind of.
And that's another 20 memberships.
And we've
And another 15
got
minutes.
another 15er
Another 15
right
minutes.
there. We've done it. There we go now. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Anyway. What was the thing?
I don't even know.
Brain gone.
You need to your child. Oh, you said that your
Professionals.
child was feeling more depressed. I think we need to
Professionals.
figure out like what's going on. I think the focus should not be on his weight, but on like why he's being sad. Like why he's sad.
Yes.
What's going on in his life right now?
Why sad? What do make
Why
sad?
sad?
What's sad? What do make
Go
sad?
professional.
Professional help make not no sad.
Professional. No sad. No more.
Ooh. Brain's starting to go. What I'm getting from this, not the a-hole. Your comment about being in trouble with Eric concerned me deeply. You are Marcus's father, not Eric.
Yeah.
It is Eric who should be in trouble with you for daring to criticize buying larger clothes for Marcus. I doubt screaming will do any good, and Eric sounds like a bully. So I suggest you speak with an attorney and put Eric in his place. OP responds, honestly, I've been feeling like I live in the Twilight Zone since then. It was so bizarre and so insane, I started wondering if I was crazy. Commenter says, everyone sucks here. Has your ex taken your son to the doctor? Is she following medical advice on weight loss? Did you ask her about any of that? I recommend that you or your ex, and not her husband, sit down in a neutral place where neither of you are angry and discuss what's best for your son. Everyone needs to drop the ego and concentrate on what's best for Marcus. Does he need to modify his diet, be more active? Is there something going on medically? Figure it out. If he does need to lose weight, then work with a dietitian who works with prepubescent kids. Restricting food to the point that he's hiding it is not healthy. OP says, I don't know if I should have included this in the post, but to the best of my knowledge and based on the conversations I've had with Marcus since, this doesn't seem to be based on any actual medical advice or have entailed any
Of course it
visits
isn't.
to a doctor. Right, because a doctor's not going to tell you that you're like slightly chubby 12-year-old
Yeah,
needs to
needs
be
to
on a
lose
restricted
weight.
diet.
I'm sorry, children don't like there are very few cases where a child needs to be like on a restricted diet. And
Yeah.
it's not this case for sure.
Yeah,
'Cause
100%.
putting a child on a diet in any kind of context is going to affect them. So you have to be like really sure on how you approach that and if it's necessary. And here he's a chubby kid who is actively playing sports.
Yeah. Maybe
You're
he's just playing.
you're
He's
hurting his
playing.
mental health.
He's playing disc golf, which is really fun. Almost as fun as the 10 gifted subs that Jen Campbell just donated to the chat. Way to go, Jen.
Jen.
Here we go. Back at it. From what I've gathered, it's just a very broad, drastic restriction of his food intake, which is making things worse. That being said, I need to hear more from my son and my ex before I come to any conclusions. This is also wildly out of character for her. I've never seen her be cruel to anyone, especially not our son, and I'm worried for her too. I definitely want to take him to the doctor myself and get some expert advice or counseling on several fronts. This is a big wake-up call that I've horribly underestimated how bad things are. I didn't think it was anywhere near enough to justify this kind of action, but regardless of whether there's something physically wrong like a thyroid problem, this is a deeply unhealthy situation for my child and I need to make it right. Another comment here says a lot of kids, especially boys, will chunk up before they shoot up. That's a crazy sentence.
That's great. Wild.
Unless a doctor has a concern, it shouldn't be an issue. They should be seeking medical advice before putting a child on a diet, not the a-hole. OP, I fully agree with this, and I think this is an abusive, huge overreaction to a weight change that could result in a serious, vicious spiral. But I really do think I was wrong to handle it the way I did. Standing up for my son is one thing. I needed to shut that down and to make some serious long-term changes to help him with his living situation. But letting that spiral into an out-of-control fight with another adult who is still very much one of his guardians isn't going to help him. Commenter says, I think they all suck because they could put their differences aside and talk about the situation in the best interests of the kid instead of yelling at each other and having two different parenting styles.
I understand what this is saying, but it's not really about having two different parenting styles. It's about these one half of the parenting people are bullying a child.
Yeah.
They're like calling him greedy and chubby. That's not a parenting style. That's just being mean.
Yeah, you're just like, you're a greedy, chubby
Yeah, that's
loser.
not a. You can't say
You
that's a
need to
parenting
only
style.
Eat 15 snap
Yeah.
peas.
And
a
also,
day.
restricting foods isn't an effective way to teach a kid how to eat properly.
Certainly not by
really.
force.
Yeah, not by forcing them. I mean.
Yeah. OP says, after reading through this, I definitely effed up that interaction. Standing up for my kid is one thing, but not removing myself from the situation before it escalated and letting it devolve like that is another, and it doesn't help my son. I'm definitely a lot more upset at his stepdad than I realized, and it's been building for a while. I do think my son's right ahead of a growth spurt and that it's not an abnormal or concerning amount of weight. And that's why I wasn't worried, but I need to talk more to my ex. I care about her and I very much want to have a discussion with her, but navigating her husband is going to be difficult. It's hard for me not to see his behavior as really cruel and bizarre. Either way, I have a lot of work to do. Do you discipline him at all? OP responds regarding discipline, I honestly don't know what I'd discipline him for. I don't want to be a dad who considers my child above all wrongdoing, and I do want to hold high standards for my kid and teach him the right values. I've been questioning how well I do that after what my ex said, but he's really well behaved with me and makes a point to help care for our home and make my life easier when he's in custody. And make my life easier when he's in my custody. So I haven't seen it personally. If he's acting up with his mom or anyone else, I do want to intervene and tell him that it's not okay to be disrespectful. But this is the first time she's complained about him to me, and in light of his stepdad being like this, I can't help but think that if he's acting out with them, it's not actually because of anything wrong
I agree.
with him.
I agree. They're probably saying really mean stuff, and he's acting out. He's reacting.
Yeah.
To what he's hearing.
Exactly.
To the bullying.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's like this is not okay.
Yeah.
Not
These
okay.
parents are pretty not cool, dude.
Pretty bad.
Run away from home. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Run away to your dad. Yeah, live with your dad. Stay with your dad. Mini update in the comments 2 hours later. Hello, all. Lots of responses, very fast. Thank you all for the support, suggestions, and brutal honesty. I do think I was wrong to escalate the situation and not remove myself sooner. There's a lot of things I need to do as a father, and I value all of your feedback. I do want to respond to something. I've had a few people in the comments tell me that Eric is my son's other dad by virtue of being in that house and married to my ex. But I guess my problem is that I don't think he should be. I would be more than happy to welcome another parental figure in my kid's life. I don't think I have monopoly on being dad or anything, but as it stands, my child hates and fears him, and I do not think anyone who does that to my child deserves to call themselves his parent.
No. Also,
those comments are whack.
He's not anyone who's saying like, oh, he's a dad or he's your kid's dad because he's married to your ex. It's like, no, your child decides who his parents are. And if he made the decision, he starts calling your ex's new partner dad. That's not, that's his decision. But right now, it doesn't seem like he sees this man as his dad.
No, he just sees him as a scary man who yells at him and calls him fat.
And at the end of the day, you are his father. And this man shouldn't be, really having the final say at the end of the day.
Agreed. Yeah. No, there's no need for this man.
No need.
Here we go. I felt the same way about my bio parents, and I refused to acknowledge them as my family. So I guess that's where that comment about him not being my son's dad came from. That being said, I know I'm in the wrong for shouting at him out of anger instead of trying to be the adult, and this does nothing to help my son.
Yeah, but you're human. You're
We're
human,
only
and someone was
human.
bullying your son. You got angry.
Human, after all, I'm only human. After all, don't say that crap to my son.
It's beautiful.
What, you have something to add?
Nope.
You have nothing to say?
Got nothing to say.
Let me just say a little bit.
Charlie Cat, thank you for the $5. Meow.
What's a song you could sing right now? Yeah.
Up
That's from Charlie the Cat? Whoa. Okay.
Kitty cat, kitty.
Jen Campbell, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships.
I'm really feeling the love. Oh. You've done this to me. I can't believe you've done this.
What have I done?
Sorry. No, I just wanted to say that. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm so hungry.
Awkward Turtle 2, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships.
Again?
No, it's just the same one.
Oh, sorry.
But thank you again.
Thank you again.
Get to those.
Sorry, I'm sorry, guys.
was
This
just
phone
waiting.
scrolled and I lost the page. I'm
I
trying to
know,
get
you're
back
good.
to it. Okay.
Jen
wait, no,
Campbell,
that's
thank you for
not
the 20
it.
bucks. May the force be with you.
Whoa. And also with you.
Okay, I'm just gonna go back to.
It's my favorite joke.
Uh,
And okay, you ready?
Okay, here. Hi all. A lot of responses very fast, and I thank you for the support, suggestions, and the brutal honesty. I do think I was wrong to escalate the situation and not remove myself sooner. There's a lot of things I need to do as a father, and I value all of your feedback. Okay, wait. Okay, where is it? I really messed up here.
Brian Parr Jr., thank you for being a member for 1 month. Somebody call 911. Shorty's fire's burning on the dance floor. Oh, whoa. JK, don't actually call the cops. Working on my second gifted membership in a row. And
Nice.
please multiply by 30 as donated $5. I
Dakota,
see
look
you.
for it.
Please multiply by 30.
Please multiply by
Dakota, look
by
for
30.
it.
I am
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm
I got
just
caught.
reading
I got
messages,
caught. I got
dude.
caught up. I'm
One last one. Matt Alice, thank you for the $5. Y'all are amazing.
I
Currently
did-
working my overnight shift and listening to y'all makes it less lonely. Thank you for these late night streams from New York. That's so sweet.
Thank you.
I'm glad that we can be with you.
Thank you very much.
You find it?
I did find it.
All right, let's
I'm
read.
sorry, everybody. Okay, that being said, I know I'm in the wrong for shouting at him out of anger instead of trying to be the adult, and this does nothing to help my son. I also don't want anyone blaming any of this on my son or suggesting that he's being a wiener to his mom and stepdad. He's 12. Children act out of distress when adults treat them poorly or fail them, myself included. He's the only person in this situation who's not at fault.
Yep.
I will keep trying to talk to my ex, get counseling for my son, and seek out legal advice. And there's an update numero 2 days later.
Boo!
And we will read it today.
Boo!
I was rocking with it. You could have done one more.
It was a silent one.
It was in a frequency no one can
It
hear.
was a ghostly boo.
All the bats in a 500-mile radius just
All
went.
your dogs
"What's
just
that?"
started barking.
Can we try to make a dog bark right now? No, never mind. See, not even good. Thanks again for your responses. I am in touch with social services and filed for emergency custody since I don't see a non-legal way forward. Many pointed out the way that Lena and Eric treat my son would push him towards disordered eating or it could be
Yeah.
malnutrition. Unfortunately, it seems to be some degree of both.
No.
I learned more regarding what they let Marcus eat. 900 to 1,000 calories a day versus a recommended
Oh my
2,500.
god,
Wait, that's like illegal.
900 calories
That's
for
like
a teen.
illegal.
Well, one for like any person is not enough, but for a teen, a growing boy going through puberty,
That's illegal.
you
no.
can
Take
immediately
him
go
away.
to the courts and say, "Hey,
CPS.
this is not okay."
CPS.
Yeah.
That's a CPS thing.
No
Yeah.
wonder
CPS.
he's
That's it, yeah.
no wonder he's hiding food. Yeah, when it was the restrictive diet that pushed him to seek food.
Yeah. They're freaking starving him.
Doi. The humiliation is also constant. The humiliation is also constant behind closed doors. I fear there's more he's afraid to tell me. He's physically okay, according to the pediatrician, but hurt. Trying to make sure he knows he has nothing to be ashamed of and that the person who should be ashamed is the one who did this. Regarding other things in my ex's house, Eric apparently often starts nasty fights with Marcus. He has also said some pretty demeaning and disturbing things about my background, which is unsurprising. His mom gets shouted down when she tries to defend him. She both sides the situation afterwards, holding husband and child equally responsible, which is absurd.
I mean, she's in an
wackadoo husband is.
Well, she's in an abusive relationship and doesn't see it. I mean, it seems like she's trying to defend her child, and then she's culpable. To be clear,
Yeah, I just don't understand how the husband could ever override the kid in that scenario,
no,
or like
I
in
know.
any scenario. It's like the kid's always first.
Yeah,
it's like how that's the programming. Lena reached out to apologize. She said that she knows Eric was wrong and promised to try and talk sense into him. I told her this wasn't enough. It's not enough. And asked why she went along with it. She seemed to wake up when I told her that they seriously hurt Marcus and agreed that their behavior was unacceptable, but begged me to let her try and
Nope.
fix it.
Nope.
Yeah, dude. No, authorities. Authorities starving the kid. He's not, we're not doing 1 week on, 1 week off anymore. I'll tell you that.
Mhm.
You get him on 2 weekends a month.
And
There we go.
and your husband can't be around him.
She seemed really tired and unwell and completely different from my former friend / partner. I asked if she feels safe at home. She wouldn't give me a straight answer, but promised that she's not physically unsafe and will seek help
Yeah,
if
she's in an
needed.
abusive
Oh,
relationship.
brother, she's in an abusive relationship. I feel for her, but no longer trust her. I recorded the call just in case. We're in a one-party consent country, and we'll keep gathering evidence. And by the way, you can gather the evidence of full episodes with stories like this. And you can gather it at iHeartRadio or Spotify or Apple Podcasts, wherever you listen to podcasts, search OK Storytime, and then you'll have all the evidence you need to convict us for a lifetime of storytelling. We do have...
I don't know why I have any other thoughts other than you need to go to court and get that
I mean, there
full
is
custody.
something to be said of like the kid right now of like if you get the courts involved and you do a custody battle and you get like, I don't know if you get CPS involved in this context, but it's like, is the added stress of the strife going to impact?
I
This is
think
just
at the
inhumane.
I
this
think at
point-
the end of the day, yeah,
it's inhumane. This
I
is
agree. Yeah,
just- Get him out.
At the
Whatever-
end of the
whatever to
day,
get him out.
it might be really hard to go through all that custody stuff, but right now, his mom can't protect him because she's in an abusive relationship,
Yeah.
and getting him out is obviously it's
Right.
gonna be hard, but getting him out is the main priority.
So I would say you definitely still get him out, but like, I don't know. In my head, it's like, dude, all right, Marcus, you don't have to stay there anymore. You can stay with me. I know it's 1 week on, 1 week off, but then you could also go to them and be like, do you really think that if you try to be like, he's not following the custody agreement, that the courts are going to be like, oh yeah, you can just starve the kid all day?
Well, you can get
Like
temporary
if you go
custody.
to the court, if they
Yeah.
go to the court, then it's just going to shut it down. So you might be able to circumvent that, not for the
think
sake
you
of
can get
just for the
emergency
sake of
custody
the
pretty quickly.
emergency custody.
Yeah, you can get that pretty quickly because there's proof here.
I think keeping the fight as restrained as possible to like for the sake of Marcus.
Mhm.
I don't know. That would be my advice. Do it, and if you can't do that, then
Yeah.
of course you do the fight.
I think there's
But-
also a world where the wife or his ex-wife doesn't really fight that much because it seems like she's somewhat understanding what's going on here.
Yeah.
But let's finish this off.
Let's go. Honestly, I'm scared. I was failed badly by social services and courts as a kid, so I don't have faith in them. It's also complicated because Lena and I never married. Ooh, I'm a legal guardian, but we had Marcus as teens with no support, and there's a complex history there. I'm saving details for the lawyer to get advice specific to my situation, but I'm not letting Eric near my son. Good
Good.
job. Good. That's good. That is definitely good. And there's some comments here from OP, or replies from OP. Commenter says, not the a-hole. Something is going on in that house, and it isn't good for your son. If he does have an eating disorder, then it could have developed by whatever is happening in that house. FYI, it is never about food. My question is, why did your son not tell you this was happening? More to the point, what other weird stuff is occurring? Eric should not be trying to parent your son. It sounds like he bullies your boy and the child's mother. His call to you about bullying your kid, His call to you about buying your kid pants was a weird dominance flex against you. Basically, Eric has no respect for any of you, and your son is suffering due to it. I wonder why his mother can't see that. What has changed over the last 4 years? OP says it's a lot uglier than what I've written, honestly. There's so many details and minor escalations over the years that I'm putting together in my head. From what my son has told me, the weight shaming is much worse in that house. Like some truly disgusting comments about his body that make what I witnessed look mild by comparison. I understand why he's scared or embarrassed to talk about it. He was already tearing up when he admitted to me that it's hard for children to I understand why he's scared or embarrassed to talk about it. He was already tearing up when he admitted that to me, and it's hard for children to discuss that kind of humiliation. Regarding the dominance flex, I've always been aware that Eric looks down on me, though he never said it to my face until our fight. I work a blue-collar job, didn't go to school, and had my kid at 18, and he thinks that this makes him more responsible or fit to parent than I am. There's other elements to it, and today I learned he called me a lot of things in front of my son and ex, but that's how he saw me from the start, and it's only gone downhill from there. And that is the end of that story. Yeah, I really hope.
Get him away from your child.
Get him away.
He said he will not be allowing his kid around Eric.
Good.
Ever again.
But we have one wheel spin to do.
Oh, yeah?
So we should spin it.
Spin it.
Spin it. Spin that wheel. Spin that wheel.
Whoa.
Never mind.
Well, we do have another wheel spin, and another wheel spin, and another wheel spin. So we can do that. Chaos. Well, you'll read it eventually.
Hold 1 second. Yeah.
All right. It's another 15 minutes.
It's fine. It's
What
fine.
does it say?
Oh, Chaos Kitten, thank you for the $200. Hey, y'all. Sorry for making you stay longer, but I had a really bad day today. Oh, I found out my mom is in the last stages of ALS. Oh, I'm so sorry. And most likely only has a couple of months to live. You guys make me feel not so alone, and I need that feeling for just a little bit longer. I'm so sorry.
All right. Well,
Well,
hearts
we can
in the
be-
chat.
Yeah.
Hearts in the
I'm
chat
so
for
sorry.
chaos.
This one is gonna be
That
the-
is very rough.
First one is going to be for awkward turtle.
All right. This one's for awkward.
And then the next one, we have 2 for Chaos Kitten. 50 members!
We did it!
Woo!
50 members.
And then let's do another 2.
Let's do all 3.
Whee!
Oh God.
Let's do the other one.
Yeah.
Let's do the other one. And also thank you for all the hearts for in the chat for Chaos Kitten. That's very nice. And another 1.25.
And a 1.25.
I'm Zen. I am Zenebara. I am Zenebara. Thank you for the $5.
Zenebara?
I am Zenebara.
Zenebra.
Thanks for all the good vibes with the OKOP community.
Yes, we do have quite what a lovely community
Lovely,
we
lovely.
have.
Jessica Galloway, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships and everyone who got one of those. And also for everyone who got all those other memberships. Purple Trader, thank you for the 1 cent, 3 red hearts of differing sizes. Oh. Oh, and there's another one behind me.
All of these will be added to the ball.
Brian Parr Jr., thank you for the $2. Chaos Stream. More firewood.
More firewood.
This is what my dream last night was. I was running away from the fire. There was a fire.
Brian, be wary of your fire.
The Ides of March.
Sophia had a prophecy.
I had a
that your
prophecy
fire
about
will
this.
burn
I had a
uncontrollably.
prophecy of this. I had a prophecy.
I wonder what the prophecy has to say about this.
We got 50 members, right?
Yes.
Oh,
5-0.
that's the end of that story.
That is. I'm gonna pull up the next one.
There is no next one right now. I gotta add it.
Oh,
Whee!
and
Awkward
awkward
turtle,
turtle.
thank you for the
Guys, we're literally running out of stories. Stop.
We don't have any stories.
We don't have anything to
review.
say. If you keep
We're-
donating, we're just gonna have to talk
We have
at
to
you.
spin the wheel. Awkward Turtle, thank you for the
We're
20
out of
gifted
stories.
memberships. That's Awkward Turtle 2. Yeah, we've run out
We
of
actually,
stories.
guys, I'm not even kidding. We are really low on like stories that are ready to say right now. So if we keep going,
we're just going to be doing trivia.
we're gonna run out.
We're just going to be doing trivia. And everyone's going to be like, why aren't you
so
reading stories?
you should know that
We
ahead
don't
of
have-
time. If you keep donating,
We have no stories to tell you.
We're just gonna do this,
We're going to do bits and we're going to do trivia.
I'm just
and everyone's
gonna,
gonna love it,
Everyone's
and
going
then
to love
Riley
it.
will stop kicking me.
I'm just gonna add a story to this mega.
All right. We 20. Oh.
1.5.
1.5. 1.5. Purple Trader,
And
thank
it's
you for the $1.
another
$10.
15 minutes.
Whee!
We were at 50 seconds. I love guys. If this is such a complicated relationship. This is like
such a complicated
this is so
relationship we have.
complicated, guys.
Because like I love you guys,
Can we do
and
trivia?
I love my bed.
No.
Can we do trivia?
Kimberly finds this. Can
we
Sophia
just
pick
do
up where she
trivia?
left on
People say
her
trivia's
ad lib
fun.
story? Yeah. My story. Okay. Last we left Cynthia, she had left the sea to go. I think she was supposed to find a land animal, a sky animal, and I think that was it. To defeat a great evil in the land. Someone remind me what else was happening. Pund MC, thank you for the 25 buckaroonies. I think we deserve trivia, honestly.
We do. I have demands, and they will be met.
Hold on.
I have demands, and I am holding the stream hostage until they are met.
Oh boy, trivia.
And somebody said that we didn't add time. We did not get any time added from those wheels. We had members and we had multipliers.
I've been doing the 15 minutes. Hold on.
Trivia.
Yes. All right. I'll give you a trivia right now.
Yeah, ask me a question. Princess says, not this effing turtle again.
Let's
You got
see.
a problem with Cynthia?
Hmm.
Jen Lee Robinson, thank you for the $10. Hey, y'all.
There's a lot of people yelling about trivia and to do the trivia.
There's a lot of people yelling
I know
about
Gayla's not going to
trivia.
shout to do the trivia. She's going to shout to read, but
I'm going to read trivia. Do a poll. A poll for what? What are we
Square?
polling? Is this story ready? Cool. See, guys, we can't read. The story's not ready.
can't read.
Trivia.
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 We're going to
Trivia.
we're throwing Keon out of the
Trivia.
studio and we're locking the door
Trivia.
and then we're going to do
Trivia.
whatever we want.
Trivia. What if we just turn this into a gaming stream?
Yeah, here's a game. Wait, what? What is this?
Sticks.
All right, wait.
What?
Oh yeah. Laura Beer, thank you for the $200. My offerings in the name of chaos.
Why?
I have to go home. I am exhausted and hungry. You live here. I just took a bite out of the donut ball.
Trivia. Trivia.
I have demands.
Trivia.
I have to set everything
Trivia.
up. Hold on.
Trivia. Guys. Trivia.
Sir.
Trivia. There's nothing there. One time, once there was a trivia.
Ah!
Yeah. Trivia. Trivia.
All right, trivia. Who's the best Harry Potter character?
Cho Chang.
Wrong.
It's Oliver Wood.
Wrong.
What?
It's Dobby.
I knew you were going to say that.
Easy,
didn't wanna-
Dobby.
I
If
didn't
you
wanna
knew that,
say
you should
it.
have said it. Next question.
Somebody has donated
Who's
5
the second best
buckaroonies.
Harry Potter character?
Did you win, boy? You win, boy?
Did you drop 20
Did you
on
win?
him? Did you hang
Aw.
20 on him? They're hanging 20 on us right now, and it's breaking me.
Even with all that extra height? Dude.
Kicked off of the team, too tall.
That's so freaking messed up.
If you can't play, you can't. If you can't pay, you can't play.
Dude, everyone, put some, swords in the
If
chat.
I was a little kid in a chair, I would be kicking my feet.
Well, who's there? What's this? Jen Campbell, thank you for the $20. My cat Morwin made me do it. Just defeated Hogwarts for the 4th time. I'm
Fourth time.
legendary.
The way I played that game is
I've never played
my finish line for the Hogwarts game was learning the Avada. He's back. He's back. We're back. I didn't mean to do the
Dude,
Avidi Kadivi to the stream.
He made the stream pass away. But we put a little resurrection
We had a
stone
time.
action.
We
We're
had
back,
a time.
chat.
We're
We are
there.
back.
We're right where we need to be.
We're right where we left
We're
off.
good.
Sorry, guys.
What do do do? Shibbity boop boop boo. Shibbity
Which one is this one?
Skippity skip up
14
scoopity pop.
Is this
All right, we're good.
1469?
1432.
The year was 1432.
Riley,
Columbus
we can't hear
said,
you.
"Achoo!"
Wait, why can't they hear me? Guys, can you hear us? Yeah, you can hear us.
Cutting in and out. Sound not working.
Do do do. Ba-da-ba-dee-da. Is it okay now, guys? Guys, is it okay? Is it okay now? Gonna gaslight me saying it's not? I
We're
come in.
gaslighting you. The chat's
Is
just
it better
20
now?
seconds behind.
It's just 20 seconds.
All right, let's do this.
delay.
Let's do this, Leroy. Dang.
Are you guys looking for a story? All right, go to 1432
Whoa.
S. Wait, you gotta make sure these numbers are lined up here.
No,
Go
reel
to-
it back in. Reel it back in.
Go to.
Reel it back in. Reel it. Reel it. Now tilt the magnifying glass down a little bit. So, yeah. Wow. Oh, dude, you are all iris.
Don't say that name.
All iris on the right. Wait, it's not a name. It's
Wait, look.
anatomy.
And I've got a little freckle on my eye. See, look, you can see it. I have
Is
a
it
freckle
still
on
cutting
my
in and
eye.
out, guys? Is it still cutting in and out? Can you hear it? Check it.
Where's my? Can everyone see my dot? Look at it. Look at it.
What happened to your eye?
I don't know, Riley. I don't freaking know.
Sophia Kalon, just refresh it. All right, guys, let's get back into a story.
Mine or yours?
Sounds great.
You read.
I can't remember. I feel like I read.
You read. Because I remember.
Sophia, I'll come in for you. I'm gonna wash my hands.
Okay. Well, Dakota hasn't eaten, so
Okay, I'll come in for Dakota.
yeah.
What do I eat?
You can
Right now?
You can go in my fridge. There is two things. You can either have curry or there's pasta. Eat whatever you would like.
Which fridge?
In the main fridge, in the second
Oh,
shelf.
the big boy.
The one in the kitchen. It's the second shelf.
I'm gonna go ahead before Riley gets back. Go ahead and do.
Twivia?
I have 1.25, 1.25.
Oh.
I added the 50 members. I did.
I also thought
yeah,
you
those
were
50
talking
members.
about trivia.
1.25 is on chat.
Did
Did I gift the 50 members earlier? I don't even remember.
Yeah,
No,
you
I
did.
did not. I
what?
did not.
You didn't?
Not the new one.
Oh, I don't know. Dakota, go.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out where I took my bite out of this. Oh. All right, folks. Oh, au revoir.
I can read.
I can read. You just read.
No, I didn't.
I thought you did.
Dakota did.
I gotta add 50 more members, Riley.
Cool. Can you go to a different profile and then add them? So let's read it. Are you ready to read?
Purple Trader, thank you for the $10. We broke Sophia again. Magic.
I can.
Don't
Shit,
move.
guys,
Don't move.
guys.
Don't move.
She threw
Don't
it and it landed on my foot perfectly. Guys, I'm gonna show it to you. Did you take a picture?
Yeah.
Guys, look. She threw it onto my foot perfectly. She threw it in the air and then onto my foot perfectly.
I'm a magician.
I'm just gonna keep it on my foot like this
Don't even move. All
until
right.
it falls off.
Don't start just yet. Were you still doing the Facebook thing?
Turn on Facebook. What do you mean Facebook thing?
Record that. Recording.
Yeah, just turn it back on. But if it's going close to an hour, turn it off. And turn it back on. All right.
A father tricked me to babysit for free, then tried to make an excuse when I confronted him. What father? Where'd you find that father?
Also, what's money? Give me money.
Give it to me.
Have a fun. Okay, story time after this.
Eee. Backstory.
Oh, there we go. Good. Oh, we lost it.
I worked at a children's entertainment center since the week I turned 15. We do everything: camp, parties, free play on the equipment, babysitting, etc. And I was involved in all aspects. I was 16 when the story happened, but I've always looked young for my age. Cast: entitled parent, EP. K1, kid 1, age 4. K2, kid 2, age 6.
Time out.
Me,
Time out.
S, supervisor.
Go back.
Okay.
Go back.
Not
So
that
we
many.
got
Entitled parent, EP.
EP. Just go back to 7.
K1, which is age 4. K2, age 6. OP, and then supervisor, which is S.
Okay, we need names for these.
Yeah,
people.
okay. Entitled parent is gonna be Galahad.
Galahad. That's 4 syllables.
Galahad.
Gal.
Gal.
Gala.
We go by a 2-syllable rule.
Okay, Gil. Let's call him Gil.
Gil. Perfect.
Let's call K1 Biff.
This is Back to the Future.
Okay.
Let's
K2.
call K2 Scoot.
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 I like this. Yes.
Let's call supervisor Mr. Moon.
Mr. Moon. All right.
Mr. Moon? What is this? Did you just watch Sing? Did you just watch the movie Sing?
No.
Sophia Cologne, you are the issue. All right, that's it, guys.
Matt Alice, thank you for the $5.
Oh my god.
Giving more love. It's 1 a.m. here. I have 6 more hours of work.
It's on my knee now. By the way, this comes from Anonymous7 on the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So, I met one of the worst gills I've ever met to date in the middle of the week near the middle of the summer. It was just before 6 p.m. on a weekday, and the weather outside was gorgeous. So it wasn't exactly peak hours for indoor playgrounds like the one I worked at, and our last customers left. Because of this, my supervisor decided it was a good time to take his break. Supervisor is Mr. Moon.
Mr. Moon.
Gave me his phone number and headed out. Ooh, he gave you his phone number.
I know.
Whoa.
Wait, time out. OP's 15.
Yeah. Whoa. Call the police. Almost instantly, this man comes in with his 2 daughters. And Gil seems like any normal dad at first, struggling to convince Scoot
Wait, no.
Biff. Struggling to convince Biff that she had to take her shoes off before running into the playground. And Biff is a girl, making a bunch of funny jokes that I politely pretended to laugh at, etc. Like, I can't think of any. So I got into the check-in routine. It's policy to ask all parents if it's their kid's first time at a playground, so we know whether we need them to fill waivers or go over the playground rules. Gil seemed surprised I'm asking and said, "Yeah, they actually do camp here. I think you were one of their counselors, right, girls?" The kids don't really respond, and I'm pretty sure I've never met them before. We're a family-run chain, so our camps don't tend to get past 15 kids, so it's not hard for me to remember campers. We have another young girl who looks kind of likely who did camp the one week I wasn't there. So I assume maybe he's getting us mixed up and like me. And assume he's getting mixed up and decided to play along and said, "Oh yeah, I think I might have," instead of wasting time explaining.
Nice.
I checked later and his kids are nowhere in our camp system.
What? Okay, now I'm thinking, what is this man's intention?
He's like, "No,
We've always been here. I'm Gil. Remember?
Either he's a really, really, really bad dad,
yeah,
or he's up to malice intent.
he's up to no good, Gil." He pays and I get his kids set up to go in while we keep small talking. When he goes, "Oh crap, I need to get food." What?
Scooter's here.
Scoot?
Scooter kid. Scoot.
Scoot! Scoot!
Scoot is in the chat, everyone.
Oh crap. I need to get food. I haven't had dinner yet.
And starts trying to get his kids to come back out. Like, what? His
What
kids haven't
kids?
eaten? He bought a day pass and would have been able to come back later. But getting small children to leave the giant playground they literally just started playing on is near impossible. Why did they have to eat dinner? Isn't it daytime?
Can't they just eat off the sun? Off the sunlight?
Gil looks defeated and says, I know you don't normally do this, but since it's empty and you guys know us, would you be able to watch the girls for a little while I run and grab something to eat? I just don't want to ruin their day and get them back into the car. Since we do offer babysitting that you have to set up in advance, we're not supposed to agree to watch people's kids if they're not there. But we all normally agree to watch them for a few minutes while parents run to the car or find parking. And since I know there's a plaza with several fast food restaurants so close that I can walk there, order, sit down and eat, and walk back during my 30-minute break, and that I'm feeling guilty for maybe not recognizing his kids, I agree, but explain that it's not normal protocol. So he can't expect it to happen next time. I know I should have called my supervisor, but I got the job in the first place to try and deal with the severe anxiety disorder, and phones were still something I avoided at all costs. Oh, right, because Mr. Moon left. Gave her the phone number and left. So it's all OP's alone.
I understand your thought process, OP. But you're a 15-year-old girl and you don't need to watch a grown man's kids.
Yeah, say
It's not on you.
mister.
Unless, if I was 15, I was this chick, I'd be like, yo, $50.
I'd be like, yeah, I'll watch them if you pay up, dude.
Or you keep them hostage and he can get his kids back when he pays you. That's what my English teacher
or
did.
Kidnapping.
He got on a camel for
What?
free. So he was like in the Middle East somewhere. He was like in like the army. He got on a camel for free and he rode for like an hour or two. And then he had to pay to get off the camel. He's like, okay, I want to get off. And he's like, all right, you got to pay me to get off the camel.
Okay.
You could do that. It's reverse.
Sure. Yeah.
Not pay to entry, but
someone's
pay to
like,
exit.
You have to pay. And he's like, no, you have to pay me. I'm going to steal your camel. Gil is super grateful and apologetic, so I get his phone number. He tells the girls he'll be right back, and he leaves. I realize the second he's out the door that he left his phone on the desk, so if I need to contact him, I won't be able to do so. So I sprint outside, flag down his car, and get it back to him. He's super grateful again and mentions that he's going to get coffee and asks if I want one. Suspicious. There's a Dunkin's right across the street from the food plaza, so I assume he's just making 2 stops and think nothing of it. 20 minutes go by. Gil's kids are still the only ones there, and Gil's not back yet. Mr. Moon comes back from his break, asks me about the kids playing by themselves, and I explain the situation, that he left 20 minutes ago and should be back soon. He shrugs it off and starts doing paperwork. 30 minutes go by, and he's not back yet, and we start to get worried, but rationalized it as him maybe eating before coming back instead of just picking up food. Its kids are asking me where their dad is, and I keep telling them he'll be back soon, but at that point, I'm not sure if I'm lying. Around the 40-minute mark, Biff comes up and says that Scoot has a stomach ache, which would make sense if they haven't had dinner yet.
Scoot it.
I ask her if she's feeling nauseous or hungry and if she needs to eat, and she says she's not sure. So I call the dad and explain the situation, asking if he'll be back soon, and saying that I don't think he'd be taking that long. Or I didn't think he'd be taking that long. He apologizes and says he's almost done and that he'd try to be back soon.
Time
Dude
out.
is like up to nefarious deeds.
Yes. Remember Breaking Bad?
Yeah, no, I've never seen it.
Okay. Well, there's a scene in Breaking Bad where instead of going to family events, he goes to substance
He's
events.
selling substances.
And he misses a really big moment in one of his children's lives.
What a spoiler alert.
You don't know which child it is.
Or which person.
Yes.
Now I have to watch Breaking Bad all over again.
10 more minutes go by and Gil's still not back. Biff is now complaining that they're hungry and Scoot says she's thinking eating would help her stomach. So I call him again and ask if it's okay if I give the kids snack from the snacks bar. He says to let them have as much as they want and that I'll pay the tab when he gets back. I don't think he's coming back. I think these are your
hot
kids.
take.
He left his kids. I ask when he thinks that he will be back, and he says he's almost ready to check out. I'm confused and realize that my kids haven't had dinner yet, and I need to quickly go get food. Meant that this man intended to do his weekly grocery shopping. The nearest grocery store is at least a 15-minute drive away, and by the sounds of it, he went even further to the organic market. At this point, I'm well aware that I've been taken advantage of, and I'm pissed. But I'm just a kid. I'm just a baby. And this is a grown adult, so I meekly explain that that's not what I thought he'd meant, and ask him to please get back as quickly as he can. I'm so angry, so I deal with it the only way I can. I follow Gil's instructions and tell Biff and Scoot that their dad said they could take as much from the snack bar as they want, making sure to point out the more expensive items and racking up his tab. Yes, OP. Rack that tab up. Scoot is aware of what's going on, but because he's... Mr. Moon is aware of what's going on, but because he's awesome, he fully blames Gil and says he'll mention babysitting fees for me when he gets back, but won't charge him since he didn't sign up for it. But we don't want to cause a problem. 15 more minutes go by, and at this point, he's been gone for over an hour. Scoot comes over to me, starting to get upset because she's old enough to know something's wrong and that her dad's been gone too long. I could sympathize because my own father did a lot of similar things, less maliciously, while I was younger, dropping me off for camp and coming back hours after they closed, picking me up late for school, and expecting the teachers to watch me, consistently picking me up late from extracurriculars and stuff like that, because he had awful time management. I knew how it felt to be worried a parent had forgotten you, so I dialed up her father and gave her the phone so she could talk to him, asking if she'd hand him off to me after. Scoot is crying in the phone, asking her dad when he's going to come play with her, and he calms her down a little. She hands the phone to me, and he says he's just finished checking out. Jeez. So he has to run home first so the food doesn't all go bad, but he lives super close.
Dude, I am saying get your kids now, or I will be releasing them, not on the sidewalk,
wild.
but
No,
into the street.
Yeah, I'm calling the freaking police, man.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, you can go get them at Child Protective Services.
Yeah. At this point...
I actually take back the street part. I don't want to release them into the street. Okay, I take it back.
To the streets.
I'm not going to the street. At this point, I've just been told the Child Protective Streets. At this point, I've just been told to try and avoid a confrontation, so tell him to hurry up and go play with his kids. Gil finally comes back just before 7:30. We close at 8. I'd been with the girls when he showed up, so say, look who's here, and both girls are ecstatic to see him. They run out to the lobby, rapid fire telling him about all the toys they'd found and trying to pull him in to see. He kind of smiles and tells the girls to put their shoes back on and get ready to leave, and both them and I are confused. I have no idea why he'd need to stop home to put his food in the fridge if he was planning on popping in and out instead of coming to see his clearly upset daughters, and the girls expected him to play. Scoot starts bugging him about it, begging him to come play, and he yells at her, saying she'd call him all upset, saying she wanted to leave, so that's what they're doing, and turns to me to confirm, saying I must have heard her, and I just quietly say, I'm pretty sure she just missed you and wanted you to come play. Because I didn't want to lie, and he just kind of huffs and asks what his total on the snacks are. I get him set up to pay, and Mr. Moon steps in with a babysitting brochure, saying he, bless you, understands that there was a misunderstanding, but just so Gil knows for the future, this is what that would normally cost, and we love to see his girls in our babysitting program. He flips out at this point, saying he told me he was going shopping, and Mr. Moon calmly tells him that he said he was getting food, not shopping, and I'd assumed it meant the fast food places next door. Keep in mind, we're not asking this guy to pay us any more money. Gil goes on and on about how good of a guy he is. I offered to buy her coffee, didn't I? Tell him. And how he's pretty sure at some point on the phone he said he'd be an hour. I admit I might have missed that, but point out that it's been over an hour since he left just before 6 and got back at 7:30. He says, I must be getting my times wrong because the girls had their swim lesson 2 doors down until 5:30, so there's no way he was here before 6, even though both Mr. Moon and I know he had to be because if he actually came at 6:30, Mr. Moon would have been back from his break.
Okay. What?
So he's just telling all sorts of fibs. He's a fibber. He's a fibber.
What in the...
To try and calm him down, I pull up the precept from the last payment, $557, and he starts going on about how it must be wrong. Dude.
Machines are never wrong.
Machines never lie.
Have you seen The Matrix?
No.
Yeah, the machines were wrong. Have you seen The Terminator?
No.
Wrong. Wrong.
We just want him gone before close at this point and need him to pay for his kids $14 worth of snacks. So kind of drop it and ask him to pay. He almost does, but then starts yelling about how he feels like we're calling him a bad parent. And he's not. And he wouldn't have done babysitting anyways because Scoot is 6. She doesn't need a babysitter and she can watch Biff. Oxymoronic, I know. And then starts trying to turn me and Mr. Moon against each other, saying, Mr. Moon's blaming you. How does that make you feel? He's like, rise up, break your chains.
Okay, I'm talking to Mr. Moon and being like, this man is banned from ever stepping foot.
Bye.
And I'm going to look at his kids and be like, you're banned. You can never come back here.
This is a family business. Just tell him that he can't come back.
Yep.
To which Mr. Moon would say, no, I'm not. She didn't do anything wrong.
No, I didn't.
No, you're not. That's not true. Causing him to resort to trying to make it a race thing with Mr. Moon, who's Muslim, using the go-to, I don't know how things work where you're from, but at this point, I stop paying attention to him and find sticker books to go through with his now crying daughters who are scared because of his screaming father. But eventually he pays and storms out, loudly proclaiming to his daughters, we won't be coming back here, girls. You better say goodbye. Which they did, and I smiled and waved back, which I think made him more mad. I truly don't get why awful customers think we'd be upset if they decide to take their awfulness somewhere else. And by the way, you can take your goodness right over here and listen to full episodes with stories just like this one. Just go to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app like iHeartRadio and search up OK Storytime. But there is a little bit left to this story.
What were you looking at?
I was visualizing going to my favorite platform of podcast choice and searching up OK Storytime. And that was the face I got.
Wait a minute.
Face of joy.
All right. My friend called me twice. I'm going to say, are you okay?
What if they're not?
I'm streaming.
What do they do? What do you do then?
Don't know.
I think this guy was dealing something. No way. No way it takes you an hour and a half to go grocery shopping.
Hour and a half. Yeah.
He was buying time.
Well, okay.
He was using OP to buy
15
time.
minutes there.
He was cheating. How long does it take you? How long does it take you to cheat?
I don't know. I've never done that.
Guys, how long does it take you to cheat?
It depends on what type of cheating you're doing. If you're just doing a little smooch, a second.
You need 1 second to cheat?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm going to tell that to your next partner. Be like, hey, guy, hey, dude, hey, girl, whatever. You got to make sure that you always
Hey,
see
dude,
her.
hey, girl, whatever.
You got to keep an eye on her. If you leave her for 1 second, she might.
What?
She told me, and I'm going to pull up this clip and show them that.
I wouldn't. Well, I just said I would never do that.
Guys don't shop that long, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
guys usually know what's
An
up. They're like,
hour?
I'm coming in, boom, boom, boom.
I'm sorry. When I go shopping, I'm like, all right, I got what especially go to like Target. I'm there for I need one thing. I'm there for 30 to 45 minutes. Just because I'm like, oh, something catches my attention. So
yeah.
we're
there's a
easily
little bit.
distracted.
Well, wait. What I was gonna say, before I finish the story off,
Finish it off.
15-minute drive there.
Boom. Okay, here.
So you're saying,
do
yeah,
some
yeah.
math.
Let's
Do
do
some
it.
quick
Let's
math
do
here.
it.
Okay.
Math. It takes 15 minutes to drive to the store,
Okay.
Yeah.
and then we have a total amount of hour and a half. So now we have an hour and 15 left. So you're telling me it took an hour to shop? An hour?
No.
What was he looking for?
It probably took him 45 minutes to shop,
See?
and then 15 minutes to go to his house.
Don't see that. You can't see that.
What?
Carly's in the chat.
Hey, Charlie.
Carly's us up in the Lego aisle.
Yeah, no, this doesn't make sense,
We always
'cause-
do.
Yeah.
15 minutes to the
She
grocery
said he
store.
went farther than 15 because but I thought the organic was the one that's hold on, hold on.
Dude was not shopping. I don't care what you guys say. Bro was definitely not shopping.
Hold on, everyone. I'm double checking. Keep talking to them. I'm double checking.
Okay, Sophia's double checking. What are your theories here?
Let's be honest.
The checkout
Okay.
time phone calls are what sketched me out.
15 more minutes go by, and he said, okay.
That's a good point. What were we gonna say, Keon?
I was gonna say we really an hour.
He went
What's
home and
what's
put
he
groceries
getting?
away.
Like ultimately, like
Okay, yeah. So it is even further to go to the grocery store. Yeah. Okay, so he just went really far. Maybe it's like 30 minutes. I don't know. And he spent like 30 minutes shopping, and then he went. And he went back. You're right. He went home and put the groceries away. Okay. So it takes maybe like, let's say 20 minutes to get to this grocery store. He spends like, I don't know, 30 minutes shopping. That's 50 minutes. And then he goes home, and let's say that's another 15. So yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll buy your story for now. But anyway.
I'm not buying it.
But do. Okay. So yeah, it's been a year, and I'm still hesitant to even let parents run out to their cars without their kids now. So EP kind of messed that up for me. So Gil kind of messed that up for me. But I'm honestly not that upset about the experience anymore. I was originally worried for a few weeks after, but overall, I feel like it taught me to be more assertive with customers and become a lot less of a doormat. I'm also super comfortable with answering the phone at work now because of how much I had to keep calling him that night. So thanks, Gil. Now I'm better at my job, making sure people like you can't get away with crap like that anymore, and life in general.
Boom. Boom.
And that's
boom.
the end of that story.
All right.
Woo, Gil, the adventures of Scoot and Biff. Okay, Storytime Fan 101. Thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Is that us?
Yep.
That's thank you, me.
No,
that's-
thank
That's
you,
from Turtle,
Turtle.
kidding.
Awkward Turtle.
Thank you, Turtle.
and
Wait.
we have 2 wheel spins.
For Awkward Turtle.
Laura Beard
It's coming back to me.
or Bird.
Like
Here we go. This one's
you know,
for.
if
Oh,
you
what's the
love
next
it,
one?
It'll come back to you. What? Lucy Heartphilia. Thank you, Biff, for becoming a member. Night.
This one's for
Lose. Laura.
Laura.
Beard.
Laura! Spinning the wheel. We're spinning the wheel.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Laura.
Laura!
That's crazy. That's crazy. You know? Wait.
That is wild. Real quick, I do want to say again a thing. I was after my basketball game.
Yeah.
We lost. We didn't lose too bad. We lost
Uh-huh.
by like 6 points. I got to get my head in the game for real. I told someone that in the middle of the game because he was like talking to the ref, and I was like, "Dude, just put your head in the game." And then I almost sang, and I was like, "What am I doing?" Anyways,
The game.
we lost, but after the game, my peeps haven't been like paying on time.
Yeah.
So I like watched them. I said, "You can leave as soon as you pay me." They all paid except for one guy. And I was like, he's like, "I don't have my phone on me." He's like, "It's okay." He's like, "I don't have my phone on me. I left it in the car." I was like, "Okay, I'll follow
walk
you to the car."
Yeah. Yeah.
And someone heard that and started laughing. Yeah, it was pretty fun. And then invited that guy to potluck.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I haven't even sent that out yet.
Oh, I'm gonna invite my whole team.
Perfect.
It's potluck?
Yeah, I haven't sent it out yet, but they're on the
Sophia's
5th.
been throwing so many parties lately.
Yeah, dude.
Crazy.
Should I just add another story?
Yep.
in there?
Let's
Just
do
in
it.
the same mega? Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Let's do it. We're gonna add another story, guys. How you doing? How you doing, girl?
What is doing? If you really think about
What
it.
is? What are you? A
What
philosopher?
is time?
What are you, Socrates?
If you
over
really
there?
think about it.
Yeah. Riley,
Time
you have some
is an
explaining to do.
illusion.
The dump him hat is Keon's and Riley's drip.
Riley started it first.
I did start it first, and then Keon made it look cooler than I did.
No,
But also the
no.
hat doesn't fit me as it used to. Fun fact.
Your head grew.
Also, I went to ThriftCon this weekend. It's more like TheftCon. There was a dump him shirt in the same style. Guess how much it cost? I know Keon knows the answer. $300 for a shirt.
You know what I can do? I can literally hit up Kelly, because Kelly made the dump 'em hat for me for your birthday, like to like look like you. And she's like, "I don't like hats. Take it."
I'm not a hat
And-
person.
Yep.
I got that for $3.99.
We're not a not. We're not
Wild.
a. What was I gonna
Wild.
say? Dude, did Paul's person message you? Crazy, man.
Now you can tell that he's a
I'm
bad
reading it,
communicator.
guys.
not just to you, but to both of you.
Yep. So this guy that
Hey, but I thought you knew. I thought you said that he was coming early.
I thought he was gonna come. He said he tweaked his ankle and he's playing in other game. He was playing in other leagues, guys. He's playing in other people's leagues and not my league. And he's hurting himself in other people's basketball teams and won't come and play on my team. This is the guy that Sophia talked to for a little bit and the guy that I put in my basketball team.
Wow. Just putting that out there. Okay.
We've already talked.
I'm putting it out there. People are like, "Oh, you guys keep everything to yourselves." I'm giving that to you.
Oh, I love that. Oh, you guys keep everything to yourself. Here's stuff about Sophia.
And then he's like,
No, but I have talked about that. That's okay.
Yep.
I
Yep.
say I saw Keon's story with the dump him hat, and I said he copied you. Technically, I did copy him, and actually, it was kind of inspiration.
Wait, there's more. Here you go. Matt Alice, thank you for the $5. Oh, I read that. I read those.
You ready, girl?
I put the story in there.
Heck yeah, I got it.
1379.
Guys,
Let's
I can't get this one video where it's like, riddle, you have to answer my riddles 3. It's like a troll under a bridge. He's like, you have to answer my riddles 3.
Look at Gabby. Gabby got gifted a membership.
How do taxes?
Aw.
I don't know how to do taxes. The paper, I threw it away. I didn't know I was supposed to keep it. Stop yelling at me.
Thank you, guys. You guys are so sweet.
A W9.
Gabby got gifted a membership.
Gabby, you got gifted a membership.
We lost her.
Gabby, put some more of Sophia's tea.
You can come watch private streams.
Gabby, go ahead and spill all of Sophia's tea right now in the chat, please.
We already know Sophia's tea.
More.
I tell it all.
Aw.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you this spicy story.
Okay, tell it to me.
Okay.
Tell it to me. Ooh, spicy. Hot, hot, hot.
That is, I don't want to know.
We have lost Sophia, guys. All right, here we go.
Ooh, baby.
I'm cutting off my dad for his terrible behavior, but I don't know if I should cut my half-sister off too.
Cut her off.
Quite a bit of context is needed for this one, so please bear with me as I write this. This is something I have been struggling to come to terms with and fully understand. By the way, this comes from Throwaway Tiny Pizza on the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So, when I was 3, my parents got split up, divorced. The arrangement was that my dad got us every other weekend, at least to start. When I was 8, my father moved to a different state to follow a potential job opportunity. The arrangement changed. Thus, my second eldest brother and I, had to spend many summers with him. His job at the time was a semi-truck driver, and because he didn't live in kid-friendly places, he took us with him during these trips. Heck yeah.
Hoot.
I have a cousin that did that with his dad.
Hoot? Did you just say hoot?
Hoot, hoot. Hoot,
just
hoot,
went-
hooray.
Hoot.
Hip, hip,
Did
hooray.
I?
Yeah. She's gone.
I meant to
Those were some of the
say-
worst days
I
of
don't
my
know.
life. Being in such a cramped space with my dad and brother. No real space to myself as my brother and I shared a bed. I was sitting up front for most of the time because I love watching the scenery go by and because I was still trying to foster a relationship with my father. Yet those summers started wearing down on us. I started resenting going. My dad never made any real effort to contact us outside of holidays and birthdays. He never really had a stable place to live, and providing for us was difficult. I remember plenty of nights being the picky child I was, where I would sit at the table as he yelled at me. He had real bad anger issues. To this day, I get severely anxious whenever there is yelling, especially those with deeper voices. In the summer, I was 14. Things started to change. I had started color guard for freshman year of high school, so the latter half of summer was going to be the band camp. I had to spend the first half of the summer with my father, and then the second half I would be home to do the camp. That was the summer my family dog, who was born days after I was, passed away. I had been hundreds of miles away and didn't even get to say goodbye. I remember the worst day of my life. It was when I was 14.
Yeah?
Yep. So the night before, I drove from my grandpa's house to my dad's house.
Yeah.
Kept the car on all night. It
Yeah.
died. So I get there, try to turn it on. It was dead. And then I had to walk all the way to my great grandpa's house to get his truck. On the way there, found out one of my baby goats had passed away. So I got the car, drove it to my dad. We then drive the car. I'm late. When I get there, I show up late to a class, get written up. And then after that class, my girlfriend of a year broke up with me. And I had a soccer game that day.
Did you lose?
I think we lost.
Oh no.
How did you do?
I was just going through the motions.
Dude, I don't even like remember what the worst day of my life could be. I can only think about like this year. I can only think about the worst day this year.
I had a really bad year last year. That's for sure.
I've had pretty consistently
Like it was.
better years.
Yeah, dude, you did not have a good year
Yeah.
last year.
I'm not having a good year last
You
year.
almost didn't make it out of last year.
Surprised I did. It
Yeah.
was
Dang,
beat.
man.
It was like beat down after beat down. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm doing well. No.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I remember after that day happened, I was like, this will be the worst day of my life. But this sounds like her worst day of her life.
Yeah.
Jen Campbell has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Jen.
Losing her really impacted me and changed a lot for me. It made me fearful to go be with my father because of what I'd lose another one of my pets. The past 3 summers before, we had a dog run away while I was with him. I was losing a pet I loved and adored staying with him, and for a young teenager, that changes a lot of how they view things. Fast forward 2 years. My dad met a woman at his work at the time. Her dad owned the company he worked for. She was nice. I really didn't care either way that he was dating again. My mom was dating and remarrying a lot throughout my childhood and adolescence. I was happy for him that he found someone, and he seemed pretty happy too.
yay.
That's really all anyone wants for those they love and care about, to be happy. But then my 16th birthday rolls around. My dad and his girlfriend traveled down to see me, and I was excited. He hadn't been able to make it that last few years. He hadn't been able to make it to my birthday the last few years. He dropped off a card, and I got one of those bear hugs I used to adore so much. Then, as quickly as they arrived, they left, only for my father to call me within minutes. He had a surprise. His girlfriend was pregnant.
Wee-hee.
Another brother or sister or sibling.
Babies in the baby machine.
What would you do if you had a sibling right now? Your mom calls you, boom, sibling.
Where did they come from?
Your parents.
No way.
Yep.
It's my mom and my dad.
They organically made it.
Whoa, that's a little too.
How would you feel?
I'd be like, how?
Do you want them to tell you how?
No.
Okay, that's how. Would you be excited or would you be sad?
I guess. Why would I be sad?
Because then you lose your being the youngest child.
But I've had it for so long. I don't know. I feel like it would be. I don't know if. I guess it's an interesting thing. I like children though, so I think I would be excited.
Mm.
I'd
Be
be
a
a little
good big
bit,
sister.
a little bit worried for my mother's health.
Your mom's gonna be great.
Oh, then okay, I'm excited.
All right. I'd probably be like, oh, again? Sweet.
Again?
My mom
Yeah.
did that to me when I was like in 5th grade. I was like,
Yeah.
my whole body went stiff and my heart felt like it stopped. My special day, meant about me, was suddenly ruined by this news.
Ew, why did they tell you that day?
Bro,
Why did they
bro
wait a
didn't
day?
care. Bro did not care about your feelings.
Say?
Why did they tell you that day?
He said, cool, you got a birthday? We're about to have a
You
birth.
said your birthday. Well, we're going to have a day of birth.
He had waited to tell me because he didn't want to make my mom upset, but I wasn't having it. In tears, I went to my mom and told her. She went off on him, getting angry that he would do something like this. He could have told me any other day. Why did it have to be on my birthday? I didn't talk to my dad for a good while after that. When my half-sister was born, I really didn't care. I was already pulling away from my father, feeling bitter and resentful. I was angry at him. I felt betrayed in a way. Of course, I was young, hormonal teen who was undiagnosed with a few mental health issues. But I was so upset. Even if you didn't have health issues, you still have the right to be upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get angry.
Yep.
Skeet.
The few holidays we saw each other after she was born was awkward. I'm not good with kids, and I really don't like them. I can be kind and friendly to them, just smiling and nodding and hoping for the interaction to end quickly. My dad was so insistent that I hold her, and it was just uncomfortable all around. The real breaking point was when I was 17. My dad had managed to convince my brother and I to come visit and be with his new little family. I really wanted things to work with him because he was my dad, and a part of me will always love him despite what he has done. We weren't even there a full 2 weeks before my mother had to come and get my brother and I. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, my dad and his girlfriend made us impromptu babysitters.
No.
He said, yo, I'll just get my kid to watch my new kid so then my kids can do that.
Kid hack. Have a kid to watch your other kid.
It's a kid pyramids game, says Dakota.
Wait. Time out.
right. I'm here. Here I am. Hello.
Time
Here
out.
I am.
My parents had kids.
dude, and you have it's you.
Good job.
Dude, sometimes I read a story and I realize that I was like
You're in a pyramid scheme.
I was a part of the pyramid scheme. I was maybe not like parentified. I was never parentified. We actually did have a lot of babysitters growing up, but it makes me think. Like,
Dude.
did my siblings make my parents' relationship better?
Dude, if we
I'll
were
tell
in
you
Severance,
what.
you'd be Mr. Milchick.
Mr. Dumpy Milchick?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, Milchick's got a dumpy. My dad, I would... wait, you got to be on near the mic so they can hear you. I'm sorry. My dad didn't want us there to bond. My dad didn't want us down there to bond to be a family. He wanted free childcare and assumed because we are blood, my brother and I were the ones who had to do it. One day, he screamed and ranted at us about her diaper, which neither of us have experience with, and belittled and berated us. He brought both of us to tears and didn't even care. Just told us to call our mom if we were that miserable. I stopped talking to him outside of holiday visits. His mother, my grandmother, was my life, and I loved her so much, even if my dad was a piece of work. I still was tired. I still tried for her. What? Tried
Tried for her.
I still tried for her.
Sorry. Our friend Nick earlier says, y'all need food?
Nick, send us some food.
Send us some Colombian food.
Every time.
Wow.
YMCA. Every time seeing my dad being a loving and kind parent to her, he never raised his voice. He didn't force her to sit at the table to finish her meals. He was gentle and kind.
Aw, that's
A way
nice.
he never was with us.
No.
Dang.
Bad parenting.
Dang.
Bad parents. Get rid of him.
Yep. You gotta go no contact. I understand he's your dad.
I think also OP's a child.
She's 17.
Yeah, so she can't go no contact yet.
Yeah, you can.
No, she's 17. She's still got 1 year. You have to be 18.
You gotta be 18 to go no contact with your dad that you don't
You're
live with.
a child.
I feel like in some states, there's like 16
Oh,
years
that
old.
you
Yeah.
don't live with?
Yeah, 16-year-old, 17-year-old.
Get with it, dude.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on.
Oh, don't do that.
Do you need TLDR?
No, just keep going.
Okay.
I'll pick up.
Oh, big up. All right. He proved he could be a good parent, that he could be a loving dad. He just didn't want to be one to us because of our mother. My half sister is only going to get older, but I don't think I can bring myself to create any kind of relationship with her. I just can't look at her without thinking of all the awful things my dad did to us. How much love he shows her that he rarely showed us.
Aw.
It just hurts to be the child he didn't want. Dude, that sucks.
Aw.
That sucks so much.
that's not on you. That's on your dad, man.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah, I can't stop thinking about the TV show Invincible.
Invincible.
I'm not gonna explain anything.
Yeah,
But
but
that-
I can't stop thinking about it because that's a good,
That's what I think about. I don't like why. Like what happened between him and your mom that he just doesn't care about you.
Yeah, like what? You're a bad parent if you're letting what happened between you and your partner come between you and your children.
Yeah, and also like
Messed up.
just give up. Okay, as a dad, just give up. Give up our parenting rights.
Yeah.
You don't need them. I mean, you clearly don't even care about them.
Yeah.
You don't even want to spend time
You
with
just
them.
wanted babysitters.
Yeah, and you're just mad that you had to babysit your own kids, and now
Yeah.
you're not even you're treating them as babysitters.
Yeah. Messed up, man. Messed up.
Goodness gracious. I have no hard feelings against her. My eldest brother is a half brother. Same mom, different dads. So being my half sister isn't a problem. Wait, my brother's a half brother, same mom, different dads. So he had to take care of you and then a kid
Oh.
that's not really his.
That makes sense.
Interesting. So being my half sister isn't a problem. I just don't know if I can handle trying to be friendly with her while hearing anything about my dad and how much he loves and cares for her. But if you love and care for us, what you got to do right now, go to your favorite podcast platform, search up OK Storytime, and prove that you love us by listening to our podcast after this story. Go right now. Do you love us? Prove it. I will see who views the podcast. I look every day. That's right, Sharon. Go check it out.
Jack.
Are we going no contact with the half sister that doesn't know how to speak?
No.
What? Come on. Why not?
You just need to, like, your dad sucks, but, like, I think eventually once you get away from your dad, you're going to realize, like, you know what, this is not the sister's fault. This is your dad's fault. And you don't have to have a relationship with your sister. Like, you can't force that, but, like, just know, like, she doesn't want this either, man.
I say no. Go no contact. You're not in her life right now. Just continue
Yeah.
not to be in her life.
Yeah, that's
And I
true.
think it's for the better.
That's true.
I'm going to finish the story off. I
Okay.
cut contact with him last year after he yelled when I asked for my portion of my grandmother's ashes. He had promised to send them, and when a month went by, I asked, and he just blew up at me. I haven't spoken to him since, and still do not have my portion of her ashes.
And there you have it.
That is
Jen
the end of the
Campbell,
story.
thank you for the $1. Dizzy Face. Wendy Summers, thank you for the $2. Riley, I'm from Tennessee. Love to hear Southern stories. Lainey Beaushock, thank you for the $2. Haha, I joined late and still you're live. Purple Trader, thank you for the $1. Smiling face with sunglasses. Purple Trader, thank you for the $1. Winking face. Jen Campbell, thank you for the $5. Purple Trader, thank you for the $2. Para character putting his hand in front of his mouth while blushing. Jen Campbell, thank you for the $2. Anonymous, thank you for the $2 for my favorite Riley.
Oh, let's
That's
go.
sweet. Purple Trader, thank you for the $1. 3 red hearts of differing sizes. Jen Campbell, thank you for the $1. Dizzy Face. That's all of them.
Guys, thank you so much for being at this live stream.
We love you
We're
so
going to cut
much.
it out. If you love us, make sure to freaking subscribe.
We love you
and see you tomorrow.